Good morning and welcome to Apperley Cricket Club. You join us here today for England Lions versus Wales B. We're here at our ends, as the kids would say, in Gloucestershire, and kick-off is 12 o'clock. Welcome, so that was the introduction we got here this... Morning, so welcome to Apperley Cricket Club down in Gloucestershire here, our neck of the woods. Pleased to report that the clouds have lifted and are breaking up. There's a little bit of blue sky shining through. We had a chance this morning to get out there and look at the pitch. Morning, here's the pitch inspection for you today here at Apperley Cricket Club. As you can see behind us, if Nuala shows you there's quite a lot of grass on the wicket. I'm no expert myself, but we spoke to Len, who's the groundsman there. As you can see this morning, he's got the big roller out and they're giving it a good old flatten. He says it's a good batting pitch. There's a lot of runs scored in it all the time, so we're hoping for a nice, flat, good batting wicket, but there is a lot of grass on the surface. So, yeah, looking like an interesting wicket, and shortly after that I had a chance to speak to Jason Cant, the England captain. Welcome to Apperley Cricket Club. You join me here with Jason Cant, the England Lions captain. It's England Lions versus Wales B. Are you looking forward to it, Jason?
Yes, absolutely. This is the first time the Lions have played against the Wales B side, and it's a golden opportunity to get another fixture under his belt. What a great place. We're in a sleepy village with a bare outfield, and it looks a pretty dry wicket. So, yeah, certainly looking forward to it.
And your Lions have played superbly well. We were talking about it with the club members here earlier. You've run the Aussies close every game, so you're looking to get a victory today. Yeah,
I would hope so. But you never know, do you? Cricket's a funny old sport. But certainly in the first two games, yeah, it could have gone either way against the Aussies. I think they had a measured chase and we were perhaps 20-30 runs short in the game at Stratford.
And loads of changes, but the big one is you saying Martin Ford comes in because Ed's injured and he's going to play at Tame tomorrow.
No, Mark Eames has gone out on my side, so Mark Eames has gone into the first team. And an able replacement in Martin Ford, who's going to come and open the batting for us.
It's a bit of a new look Lions side, loads of changes. Join us at 12 o'clock. That was Jason Cant there, England Lions captain today. Very nice to catch up with him after we've been on the road with him for a couple of weeks, and I had the pleasure of shortly after that bumped into and talking to Anthony O'Sullivan, the Wales B captain from Penydarren Cricket Club. Welcome. You join me here with Anthony O'Sullivan, the Wales B captain today. Welcome to Apperley Cricket Club. Is it your first time here?
No, I've played in Apperley before actually, and I'm just delighted to be back. It's such a pretty ground in the heart of Gloucestershire, typical of English countryside grounds. Very, very strong committee here that I'm aware of, and of course they have a history in the Village Cup, having got to Lords a few years ago as well. So pleasure to be back. Yeah.
And do you often captain, or is it your first time?
No, I've been captain for the last 3 years now. So. An onerous task, but helped by committed players, and it's a delight to be here to play the Lions today.
And a nice honour to be Wales captain.
Oh, absolutely. And it gives you sleepless nights the night before. You know, you want to ensure everybody enjoys the day and that people perform to the best. And I want to ensure I get the right combinations, both batting and fielding. You know.
So having done it 3 years, you've obviously played with a lot of these guys before. It's not a kind of thrown together team. You know the boys well.
Oh, we know the boys extremely well, and we have strong bonds. We net throughout the winter. You know, and. In seniors cricket, you find that you build relationships both on and off the field, and that's part of the charm of it, really. I know a number of the England lads as well, and have played with them in different parts of the world, so it'll be a coming together this afternoon.
And the England boys' Lions done really well against Australia. They've run them close 3 times, so you've obviously got a tough task today.
We have a very tough task today, and we haven't. The first rule of war is don't underestimate the enemy, and this will be a strong England side who want to win. And I know that the background, Paul Bradley and Paul Gelder work extremely hard. They're well drilled, they're well prepared, and they'll be a real challenge for us. Yes, but we'll enjoy that.
Brilliant. That's the Wales captain, Anthony O'Sullivan. Join us live, YouTube, 12 o'clock.
Oh, were you? Okay, yeah, great. Oh, great, that's wonderful. So I'm here today, A, because you was my captain to play, and B, I'm on my way to the Tame game
Welcome back. We just had the toss here at Apperley Cricket Club, and I think England won the toss. What did you choose to do, Jason?
We thought we'd have a bat.
Yeah.
So it looks a reasonably flat track, short boundaries, short outfield, or fast outfield. So we're going to have a bat.
Any issues with the wicket? I see the rollers going up and down several times. Is there any problems?
I think there's a few minor bits of grit that the rollers probably took on from one of the footholes. They've picked those out, they've rolled it out, and we're all comfortable, and the umpires are comfortable, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you, Jason. We'll let you get off.
Okay,
Thanks a lot. Anthony, so England won the toss. Would you have done the same and had a bat?
Absolutely. On days like this where the sun is shining and the wicket looks flat, you obviously want a bat, and I had no surprise when Jason called correctly.
Are you looking forward to getting at them, and Wales a good team to chase and get hold of the table?
We have chased successfully in the past, and we've got a couple of big hitters in the middle order who we'd hope to come to fruition today, but we just want to enjoy the day for what it is. The sun is shining after the recent poor weather, and we'll be at them from the outset, and hopefully it'll be a competitive game.
There we go. That's the toss done there. Thanks for joining us, Anthony. Thanks for your time. Looking absolutely splendid in his red Wales blazer there. It's beautiful there. So go tell the boys having a field. And
I'll give the bad news now.
best of luck. So that's the toss done here. England won the toss. Jason has elected to bat. So we're going to see England out there batting first. And apparently no problem with the wicket. It's all good.
be with you in a minute. I've just got a bit of a problem I need to resolve, and then I shall say hello. I have indeed, yes. It's all your fault. Overlay, so the bottom part of the overlay.
And the most grateful normally.
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Hang on a sec. How about now? Got it. And you've got wicket. Yeah.
Alright, okay. I know Steve's opening. Is he must be out with Ian or Martin.
I don't know what you don't really watch his laptop, do you? You do, sometimes you do watch OBS, don't you? Because you actually had to alert me the other day. When you said to me that you could see it on here but you couldn't see it on there. So I'll leave it on. Yeah, so we've got... Right, good. You okay?
Who's going to be opening then?
That's great.
Oh, you will be opening the bowling, but he's the second bowler. Okay. Yeah, I thought you meant second spell. Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Doily on bowl, wasn't tell you. Tell you, Matt, that the first bowler is going to be a guy called Paul Smith. Yeah, he's going to open, and it will be Phil Godwin.
Thank you.
Okay, so here we are, Apperley Cricket Club, Gloucestershire. As you can see, the teams are just lining up for photos before we get underway. All the formalities have been dealt with. Toss has been done. England win the toss and choose to bat. We've had the pitch inspection and chat to the captains. I think that's actually the Wales team having a photograph there before they take to the field. We've got the teams for you here. If we can just get those up, can we? That's Jason Cornt is the Lions captain, Simon Routh, the wicketkeeper, Sanjay Berry, Martin Ford, Zahir Mahmood, Nigel Moore, Ian Robson, Hugh Rogers, Steve Small, Dean Sykes, Martin Watkins and Richard Wilson is the England Lions side today. And I believe Martin Ford is going to bat number 1 and Steve Small 2, so they're opening. For Wales, Anthony O'Sullivan captain, Jim Watkins wicketkeeper. Aravinda Aswani, Nigel Clayton, Peter Doherty, Peter Doyle, Rob Franklin, Phil Godwin, Martin Lewis, Martin Powell, Paul Smith and Paul Webb. And I'm reliably informed by Trevor Lee from the Silver Stumps podcast that Paul Smith will open the bowling and Phil Godwin will bowl second here. So we started off with a grey, gloomy day and then eventually a bit of blue sky cleared and came through, and now we've just got, as you can see on your pictures, a bit of a ominous dark clouds in the distance. However, Len, the chap around the ground who I've been talking to this morning, who's helped roll the pitch, has informed me they're going to keep rolling by and we should be set fair for good weather here today. So we've got the scoreboard end, far side from us, and where you're looking from your pictures now is going to be the car park end. Looks like that's where we're going to start the bowling from, as Paul Smith just marks out his run up. You can see from your pictures there.
So the seniors Lions have won the toss and elected to bat. And as I said, Martin Ford is going to face the first delivery here at Apperley Cricket Club. Very close to home for most of us. Benny, Newell and myself come in Cheltenham this morning. Just a 20-minute drive out to the Chooksey Way as the umpire at this end signals to the scorers to see if they're ready. England umpires Ian Martin and the Welsh umpires Chris Lewis. We've got Tony Fitzgerald scoring for the England team and Janice Webb scoring for the Welsh team. And hopefully now Paul Smith's going to get us underway with the first ball. Bit of medium right arm. Ooh, that was a big old fish outside the off stump there for the England opener. It actually dropped short and wicketkeeper missed it as well. He stood up to the stumps, the wicketkeeper, so he'll be hoping for a bit more of that from the England Lions batsman. Second ball just defended forward there. Straight back to the bowler. I'll just get myself sorted. And again, a nice line of length there. The third delivery from Paul Smith, just straight at the batsman, causing him to just defend, prod forward, knocks it straight back to the bowler. No runs taken so far. And that one just came off the top edge of the bat, the neck of the bat really. Paul Martin Ford leant forward there and just popped the ball up and wide with the wicketkeeper off the neck of the bat, as I say. But to no danger, went into a nice open bit of field. So dot balls all the way so far. Again, just prodded back there from Ford. 5 dot balls. I'm sure Paul Smith would love to start with a maiden. Take you through this field here. We've got a long off. Deep extra cover. Someone in at cover. First shot played there from Ford, but it goes straight to mid-on, and that's end of the over. First over done. Maiden for Paul Smith, he'll be really pleased with that. No run scored. Change of end now, and I'm reliably informed that Phil Godwin, Baglan Cricket Club, down there in Wales, will be coming in from the scoreboard end. And having had no runs taken from that first maiden over, it will be Steve Small facing here, left-hand batsman. Got wicketkeeper, first slip and a gully. Someone down there at third man. You've got an extra cover in place. Someone just backing up the bowler there at mid-off with a cover in and a deep backward point. And someone in there at extra cover as well. So Godwin it is, as you can see from the information at the bottom of the page. Coming in from the scoreboard end, just reshuffling his field a little bit. Gone very heavy on the offside, so skipper really backing his bowler here. Only got 3 fielders on this onside. A little bit short, a little bit leg side, so Smith just clips it off his hip. Sorry, Small clips it off his hip. First ball of Smith goes for a single. Gets Martin Ford on strike, so we've got the left-hand, right-hand combination here in the opening partnership, as lots of teams like to favour nowadays. So a change of field. Everyone swaps over sides, bit of confusion with the Welsh boys as they get themselves sorted. Nice to see a handful of people turning up to watch this over 60s game. That's very wide there, that delivery from Godwin, but umpire didn't signal wide, so gets away with it. Just one off the over so far. That's a better line of length there from Godwin. Batsman Ford just stepped forward and defended it back to him. And that one was just left there by Ford, just straight through to the wicketkeeper. Bit too wide for him to worry about. And I suppose we're in this stage where they're just feeling each other out here. Batter, bowler, getting used to that top edge. It's gone straight, just over the fielder's head there. He's had a swish at that, Ford. Tried to cut it towards point, just got a top edge, and it flew over. There's kind of a backward point, just evaded him by about a yard lower, and he would have had our first wicket of the day there. But as it is, it just eluded the Welsh fieldsman and went for 4 runs. Getting Martin Ford off the mark, and again, not totally decisive with that last delivery. Went for a forward defence, he's got a little bit leady edge, popped up, but well short of the bowler as we change ends. 2 overs done. England Lions 5 for 0. And at the moment, Ford's on 4 and Steve Small on 1. And those of you who followed us all summer may have noticed that I'm flying solo today. No Owen Mason. He's, as we speak, flying back from Greece. Having had a week's holiday out there in Malia. And Rash Ramood is saving himself for tomorrow's 3rd ODI in the Grey Ashes, England versus Australia, down at Tame Cricket Club. So if you're in that local area, get yourself down there to have a watch. We will have a nice guest to break up you having to listen to my voice all day today. Let's get the first. That's a cracking shot. Real good drive there, and well fielded by the Welshman. Just there at extra cover. Yeah, it's quite a small boundary here, especially towards the clubhouse side. So I'm sure if Steve Small gets his eye in on this drive here on the offside, we can see a few runs chalked up. But yeah, as I was saying, Trevor Lee from Silver Stumps podcast is hopefully going to come over and join us about the 5th over. Give us a bit more insight, and he knows the players a little bit better than myself. A bit more detail about all of them, and give us a bit of background about his podcast, which I know Rash Ramood enjoys thoroughly and listens to on a regular basis. So Paul Smith turns at his mark. Steve Small facing, balls from the car park end, and he's had again driven that there onto the offside there. Steve Small, but straight to the fielder. Cover fielder's kind of there. 2 deliveries straight to him. That one just bounced up there on Small. He got it very much off the handle, turned it around the corner on the leg side and just ran the single, moving him on to 2 runs, I believe, and putting Martin Ford on strike. There was a little bit of drama at the start of the day with kind of a few holes, maybe a bit of grit on the pitch, which the groundsman had to deal with, and they've rolled the patch at this end several times to deal with it. And as if you saw the pre-match interviews with Jason Kant, as Steve Small just leans forward, then prods that back to the bowler, and Anthony O'Sullivan, both skippers were very happy that the kind of patch in question had been dealt with and rolled, and were happy to carry on. There was rumours of changing wickets at one point, but as I say, both skippers were happy once the extra bit of work by the groundsman was done, and that popped up again as well. Wicketkeeper's gone for a run out, shied the stumps just wide of it. Steve Small gets in, Ford gets in quite easily there for a single. Yeah, so interesting. There's a lot of grass on this wicket when I was out there chatting to you this morning. If you saw the pre-match amble, lots of grass covering this wicket, but a couple of balls there have just popped up there in that over. From Paul Smith, he's just a couple of deliveries. One got on the handle. For Martin Ford, and then that last ball there, just again, kind of off the top neck of the bat, falling to safety every time. You see the wide angle there, very parched outfield here. The dry weather we've had this summer so far. It was just two off the over there for Paul Smith. That's Phil Godwin prepares to come in from the scoreboard end for his second over. It's a little bit short and wide, and it was driven there by Martin Ford, but straight to, again, fielder in about the cover position, giving Wales a dot ball. And that one a better line and length, but just driven back to bowler for the second dot ball of the over. Oh, shake of the head there. I think that one stayed a little bit low. Martin Ford's almost going to just kind of sweep that away, and the ball hasn't risen up at all. So a couple of inconsistent bounces so far out of this wicket. And that was over-pitched. Didn't quite get it away. There's also a full toss there. To Martin Ford, but again, fielders in the right positions, no run taken. I think that was the fourth dot ball there for Phil Godwin. Charges in again, throws one down. That again, that popped up a bit higher, just allowed Martin Ford to push that out to point. They've run the single there, put in Steve Small on strike. As I said, he's a left-hander, so there's a little shuffled in the field, as you can see from your position, your pictures you're watching there on YouTube. The usual left-hand, right-hand change of field. England 8 for naught. Oh, that's going to be a wide, yeah, down leg side. Umpire signals to the scorers. That's well played. I think it's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, that short boundary I was on about is on the leg side for Steve Small. He just strayed a bit straight on the line there for Phil Godwin, and Steve Small's clipped it off his hip. And before you know it, the short boundary here has just gone for 4 runs. That's the end of the fourth. 13 for naught for England. Steve Small on 6, and in fact Martin Ford on 6. And a couple of interesting chats this morning, which I'm sure we'll get into more depth with Trevor Lee from the Silver Stumps podcast. Jason kind of explaining how a few people have come into the squad for this game. A couple of people who weren't originally in, and maybe some good performances in other games has shone some light on them, giving them a chance for another game, and a couple of changes. Couple of changes for the England Lions squad, and a couple of people have been drawn in for the game. I think he was saying that the first change, Ed Gordon-Leggett, is injured for the England team, so That was Martin Ford drafted in due to another player. I've forgotten who it was now, having to play tomorrow down in Tame in that ODI that I mentioned. I was a little bit wide there, cut away beautifully by Ford. There's a fielder out there though. They thought about taking two, but the non-striker sent the other batsman back. Paul Smith just giving a bit of width there for Martin Ford to cut it away. Run the single. So again, Steve Small on strike left-handed. A couple of changes to the field positions as you see them moving around on your pictures. Wicket keeper Paul Webb very close up to the stumps. Pembrokeshire Cricket Club is Paul Webb, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be signalled a wide. It is by umpire. Umpire Chris Lewis has just given that a wide. Yeah, oh, that was a great bit of fielding. Surprised there wasn't more of an appeal there from the Welsh fielding side. So just a little bit short on length. Popped up to Steve Small. He pushed it out into, let's say, kind of cover position, but it's picked up by the Welshman very quickly and thrown in at the stumps. He had about 1.5 stumps to aim at. He actually hit the stumps, but he must have been well in because it was not much of an appeal went up. We're kind of at kind of wide, long on, between long on and deep mid wicket we are here. Our commentary pushing a bit strange today. So as I mentioned earlier, very lucky today. Trevor Lee's going to bail me out, save me talking for 8 hours all on my own from a Silver Stumps podcast. Small boundary this side is the first thing I've noticed, Trevor. Kind of Steve Small being left-hander, just has to push it towards the clubhouse and it's over the boundary before you know it.
And it looks really fast, Matt, as well on the outfield, which is, you know, what you want for cricket, don't you? You want a fast outfield. And, yeah, they're a steady start from the England boys, just seeing their way in. I think they're just getting used to the wicket, really, because there was a little concern it might bounce or something like that. So they're just getting used to the pitch, I think, you know.
So Paul Smith from the car park end comes in. Martin Ford facing. Just a bit of a prod at that. I think he missed that caught the pad. I've seen a couple of balls raise up already. I said the one came off the kind of handle of the bat and one off the neck for Martin Ford. So there might be a little bit of variable bounce in the wicket. Have you played on this before?
I haven't, no. No, this is the first trip to the cricket ground for me, but it's a super setup, isn't it, you know? And as always, a team of volunteers here, Matt, who are, you know, on the ground early in the morning, getting it ready. I mean, yeah, it's amazing how many people behind the scenes put so much time and effort into this cricket.
Yeah, we were here at, 8:30 and had a good old chat with Len about my old cricketing days years ago, and he was on the roller doing his bit, and the local cleaner came in and sorted the clubhouse out as... Getting a little bit wide there from Godwin. Oh, what a dive that was, yeah.
Great fielding. That is Robert Franklin there in the backward point, fielding that.
That was very athletic, as you're seeing on the pictures now, replay. Not worried about that hard ground. He threw himself at that and probably saved a boundary there. They just ran a single. So what we're in the 6 over, 17 for naught, England. Ford on 7, Small on 8. And we've got Martin Ford facing. Oh, that's a bit short. Straight to the fielder, though, luckily for the Welsh side. So, your podcast then, how did it come about? What's it about? How long have you been going? Talk me through it. Rashford mentioned it a couple of times. I haven't had a chance to catch it yet.
Well, the Silver Stumps, Matt. My co-host, Grant Timms, who I'm hoping to hook up with at Tame tomorrow for the England ODI. So we went to college together about 100 years ago. And... we've been looking for a collaboration thing, and he plays for Northants 50s and 60s in the way I've played for Cornwall 50s and 60s. And I've been podcasting for quite a while, had a business one, a running one, all this stuff. So I'm quite an experienced podcaster. And we just got a conversation, and we got going.
It's in the end, it's out.
Wow,
Martin. He's lent back there, Martin. That was short, and he's put it straight down the throat of cover.
Yeah, good catch by Martin Powell there. Well, an easy catch, really, for Martin Powell. So Martin Ford would be disappointed with that. Yeah. Not the sort of shot you want to be playing on this track, really, Matt. So, yeah, big breakthrough for Wales. They'd be really chuffed with that. Get an early wicket. fantastic.
Big early breakthrough, and like you say, I think Martin Ford would be very disappointed. He hit it straight down the throat of cover. He didn't have to move, it was straight at him, and he took the chance very well. So in the 6th over here, England 17 for 1. Martin's had to walk on 7. And who's the next batsman in here? You can try to help me out with this.
Yeah, this is going to be Martin Watkin from Yorkshire. So there's a lot of opening batsmen in this lineup, Matt. So they're all having to, wait their turn today.
Yeah, but Jason Cant was saying that there's a lot of all-rounders today. And in fact, he walked back with a couple who he kind of said, you're down at 7 and 8 just because we've got so many batsmen and you're going to be more of a bowler today than a batter. So he's had to juggle it. And I guess when they throw these sides together, that's a regular occurrence.
Well, it is, yeah. So there's Ian Robson, opens the batting for Gloucestershire. He's just getting his pads on now. Sanjay Berry, who's in next, opens the batting for Surrey. Hugh Rogers opens the batting for Cornwall. So it's full of opening bats, Matt. Full of opening bats. Are you an opening batsman as well?
No, I was an all-rounder. I haven't played for a good 30 years now. I switched to golf from cricket at a young age, but I was an all-rounder. Big Ian Botham fan, I was.
Oh, well, I saw Ian Botham the other night at Launceston Town Hall. One of those come along in the evenings opportunities.
Lanson.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I used to live just up the road in Lifton.
I have to say it was a very good show. It was one of those touring shows. Jeff Miller, former England selector, who was his roommate back in the day, in the international days, and Jeff kind of compared the event to a degree and just steered Ian Botham towards certain questions and topics. It was good value. It was a good show. It was packed out, Launceston Town Hall. Fantastic. Martin Watkin, by the way, little stat for you about Martin from Yorkshire. He scored 900s for the Yorkshire over 60s, which is the joint record, I'm told. We have a guy up in Yorkshire. We'll give him a shout out if he's listening to this or watching this. Pat Neal, who's the Yorkshire second 11 captain this year, new to the job, who's scoring a prolific amount of runs as well. Pat is, and he feeds us lots of snippets regularly through to the podcast to keep us up to date with all the stats and landmarks and all this sort of stuff. So, yeah. So there we go. So this is who we got continuing the bowling here then?
Paul Smith.
Paul
Still
Smith
from the car park end, and it's going to be Watkins' face, isn't it? He's got the face there. The change of ends.
Oh no, this is Steve Small.
It's Steve Small. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Straight to the fielder again.
Yeah.
Another drive. He's obviously trying to target this short boundary, but he's picked the fielder out again.
Yeah, Steve will be feeling a bit unlucky to have been left out the ODI side tomorrow. He had a great 100 partnership in the first ODI, which you guys will have covered with Paul Radich in that first game.
Correct, yeah.
And then didn't really get going in the second game. And but as I say, there's so many opening batsmen around in these England squads that it's hard to nail down that opening place, really.
Oh, he's risking a run there. Why did he go to that end?
Wow.
I think Steve Small was well short of the other, and
I
he's just taken the bails.
I think Jim Watkins, the keeper, maybe didn't realise that Steve was so far adrift and just assumed the best chance was at the far end.
Yeah, that's one of those deliveries I was on about. They just popped up there and fooled the batsman and the wicket-keeper and shot past him. So maybe there's a bit of life in the pitch.
A great opportunity for the Wales boys, Matt, there, who are, well, it is their second team, to play against an England second team, for goodness sake. So, yeah, fantastic opportunity for that for them. It's funny, when I arrived on the ground this morning, there's one of their team is Nigel Clayton, who is fielding at deep mid-on, and he looked at me and he said, I think I know you from a long time ago. And it turns out we played against each other when I was in my Swansea days, well, a long time ago.
That seems to happen. Every ground we turn up with you, senior boys, someone remembers you from 30 years ago playing against each other.
Can't really hear. I'm not really hearing it through my headphones. I was, and then... There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Steve... Steve just had a little dabble at that one, didn't he?
Mm.
So they haven't really... No, the batsman, he hasn't really settled in on this wicket yet, Steve. But, as you say, has shown signs of driving that ball through the cover. You'll take that one.
There you go. Oh, well stopped again. That bounced up as well. I think he's taken that full in the chest.
Pete
Brave-faced on.
Yeah, Pete Doherty, that is. former Wales opening batsman for their over-60s first team, but has had a bit of an injury, Pete, and has dropped down to the thirds, and now he's back up in the seconds.
Not the lead singer of the Libertines, then. Different Pete Doherty.
No, no, not that one. Not that one, Matt. No, not that one. Well, at least I don't think he's that one. You never know.
No, he's not. I saw him at Glastonbury week, and this Pete's looking far healthier than the other Pete. So,
great stuff. Did I hear you say on a recent stream that you're coming to Truro soon for some golf tournament or something?
I was Friday week. I was coming after the Ascot game, but I've got myself on the reserve list because it's going to be Ascot to Truro is about 4.5 hour drive.
Right.
And I was taking the old VW camper van, so that's probably 5.5 hour drive. That's a misfield there. Bad misfield from Wales. I think that's going to run through for a... Oh no, it stopped short. There's a little brow there, but it stopped short. And he's got it back in, but I think they've run 3 there. Yeah, it was a poor misfield from Wales.
I think that was Nigel Clayton, the guy I mentioned earlier. Oh, no, I think that's... Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, so I was down for the PJ West Region Pro-Am. I love playing it. It's one of the funnest Pro-Ams we have all year round. The Truro Pro-Am. It's a real party atmosphere, but I have put myself on the reserves list now just to save the drive from Ascot to Truro.
So you sound like a top golfer then?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm PJ Pro. I was teaching and trying to keep my hand in playing the odd Pro-Am through the summer months. That's well stopped by the bowler there.
So are you associated with a club bat or...?
I'm just attached to Cleve Hill now.
Okay.
Went back to Cleve Hill when I stopped coaching and stuff, and just play some fun stuff with my lad now, who's 19, so not as serious as I used to be. And then obviously went to the University of Gloucestershire to do sports journalism. Just missed that on the hip there and flicked his pad. Wicketkeeper really alert there for Wales.
Yeah.
Jim Watkins was straight on that and got there before the fielder. Yeah, 3 years of sports journalism, which we've just finished, just got our mark, so managed a 2-1. And
great stuff.
Fantastic opportunities like this provided by Ivor and the university to kind of open the door to get in where you can, really. So, and it's been really enjoyable. The Aussie boys have been fantastic to get to meet, and all the England lads interviewing people and practicing the skills we learnt at uni.
Yeah, so has this been an extension of your learnings or part of it?
It's a kind of opportunity that Ivor gets through his BBA truck behind us. You've seen fantastic bit of kit, and he just asks a couple of students to, if they want to do it over the summer for extra experience. And me and Owen, the lad who's in Greece at the moment, and Benny and Nuala did it last summer. So of course he came to us first, and we were more than happy this summer, especially for me with the grey ashes being on. We all know as cricket fans how big Australia-England is in the game.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I bit his arm off when he offered me. So it's been good. It's been really some really good cricket played as well. The touring games that the Lions have had have been very close, and they've run Australia right to the wire 3 times.
That's
that was quick
call.
running.
That's
Yeah.
Good call. Good call from Steve Small. That's Pete Doyle there at backward point. Left arm. We'll see him in action. He's a left arm spinner. He'll be coming on at some point.
Yeah, I think Watkins was trying to cut that a bit more at point, wasn't he? Just got a bit edgy.
Yeah, because it's funny what you say about this short boundary. There hasn't been one yet, though, on the short boundary, I think, has there?
One, yes.
One was one
over there.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
But they have now got like 3 men covering it, so and it's obviously a bit longer up there. That misfield really slowed up going up the hill towards the scoreboard, so they're obviously working out which boundaries play short and which play long. You know what cricket's like, some are downhill and uphill and behave differently.
Well, Peter Doyle saved that ball, and he's immediately been substituted. So we've got Paul Webb on now. This is the great thing about over 60s cricket. You can have these rolling subs using the 12-man squad.
And just for those that don't know, Trevor, there's no restrictions to that. Like, in the test game, you can't bowl for 5 overs if you've been off for X amount, and that is all just roll on, roll off, is it?
I think it is. I think it is, Matt. Yeah, because one of the tactical strategies of the over 60s internationals, which doesn't apply in the county championship with the 12 players, is that you ideally pick your 12th player who's a top bowler but can't bat. So you don't have to worry about batting him, but he will come on and bowl a full complement of overs normally. That seems to be the best use of the 12th person, if you like, from a tactical point of view.
Yeah, very gamesmanshipy. So that was a pushed out there on the offside, and England moved 26 for 1 in the 9th over here. We've still got Paul Smith bowling from the car park end. Facing him is going to be Martin Watkins.
It is, yeah. Right-hander with the cap on, yeah.
A bit confused with the red cap, isn't it? As the Wales boys are all wearing red caps. Yes. Is that his county colours or just?
No, that's the Lions cap.
Oh,
Matt.
the Lions cap, of course.
Yeah.
Red, yeah.
And I had a little chat with Paul Gelder before the game because I wasn't sure if the caps were going to be awarded for new players today, but it's technically a friendly, this fixture, I'm informed. So you, if you're new to the team, you won't get an international cap today.
Okay.
And the other reason is they've run out. So he's got to order some more stocks.
That's probably why they declared it a friendly.
Yeah, may well be, yeah. Yeah. But it's a good point, actually, because red being the traditional colour of the Welsh team. So, and I think the England ODI team, they're a bluish colour. I'm a bit colourblind, so I might not get the right blue here, but they're quite a blue colour, I think. Their
Normally
caps,
navy-ish, yeah.
Yeah.
The England cap's always a navy blue. And you not managed to make it to international level yet? Have you had any games?
Not yet. No. Well, I'll be 65 in April, Matt, next year. So
Okay.
there's a plan to do over 65s, an over 65s thing next year, and I'm sort of driving the first pilot of that, if you like. We've got a Southwest game in the first week in August, which is when, apart from 4 prelim games, there's no games in the over 60s first 11. So I've got 2 teams from the Southwest, including Worcestershire, and we're playing a 2-day, 2-innings match at Bath, or Bath as some people call it. So, yeah, that's going to be a load of fun. And what's really caught the imagination is the idea of 2 days and 2 innings. So they're not restricted on overs, except, 50 overs in the first innings, declarations, and it could end in a draw, Matt. So
Wow.
how about that?
Be something new to get used to.
And then we're going to take, and I've appointed myself captain of one of those teams.
So this means you just organised a whole competition so you can get a game at international level over 65s.
It's not really not at this stage. Hopefully, maybe in the future. But
it's county level, is it?
Yeah. It's the best of the Southwest, and then so from those 20 odd players we'll have involved, we'll pick then 12 or 13 to form a Southwest representative team, and I've organised a fixture against Wales over 65s in September, which is either going to be the 23rd or 24th, depending on where we can get a ground, really. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So Pete Doherty, who's playing in this game, is the Welsh organiser, my point of contact there. Super shot there by Steve Small. Through backward point. Raced down that hill, didn't it? No chance of the fielder cutting that off.
No, you got that out in the middle. The first boundary at that side we've seen.
But Australia, Matt, and New Zealand already have 65s teams. And it just bridges the gap because it's a long way. It's a long time from being 60 to 70, hopefully.
It is for some people.
And so there's a bit of a gap. And I know there's over 55s happening in certain parts as well. So it's just fantastic, all this senior cricket, which you clearly have experienced been involved in the last couple of years or so.
Yeah, I never realised how vast the scene was, to be honest, till we got involved. But it is thriving, and chatting to the boys up at Oakham there at the last game, how the county championship works out in groups, and it's all going well. And how are Cornwall doing this season?
Well, we've got 2 over 60s teams and an over 70s team. And it's the first year for our over 70s. They're playing not too far from here at Birmingham in Worcestershire, and of course they're finding their way. They got past 200 for the first time last week. Our over 60s first team is very strong actually, and we're going to probably finish 3rd in our group behind Wales and Gloucestershire. But in the knockout stages, anybody can beat anybody. So we fancy our chances. We really do. And our second team are getting a bit stronger. But there are 126 teams, Matt, across the 60s and 70s, 7 championship divisions. It's an amazing amount of people playing every single Tuesday and Thursday.
Keeps you all out of trouble, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely it does, yeah.
We met Anton Luton at the Oakham game. He had an absolutely fantastic innings as wicketkeeper. Took a couple of brilliant catches and stumpings, and then wasn't quite as successful with the bat. But
well, that happens. Anybody can get a ball like that, but. But no, Anton is such a he's played more games for Cornwall over seniors than anybody else, right. And he would play for every team if they picked him, every day of the week. So
that's gone. Is that 6? No, I think
no.
that's just a 4. But that was just
great shot.
Again, down leg side by Godwin there, and Steve Small pounced all over that and just lifted it over kind of square leg and one bounce and hit the fence for 4.
Yes, I know, and Anton is our second choice keeper for our over 60s. Stuart Adams is our number 1 keeper, but Anton, if anybody says, "Do you want to keep wicket?" he's going to say yes straight away. So he's always dead keen on it. So and he did really well. He had a great game behind the stumps, as you say, which he'd be really pleased about.
Well, I was amazed when I heard he was Cornwall's second keeper because I thought it was such an outstanding performance. I'd love to see the number 1 play.
Well, all our lads were going, "Is that the same Anton who used to keep wicket for us?" So I think his keeping has improved, and it obviously rose to a different level under the banner of the chairman's 11. So no, great for him. Great for him. He's such an enthusiastic guy when it comes to cricket.
Yeah, and I have to say, from a Cornish point of view, the 2 guys playing had their proudly had the Cornish blazers on, and they really represented your county very well.
Yeah, that's a relatively new thing. That the guys started the blazers, I think, last year. So some of the guys in the 50s have got them as well, the Cornwall 50s. But so a great occasion, Matt, for them to wear their blazers. So I'm not sure I'm a blazer person, but are you a blazer person, Matt?
Well, yeah, growing up in golf, you've got to put your tie and jacket on for the presentation.
I suppose that's right, yes.
Always had to put it on for your 18 meal, had to get your jacket and tie on. I started playing, age 16, so we've had 10 overs here, 35 for 1 England. I think they'll be quite content, Wales. They've, on a small ground, it's not got out of control, and the bowling's been pretty tight. Last week it was 17 for 1 with the fall of Martin Ford, which brought Martin Watkins to the crease. As Trevor was saying, a record scorer for Yorkshire, was it? 9 100s scored as a record.
I'm not sure about whether he's the most prolific run scorer, but he's had 9 centuries, which equals the record of a guy whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, which I should know. But anyway, so yeah.
I was wondering whether you'd had any involvement as Paul Smith comes in. That's a little bit long, and that's been.
Oh, that's a super shot. That's probably shot of the day, don't you think?
Yeah, so far straight back past the bowler.
Super
long
drive.
Off on deep cover. Yeah, we were at where was it? Littleborough, I think, or was it Fairburn? Where bumped into a chap who was a Lancastrian who won the county championships 3 out of 4, and he was bemoaning how few Lancastrians are in the England setup compared to Yorkshire. So. I didn't quite get involved with that convo, but there's obviously a bit of a rivalry there, as you probably see in the league.
Well, what's interesting is that there's been 2 rounds of county championship games affected by the weather this season, which is fantastic. And the first round was Lancashire-Yorkshire, and so was the second round. So they've both won all their games in Division 1 North, and they're not now going to play each other. So it was cancelled this week. So I was talking to Martin earlier, and apparently it comes down to run rate decides, because presumably they're going to win all their, they've got 1 or 2 games left each. They're bound to win those games because they're way and above in that league, stronger than anybody else. So it will come down to run rate, who tops the division, and that will make a difference in like home draws in the knockout stages. So they'll be doing their calculations, I would think, right now with the 1 or 2. I think Lancashire have got 1 game left and Yorkshire 2. So they'll be wanting, whoever's top on the run rate will want to maintain that. That was a great effort by Jim Watkins behind the stumps to stop that, because that was quite a big wide, wasn't it?
I think, it was a wide. I thought he just got it back to it, but it was wide down the leg side, and Jim almost did a dive there to stop it. And so, how successful have Cornwall been in this championship? Have you ever won it? Have you ever got to the final? What's the history?
Well, we started over 60s cricket. Our current setup in 2019, and we didn't win a game. I wasn't old enough to play, and then 2020, when I would have been old enough to play as a 59-year-old, was COVID. So I first played in 2021, but I didn't start at the beginning because I was running I had an ultra marathon to conclude in the end of May. To celebrate being 60, I decided to run a 44-mile coastal path marathon, as you do. And and we didn't win a game or 2, and we then suddenly we started to win games, and we got in the Vars, because then in those days, top 16 in the cup, the rest in the Vars. There was no third tournament, and we ended up winning the Vars, which was fantastic. And because we were so lowly ranked even in the Vars, we knew every game was an away game. And the quarter-final, Matt, we were playing Durham and Northumberland away. So we flew to Newcastle as a team.
I was going to say that was a bit of a drive, but you said steamed chicken from Newquay, was it?
Yes, it was. Yes, yeah. We got a shout out in the airport with the Cornwall cricket team. Please make your way onto the plane before all the passengers. You know, we felt very honoured and privileged. That's a lovely shot.
That's a good
That's
shot.
a great shot from Martin Watkin. I don't think
Is
that going to be cut off.
It?
It's Martin Lewis down there, and I think he's cut that off.
Yeah,
fantastic bit of fielding.
It's a beautiful square cut. Just went a bit backward from point, but it was a beautifully timed. And the fielder out there, who I don't know who it is, you'll know better than me, did really
Martin
well
Lewis
to get
it
on
is.
there.
Yeah, Martin Lewis. And Martin wanted it to be known that, like Pete Doherty, he's not the most famous person called Martin Lewis. So you can't go. You might ask him for financial advice, but
might not be as good. So last ball of the 11th over here for having bowled that. Oh, he's driven. That was a little bit airborne.
Oh, do you know? I think
Did
Paul
that bounce
Smith.
into the ground, or was it straight at him?
Do you know? I'm not sure about that. Will the replay show whether it was a bump ball?
I don't know if we got that. Yeah,
Paul Smith was a bit surprised by that because it looked from here that it was quite close to him.
No, I think it was a bump ball, but yeah, it was airborne for a while, and it's end 11, 46 for 1. I think Wales have been lively in the field. They've impressed me so far with a couple of. I mean, you set the standard from Australia, who are absolutely superb and athletic and all over the place in the field. They've been a couple of good diving stops here for the Welsh boys.
Well, I get the impression, Matt, that yourself and Owen, listening, because I've listened to most of your coverage throughout the summer, and it's been fantastic, I have to say. And I've got the impression you've been surprised by some of the athleticism. I remember when Richard Merriman was batting in a game at the start of the year against either Scotland or Wales, and you're going, he's going for another quick single, I can't believe it.
It's only because they're all fitter than me and Owen. I'm 48, Owen's 21, and they can all run faster than us. It's a bit embarrassing, really. Showing us how it should be.
Martin's just stretching his hamstrings out there, so I hope that's nothing to be concerned about. So we've got a change of bowler now, and I'm going to try and identify who that is. So this might be Paul Webb. I think it's Paul Webb. Yeah,
it's come up on our screen as Paul Webb. So that's
there we go.
Well done.
Great stuff.
So he's going to come in here, Paul Webb, from the scoreboard end, as we've called it, Pembrokeshire Cricket Club. And what are we looking at here? Have you seen him bowl before? Is it a bit of spin? It looks like he's a...
I haven't, no. I know, again, he's one of these guys who's played, he's played 40-odd games for this team. He's had a few games in the Wales first team over the years. So it looks like he's going to be bowling right arm off spin and he's got the field. So he's got the skipper going out to deep mid on for Steve, and he's got a deep. I'm sure that's a guy fielding at deep mid off there. He's not someone walking around. No, he's moving now. So
he's just going a bit finer now, isn't he? But it's not the ground not the sort of ground you want to get a couple of these wrong, because they'll soon disappear over the hedge.
And a bit of protection on the leg side, so square leg and backwards square leg, but not on the fence. So, ooh, crikey.
It was just top edged in the end, wasn't it? It was a bit short and wide, and Steve Small just went to cut it. I think he top edged it, went straight behind the keeper. Kind of third man area. I think it was just one they ran there, didn't it?
Yeah. So the fielder change over now. So they're pushing out deep extra cover for Martin Watkin, the right-hander. He looks like he's bringing mid-on up, but leaving mid-off out. And he's got a deep square leg as well. So very much an orthodox field for a off-spinner in this sort of cricket, I would have thought. Oh, and that's a game.
That was an edge,
Yeah. Right, here's Robert Franklin chasing that hard. Is he going to get there? Yes.
He did well there, didn't he? So the outfield looks fast, doesn't it? I was just surprised the two kind of shots over there have held up and not run away. But that was really done there by Franklin. And I mean, that's half a chance, but he definitely edge, wasn't it? The keeper would have done well to take that. But he's found the edge with both balls here, Paul Webb. So be pleased with that. But there's a lot of grass on the wicket when I was out there earlier.
Was there?
Look at, a lot of grass on the top. That was better played again. Little misfield there, unfortunately.
I think that might be my old rival Nigel Clayton there, but Martin Lewis out on the boundary, backing up, just a single. Yeah, so we might see I don't know. Well, Peter Doyle's off the field at the moment, so he's the left arm spinner. So I was thinking he might be the other second change, Matt. But
Oh, and I don't know if it's a done thing in the over 60s, but there was a couple of high bounces there, 3 I count, and 1 low bounce. I was surprised they didn't have another semi-medium quickie just to see if anything came of that rather than switch to spin so soon. Was that a regular thing at this level?
It is a regular thing, actually. I think if you were to do the analysis, you would find that in the championship games, I reckon my money would be on the slow bowlers get more wickets than the ones who are trying to still bowl quick.
I just signalled leg buys there by umpire.
There was a top-of-table clash in our division last week between Gloucestershire and Wales, which pretty much the winner would win the group. And Gloucestershire opened up with 2 spin bowlers. Our friend Razzie, who you have seen in action, and a guy called John Turton, who was now in the 70s, but a very good left-arm spinner. And they took 3 early wickets against the Wales first team, but then that momentum wasn't sustained, and Wales did go to win the game. But
how's our home county, Gloucestershire, faring? And they still got a chance to qualify?
Yes, they're a very good side. So Ian Robson, the captain, is playing today, his first Lions game. Of course, Edward Gordon-Lennox, the England captain tomorrow, is a Gloucestershire guy, and Razzie, of course, as you know. So, yeah, I think Gloucestershire have got a very good chance of going deep into the competition, Matt, because they'll be in the last 16. And as I say, anybody can beat anybody in that last 16. So, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Warwickshire have also won every game. So it's going to be some great cricket in the knockout stages for sure, which start the second week in August.
And you get many people down watching. We've got a handful here watching this little ground.
Thousands,
so I'm sure you get
thousands.
some watching.
Oh, we have traffic control people. We have to close the roads, Matt.
Stewards everywhere.
It's chaos. We've stopped publicising where we're playing now. We just can't cope with the crowds.
Do you play at any big grounds? I mean, where's Gloucestershire's home ground? Where's Cornwall's home ground?
Well, that's the thing about seniors cricket is that there really isn't such a thing as a home ground because you do rely on the generosity of clubs. We do pay them, or we do offer to pay them, but the hosting of the grounds, and usually, of course, there's a connection. Somebody in the team, or but we have to use a variety of grounds. I mean, when I first started playing seniors cricket in Cornwall, we had one over 50s team. And the first 11 competition in the over 50s, you only play each team once, either home or away, on a rotational 2-year cycle. So one year we might only have 3 home games, so we organised 3 grounds, and now we've got 6 teams playing, age group cricket and a lot more games. So one of the challenges for all counties, I imagine, is securing the hosting by the grounds, which we're all very grateful for. So I'm sure there's a few people listening to this who are part of the grounds. That's in the air, but it's over the top, and Robert Franklin's not going to stop that going for 4. So, but that could have gone anywhere. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that was completely overpitched by Paul Smith, but it was top edgy from. He was out on strike there. Watkins was on strike, got a bit top edgy, but it did just loop over the fielder and run away for 4. So, what's your home club then?
Well, I'm playing for Truro this year because I live in Truro, but my only other club in Cornwall has been Mullion, which is the most southerly cricket club, Matt, in the UK. And is a fantastic place to play cricket. That's a lovely shot from Martin Watkin. And Martin Lewis has a bit of footwork on the boundary, and he's given it his all to throw it in. Only 2 runs. So the most southerly... and when I first... Because I had a 13-year gap when I moved to Cornwall with work, when I didn't play at all, and came back in 2006, and Mullion, I was living down on the Lizard with my family, and so that was the obvious place to go. And they just won an award from the Wisden Cricket Monthly magazine, which you're probably familiar with, and they had like an adopted team competition, and they only did it for a couple of years, I think, but Mullion won the first year. So Mike Atherton came down to coaches, and there was a journalist whose name has completely I've forgotten, but he covered all our matches, or several of our matches that appeared in the magazine, and the guys got invited to Loughborough to an indoor training session. I mean, it was a fantastic package of prizes. And it's a great cricket club, and it's in the centre of the village, so it gets a lot of spectators coming for a beer. It was marvellous, but it just became a little bit of a trek for me, for home games as much as anything. So So playing for Truro made it a little bit easier. But I, you know, a lot of us, we don't play that much Saturday cricket anymore, to be honest.
So the flip side with that to be, where's your favourite away ground to visit? Where have you enjoyed most going away to play? Put you on the spot now, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good question, Matt.
You're going to have to think who you're going to upset now and who you're not going to upset.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to go. When I first came into the 50s, I played at North Perrott in Somerset, where. Oh, great throw from Jim Watkin, and was the umpire.
He says he's in. The umpire's not interested. Yeah, on the replay, we got the replay here. Look, great shy of the stumps from Jim Watkins. Yeah,
there he goes, and
very good.
Yeah, he just about got his
back down, didn't he?
Yeah. So North Perrott, I played a 50s game, one of my very first over 50s games against Somerset, and it's a 2-tier pavilion, and it was a ground that was originally used by the Americans in the Second World War, and they used it as a baseball ground. And of course, when the war was over, it came back into local use, and it became a cricket ground. And it's Somerset Seconds have played there. That's a cracking shot from Steve Small, and I looked at this and 2-tier pavilion with balconies, and I thought, wow, how lucky am I playing seniors cricket on grounds like this? So I'll give that a vote for sure. But to be honest, Matt, the grounds are all great. They're all great. You know, none of them disappoint. It's really, really good. It's just such a privilege to play this level of cricket.
Yeah, certainly on the. If you've seen in the background, our brown camper van's been travelling all around Yorkshire in that area, and Littleborough, Fairburn, Bridge, Cheadle, all really quintessential English grounds that offer us something different all the time. And you mentioned Loughborough. We were absolutely gobsmacked at the facilities there, and I know when I was filming the Aussies when they came off the bus and all their jaws hit the floor and just went, wow. And I know Darren Smith, who I've got quite friendly with, was absolutely gutted to run himself out. He really wanted an innings on that wicket, but then he did go on to make 100 at the next game, so that made up for it.
And I imagine you've had great hospitality all summer from all these clubs you've been visiting as well?
Oh, amazing. I was 9 stone when I left home.
Well, you've done well, Matt. You've filled out a little bit since then.
You didn't have to laugh so hard. You know? Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Again, like you say, the volunteers make it. Every club has a fantastically welcome steward behind the bar. We're on the media team, but they're always coming in. So when the players have eaten, come and have a lunch, and the food's fantastic. It's a lovely little community you got going between you, haven't you?
It is, and
if you'd picked that up, it'd been tight. That's our man, Martin Lewis. Is always he's out deep, is he? That's.
And there's so many great things about being involved in seniors cricket, not just as a player, but as an umpire, a scorer, a helper, a ground volunteer. It's just a great community, I mean, I'm heavily involved in park run, which I'm sure you're aware of, and that in itself is just a fantastic thing. And seniors cricket, is got a lot of the same qualities that it brings for people. Here we are, we're in our 60s, and we're still playing team sport and loving the camaraderie. And I know banter's frowned upon a bit these days, but you know what I mean, and all that sort of stuff. So it's just a lovely thing to do, and but it takes people behind the scenes to do it. And of course, we're always very grateful for all of those who make it happen.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's thriving at the moment. You mentioning bouncers reminds me at, was it Stratford or Bridge, the England team put in a close fielder.
Oh, yeah.
And the Australians were well baffled because apparently in Australia you can't field within 7 metres without a helmet on. That's straight.
Oh, that's coming down. Oh, wait, no, it's
he's got a chance. Oh, he's lost it.
Yeah. Oh, well picked up.
Yeah.
Well, great fielding by Pete Doherty there. Fantastic fielding.
He completely lost that, didn't he? To be fair to him, it was very high in the air.
Well, I thought that was coming straight to us originally, Matt, but then it kind of hung there, didn't it?
We've already had one knee injury for Owen at
have you?
These games, yes.
What, hit by a ball?
Yeah,
really?
Bill Blair swept one away under our desk, bang. Quite funny. That's a lovely shot played off the legs there. Yeah, they were bemused because apparently in Australia, anyone within 7 metres has to wear a helmet. And when they put someone close, they were a bit...
oh, is that right?
Bit worried about him. So obviously, not the done thing in... seniors cricket.
Well, I know in junior cricket there are definitely rules around where you can stand without a helmet and where you have to wear a helmet, but I didn't know it applied to senior cricket. Well, obviously, sounds like just in Australia. So there we go. But so Paul's in his 8th over here. So 9 overs per bowler today, 45 overs. So it feels like he's going to bowl his spell out. Oh, that's a good call by Martin Watkin. Yeah. So the fielder was moving in on that, but he still called for the single, knowing that chances are it looked like he was going with it with his feet, wasn't going to pick it up with his hands and throw the stumps down. So good running. Any youngsters watching this broadcast can learn a lot from watching these senior guys sometimes run between the wicket. Always on the lookout for that single. So Paul's making a slight tweak to his field here, bringing mid on a little bit wider and up into the well, no, he's coming more orthodox now, and he's put another guy out on the left hand on the cover side, on the offside. So he's got a ring of a couple of players there now for Steve, coming round the wicket to him, and he's thrashed that down the ground. No need to chase that one. Didn't quite, by the sound of the bat, didn't quite middle it, but he found the gap between the bowler and mid-off, and I think the England boys, well, we're coming up to 15 overs. Is there a drinks break at 15 overs, Matt?
Yeah, there's normally a drinks break at 15.
So I think, you know, one down at 15, they'll be looking to accelerate then, I imagine. So.
And I heard you saying about Smith coming up to this is his 8th over. Is it? Do you often bowl out at this age? I thought they'd want more rest than bowling the whole 9. I mean, he looks fit and well, and he's still charging in, to be fair to Paul Smith. Yeah,
the challenge for a lot of the opening bowlers, Matt, is they can bowl, you know, they can warm up, they can bowl 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 overs, as you say. But if they come off, then coming back later on, they kind of start to seize up a little bit. Not being unkind to any of them. So anyway, that's drinks here. 77 for 1. There we go.
Okay, so as you can see from the screen, we say thank you to our sponsors Stonehill and Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube, and of course Clean Clad. So that was Clean Clad there. Today's coverage is brought to you by Clean Clad, official hygiene partner of this cricket season, helping keep dressing rooms fresher and safer match after match. So as Trevor said, we're in the 15 overs gone down, 77 for 1. We've lost Martin Ford, I think from memory made about 8 runs. Steve Small's in there on 33, alongside Martin Watkins, 17 for 1 when the 17 on the board in the first wicket went. Watkins is on 28. There's been some cracking stops in the field by Wales and a couple of missed fields as well. What would your summary be, Trevor, after 15 overs?
Well, I think, 5 and over, Matt. I think, obviously whoever won the toss probably was going to bat first. So I think Wales would be pretty happy with that, to be honest. I mean, the challenge now will be with England with 9 wickets in hand that they can keep some sort of control of the game, because at this stage England have got to be looking to get towards 300, and they've got some big hitters to come. So I think the Wales boys will just want to make sure that, A, if chances come their way, they snaffle those up, and secondly, that they try and keep a control over this innings, because the next 10 overs, if England start to really motor, then it could be a long day in the rest of the field for the Welsh boys. So, but great start for them. I think they'll be pleased with keeping England down to 77 in those first 15.
And he saw some lovely shots there by Benny, just watching the locals outside the pavilion, enjoying the cricket, and the big overhead shot was just showing you that the sun's trying to poke through. We're sadly stuck under that big shadow of the oak tree in the corner. And it's going to be Watkins to face. And I think we're still with Paul Webb, aren't we, bowling from the scoreboard end?
Yeah, 2 overs for 12 so far. So
a little bit more expensive than he'd like, I'm sure. Keeper's well up for Paul Webb here, and there were a couple of edges in his first couple of balls, and that's just prodded away by Watkins to run a single.
Yeah, I think Paul will be trying to get them on the front foot, really. He's just dropping it a little bit short, just giving them a bit of time just to place it where they want. As an off-spinner, you're trying to get people on the front foot, really, if you can. And he's set the field for a front foot because he's got the deep mid on, deep mid off for the drives and giving himself a bit of protection now with deep square leg for Steve Small as a left-hander in case he does drop it short. That's a better line. That's a better length and line. This is the kind of bowling you get a lot of, Matt, in over 60s cricket. You know, players are very good at bowling a nice line and length, not, you know, hardly any pace, a little bit of turn now and again. It's hard to get away sometimes. That's a good drive, but as you can see, he's got that guy down there at deep mid off. So that's just going to be a single. I think that might be big Martin Powell down there.
Yeah, they certainly seem to have the fielders in the right place because a lot of these big shots have gone straight to the fielders. That's credit to the Welsh skipper keeping these boundaries down. As Webb comes in again, just a little bit over-tossed that. The fielder's sprinting round trying to cut off this boundary. He does with his foot. Cuts off the boundary, and England are just restricted to 2 there. Did you catch who that was, Trevor?
Well, I think from the hat that is the Welsh skipper Anthony O'Sullivan, Matt, because he was one of those players where, yes, it is. He's turning around. He's got the glasses on. I've got the binoculars on him, and yeah, I don't think that is Martin Powell down there. Martin Powell is. I've now spotted him. He's at cover now, so I'll have to pick up who that was down at deep mid on now, but. Yeah, I think it's important now for the England batsmen now to be looking to score off every ball realistically. I mean, the fielder back, there's got to be a run every ball, and there's Martin's really cracked that away, but only to the deep square fielder. Oh, and Martin Lewis has misfielded that, and that's gone for 4.
Just holding his rib cage there as well.
Mm.
That's popped up and cracked him in the ribs, I think. Might be in need of the 12th man shortly. He's just rubbing his rib cage. I think as he went down, the ball just rose up on him, and it's hit in the side. We do have YouTube going live when we do this, Trevor, and good old Rash Mahmood's got in touch. Good to hear Trevor alongside you. He said we'll catch you tomorrow at Tame.
Ah, great. Well, looking forward to meeting up with Rash tomorrow. So I haven't met Rash in person before, but we've had a few conversations. He came on the podcast as well. And like the rest of you, he does a fantastic job. So I'm feeling very honoured to be kind of keeping the seat warm for him a little bit today.
Well, I'm gutted he's at home watching the golf because he just told me that West was joint leader on 4 under.
Wow.
But I did have Jacob Skov Olberg as my outside bet this morning, a little gamble at 550 to 1, and he's currently leading. So.
Well, there you go.
If he stays in, I won't be here for the rest of the games. I'll be on holiday. But yeah, very jealous, Rash. You're getting to watch that.
Well, there's a Cornish lad playing in the Open, Matt. Harry Hall.
I played with his dad in the Truro Prime last year.
Did you really?
He was on my team, yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, my son played junior golf. He's in the 20s now, and around the time Harry was playing, Harry be maybe a year or 2 or 3 years older and a different class of golfer, but yeah, but great that young players can come through and play, you know, make it as you're well aware of how that all works.
That's a good shot, cut shot. It's going to be cut off a backward point. Again, it's the skipper, Anthony O'Sullivan. Nice throw back in straight over the stumps for the keeper, restricting England to a single. So they move on to 86 for 1, I think that is, when the scoreboard updates.
Yeah, and Paul Wilson bowling out now. It's his last over. So if you've only got one, Paul Smith, sorry, if you've only got 1 over left, you're not going to save that in the tank, I don't think. So.
Well, I wondered whether we'd see the 12-man tactic if he's a bowler and someone else will come on and take his place in the field. Is he a decent fielder? Do you know much about him?
I don't. No. I've noticed that Peter Doyle, who did go off, I think he was the first change, he's now back on, and I would think that Peter Doyle will probably bowl at this end, left arm spin as the next change. Peter Doyle has been a regular first teamer for Wales up until, well, the last 12 months, really.
That's just clipped away off the hip, a little bit down leg side by Paul Smith, but again, restricting England to a single. And 38 for naught in his 9th over. It's not bad, he's just going at a click over 4 and over, so not terrible figures at all. Hasn't managed to get a wicket yet, which he'll probably feel a little bit aggrieved about, but he's got 3 deliveries to come, giving that ball a good old shine as he charges in from the car park end. That was a nice back foot drive there by Watkins, but straight to cover. That was well played, wasn't it? Just a little bit short, but he waited there, Watkins, for the ball to come onto the bat and just pushed it away, backward point, single.
Yeah, and straight to the field, man. One of the interesting things, of course, is that there is a fielding restriction in this level of cricket. You'll see the markers out for the 30-yard circle, and even the players in on the circle, you know, they're not stopping the one. So with players out on the fence, I'd be having those guys in the circle a bit tighter, really, because they've got cover behind them. And at the moment, they're easily getting a single. Oh, that nipped up. That could have been his first wicket, but it's gone right down. I think that even Anthony's not going to... He is! Fantastic chase by the skipper down there.
And that was one of those that just popped up, wasn't it? That's what I was on about, the medium paces staying on, really, for that delivery.
But he nicked that. And so that's the end of Paul Smith's spell. There we go.
Yeah, they've run a 3 there, and that's probably his worst over by a stretch. 7 gone off that over, but he's finished his spells, 0 for 43.
Well, that's, you know, less than 5 and over, so that's okay, I think. He'll be not too unhappy. As you say, he would have been happy with a wicket or 2.
17 overs down. England 92 for 1. Not a massively aggressive run rate, but they'll be pleased with 9 wickets in hand, as Trevor said earlier.
And tons of batting to come. That's the thing now. It's tons of batting to come. So still at least 3 or 4, maybe opening batsmen yet to emerge, Matt. So yeah, lots of those to come.
Yeah, your comments about the fieldings really does remind me of the Australians, because they really are aggressive. I mean, most of their fielders fielding restrictions or not. That was well cut away there. I thought the first man was going to get that, but it's ended about there at deep point. They run a single there? Or
no,
couple?
2.
Yeah,
2 to
there.
Steve, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's another thing that youngsters can learn from over 60s cricket, because the guys are always looking for one for the throw almost. And there aren't that many over 60s cricketers who can throw it in from the boundary. So youngsters, you watch them, they're always hesitant on that second run. You've got to really kind of set off. You can always go back, but it's a long way if you suddenly decide to go for it from a standing start. Now, that's a similar shot. Oh, well fielded.
Up, yeah.
That's Peter Doyle there. Brilliant bit of fielding.
He's a tall man as well. A long way for him to get down to pick that one up. He did really well. Yeah, as I said, that fielding you talk about, the Australians are so aggressive. They pretty much have kind of 9 out of 11 players right on the discs of the boundary. They really are aggressive at closing in, and again, even on that, a lot of them can throw in from the boundary at aplomb.
And I think it's one of those things, you know, I lost my throwing arm in my 50s, but it's back. Well, he's mullered that through mid-wicket. Martin Watkin, 4 runs. Take that. Thank you very much. But I think it's one of those things, Matt, as you get older, you've got to work on these things. And, you know, if you do the exercises and you do the stretches, you can get your shoulder and your arm back into action. If you only practice when the ball comes to you once or twice a game, you're never going to have your throwing arm back, you know. So,
did you get yourself down the gym and do some workouts?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I as my teammates know from me boring them silly, I do a at my age, I do a 20-minute workout most mornings, a lot of work on the arms and, rest and recovery, strength and conditioning. They're the 2 key things to do when you get to this age group. Because I'm a qualified running coach, so I bring a lot of the stuff I learned as a running a qualified fitness coach for running to cricket, and it's useful. But you've got to put the time and effort in.
That's a little drive there from Watkins, and that's going to bring up the England 100 as you hear the applause from the spattering of crowd around the balcony. So 100 for 1, 17.4 overs. And young Watkins, who's coming at third bat there, Martin, he's hurriedly scurried along to... There's another boundary there off the back foot. So just ran a single there, gave Steve Small the strike, and he's hit another boundary there, hasn't he? Straight where the England manager was still stood, I think. He didn't have to move far to find that one. He was still posted over there after fetching the last boundary. So,
well, this is the acceleration, Matt, that we were talking about. So, we've what 12 runs off this over already. Still a ball to go.
Oh, that was over pitch as well. It's just driven through covers again.
Yeah. Oh, no, they're not going this time. I think they would have made that.
Sent him back.
Good pick-up. I think that's Phil Godwin down there.
Yes, that's the end of the 18th. England 105 for 1. And looking comfortable at the moment, it has to be said. Since the drinks break, they look a little bit more comfortable than the Welsh. That bowling there has just gone for a few more than they would like, the Welsh.
Yeah, well, that's 28 off those 3 overs since drinks. And here is Peter Doyle coming on, left arm. At the, I think you call this the car park end, didn't you?
For the car park end.
For those trying to get their bearings where we are on this.
The doors come out because obviously Paul Smith bowled out. The partnership was 88, 74 balls. Watkins has moved on to 42, Steve Small 47. So just 3 away from his half century. And a bit more spin, is it?
Yeah, it's Peter Doyle. Now, I know Peter because he plays quite a bit of club cricket in Cornwall at the same club as Hugh Rogers, who's playing for England today. And because Peter has some sort of accommodation in Menheniot where they play, their local village team there. So whenever he's down for a weekend, he's eligible within the rules, I understand. So he's been playing for Menheniot for 2 or 3 years, I think, on that basis. So he hasn't made the full move from Wales yet, so we haven't been able to sign him up for Cornwall. Big money transfer.
I hope you've not dropped him in it. He's down as Tata Steel Cricket Club here, so...
Yeah. No, I think everyone's aware of the arrangement, so...
So what are the rules, isn't it? You're born in the county and live in the county, is that do I understand?
I think for county cricket, yes, it is. Because we have a guy who you may have heard of, Nigel Martin, former England football goalkeeper, and he plays for our over 50s first 11. I played for them a couple of weeks ago, and Nigel was born in St Austell, so Cornish lad, done well, but he now lives in Yorkshire. But all his family and his wife's family, because they met when they were very young, and they're all from St Austell, so they often come down and. So he plays a lot for Cornwall over 50s, first 11. He's a great keeper, as you imagine, being an international goalkeeper. So, yeah, that's the regulation. But I think the rules are different between the 50s and 60s competitions.
That was edgy again there.
It was, wasn't it?
He stepped back there, Steve Small, just to cut it, and he got big fat edge on it to trickle down, I think.
That's going to be his 50 as well, I think,
That's
isn't it?
gone for 4, has it?
Is it? Oh, no.
Waiting for...
no. He's got at least 3, and he was on 47.
Yeah, just waiting for the umpire. The umpire's trying to catch the eye of the fielder, I think, to ask him if it's a boundary. And
yeah, so there's a bit... Have they signalled for?
No, I think he said he stopped it. The fielder just gave him a wave, so he stopped it. So
okay,
that should be Steve Small on 50 anyway, so that's well done to him. 42 balls. On to his 50. Score was a little bit slow updating today with the stuck under this oak tree. It's not the best for our signal. There you go, Steve Small, 50
Yeah,
off 43
correct.
balls.
There we
so
go.
that's-
Confirmed that was a 3. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good for him. Unsteadied it, hasn't he, Steve Small?
Well, he got 100 in his first Lions game, which you would have probably seen back in the summer, which is fantastic. Plays for Worcestershire.
7 fours off that in 70 minutes, so 1 4 every 10 minutes. He's done well there. And Wales have got to look for something different now, haven't they? So they have turned to Peter Doyle just to try and... Oh, that's just short and wide, and that's smashed away there.
Thank you very much, says Martin Watkins.
Pulled that there forward. Forward square legs, just no chance of stopping that. That was a bit more out in the middle than the last one he clubbed. That's another boundary.
Well, I think this is the challenge now for Anthony O'Sullivan as the skipper now, to think, well, how do you... Because if you start suddenly going for 10 or 12 and over, then this is going to be a very big score. So it's he's make... Because I can't quite see Matt, but I don't think he's got anybody... Oh, he may be pushing Martin Powell back onto that.
Yeah, he's just pushing... He didn't have before, but he's just pushing him deeper now on the boundary.
Yeah, because you've got to have 5 in the circle, I think. Oh, no, you can only have 5 out. 5 out. So 5 out, that's the rule. So yeah. Which, of course, means, as they've just done now, and as we mentioned, that because the guys are tending to be a little bit deep on the single, it's just easy singles now.
Just enjoy one of your fantastic Cornish ginger nuts here, Martin. Absolutely superb.
I brought you a few little goodies for you and the team because you've done such a fantastic job, and I've spent hours and hours watching the YouTube stream, trying to pretend I'm doing some work on another screen. Yeah, I mean the coverage is. I hope there's a chance you can put yourselves forward for some sort of end of season cricket award, because there must be something that you could enter, because it's just amazing what you're doing.
Oh, how has that got through?
Wow, that's interesting. That looked as though he played that into the ground, and it kind of went between the stumps and the keeper, and it's been chased down to the fence, and it's gone for 4, and I think that'll be off the bat. Oh no, he's given buys. Buys. There we go. Must have hit. That noise must have been the bat hitting the ground then.
But he missed the stumps, missed the bat, missed the wicketkeeper. That's the 100 partnership up for Steve Small and Watkins. So they'll be quite happy at the moment, just ticking along here at this rate.
Well, I think it's beginning to get a bit more than ticking along now, isn't it? Because there's already, 12 off this over. There's 12 off the last over, I think. So and that's another great shot from Steve Small. That's another 4. This is they're really beginning to accelerate now. And it's hard as a bowler at this time. It's easy bowling the first few overs because it's people don't tend to go after you. Once you come on in this middle spell, it's a bit harder to keep control of what's going on. So 16 off that over, I think, Matt, there. 3 4s included the buys, and a 3 and a 1. So the score is bouncing along now, isn't it? What is it now?
Yeah, 121 for 1 off 19.
Gosh.
And it's a little bit of what I said about the spinners coming on so early. I'd have liked to see a couple more medium, quick seamers, whatever you call them at this age level, but it's just that small boundary on this side. Like they've targeted it, and like you say, 16 off that last boundary isn't going to do the run rate any good for the Welsh fielders.
Yeah, well, that's what 44 runs now off the first 4 overs after drinks. So that's 11 and over since drinks. So crikey, if they keep going at 11 and over for the rest of the innings, it's going to be way north of 300.
Okay, nice shot, just pushing through for that easy single. As Trevor said, they're just kind of backing off the field here for the Welsh team, just making it easy for England to, very Australian-like we've seen this summer, just taking those singles so easily. As Steve Small moves on to 54.
Yeah, I think if you're in that circle, you've got to give yourself a chance of saving the 1, really, because there are people behind you in most positions.
Ooh.
Oh, well run.
Yeah, He got a little bit lucky there because he had a swing and a miss. It hit his pad, but he's far enough down the wicket not for an appeal. And then again, Watkins and Small, very clever, just took the single, rotated the strike, and Paul Webb needs to dig deep here and find something. He's gone for 34 in his 5th over. And again, too easy that wasn't. He just waited for the ball to come onto the bat there, turned it around the corner, and took the single.
And they've got a good relationship built up, these two, because I'm not sure they've played together before, Matt, but they're now running very instinctively between them, aren't they?
Yeah, and that must be one of the hard bits of these teams thrown together when you haven't played before. They certainly seem to have bonded quick enough in this game, these two batsmen. And that's a bit... Oh, we just caught the ground there. That was lobbed up from him. I thought Steve Small was going to give that all the treatment. He just took a divot out of the ground.
Well, he's beginning to use his feet now to Paul Webb, isn't he? That's 2 balls on the trot where he's looked to come down the track to him and hasn't quite got it yet, but showing his intent again. And of course that makes the bowler think, well, if he's coming down the track, I better bowl it a bit shorter. That's exactly what happened there, and then he could rock back and cut it away nicely for a single.
Yes, that moves Watkins on to 49, just one shy of his 50. 125 for 1. Last ball of this over for Paul Webb. He's gone for 36. Throws one down, that's very short, and that's just cuffed away by Watkins. That was short and down the leg side a little bit. He's just turned that round the corner and smashed it over deep mid-wicket.
That's his 50, is it, for
that's
Martin
50,
Watkins?
Yeah, Watkins against his 50 up. Let's wait for the scoreboard to update. 61 minutes, 6 fours, a strike rate of 115.22, Watkins 53. So really getting comfortable, these two English batsmen. And is there any medium pacers out there that can come on and stop the bleeding?
Well, I'm not familiar enough with the Wales second team, having never played against them. So I can't answer that question, Matt, but presumably a couple of other guys can bowl. But I do wonder whether England will rotate their batters, because as you've seen in Australia, in the Australian games, when they've clearly been on top, they've tended to give everybody 35 balls and things like that, I think, from time to time, haven't they? So,
yeah, I've not seen England or the Lions do it yet, but it's looking a bit comfortable at the moment. They might, I mean, the batsmen want to get to 100, wouldn't they, before retiring?
Yeah.
Darren Smith retired when he got his ton, but you know, people come a long way to have a game and probably want to have a go out there.
But you know, with so many batsmen still to come, then you can always come back in again if you're retired, not out.
So Peter Doyle's back on car park end. That was right up in the block hole. Great fielding again by the
Pete Doherty, that is.
Pete Doherty
hit the stumps earlier, nearly again then.
Real live wire in the field. But Doyle's just thrown one up right in the block hole, kind of dug out there by Steve Small. Again, puff of dust where he hit the wicket just before the ball. But again, they run a single, which is a really regularly ticking over now, the singles for these two English batsmen. That was short and wide and just prodded out to point. And again, another single taken. They've really got to change something in the field here, the Welsh team.
Well, it's tough when you're a bowler at this stage, as I say, because when they're getting literally a run every ball, it's really hard as a bowler to, because you know your runs are going up against you, and there's nothing much you can do because they're just, well, there is literally a run a ball if they play it, unlike that last one, of course, but anything off the front of the bat.
That was better there from Peter Doyle, getting that one going through. Swing and a miss by Steve Small. Ooh, that was edged.
That was a full bunger as well,
Yeah.
so he missed out there, Steve. He
Should be
really
putting that away.
His eyes were lighting up there, and then as you say, just got an edge through to along the ground to Jim Watkins.
He's bowling full, so he's obviously trying to tempt them. They're obviously back in the field as to take any chances that are thrown up. That's better ball.
Wow, four dot balls on the trot. There I was going, every ball, there's a single off every ball and 2 off the over. Well, that's a really good over, really good over.
And yeah, so we're gonna let you have a rest now, Trev, because I think
stuff.
Dave, the manager, wants to come and have a word with us and give us a bit of insight.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. I mean,
Yeah,
we'll have you on again before the end of today. Cause,
no, it's been a
It
pleasure.
helps me out, so thank you so much for your time.
Okay, I'll see you again later, Matt.
Cheers, take care. So as Trevor Lee strolls off there, leaving me with a nice Cornish ginger nut biscuits from Silver Stumps, I welcome Nigel Moore to the table. He was just giving a bit of banter about the counties there, were you, Nigel?
Yeah, I haven't bought you anything to eat, that's for certain. Trevor was, he'd done his research. He said we'd played against each other 11 years ago in knockout stages of the 50s. He was right. We had. Warwickshire were victorious over Cornwall on that day, so quite a close game. So I've gone and looked it up, and he was dead right.
You must be fairly happy with how this is going at the moment from an England point of view, as we have a change bowler here. Nigel Clay is coming on from the scoreboard end. Yeah, the England cap must be pretty happy right now, Nigel.
I think so. Yeah, it's with only 1 wicket down, then the next 20 odd overs could be quite brutal here. We were just having a conversation in there about whether people retire like the Aussies do, coming in a game like this, but we haven't set ourselves up to do that, so these two can just keep going as long as they want to.
Yeah, Trevor just mentioned actually that last over whether there'd be a retiring policy for the England Lions because of people travelling such a long way and wanting to have a bat.
Well, it hasn't been mentioned at the start, so I know Mark Eames did it in one of the earlier games, but I don't think that will be the policy here today.
So are you putting this down to some great England batting or some poor Welsh bowling, or a combination of the both?
I think a few have gone through in the field as well, so that's contributed. It certainly looked quite tricky early on with the new ball. I think now the ball's gone soft. I think it's a lot easier and more docile wicket. So we'll wait and see. I think the new ball bowlers will be keen to get on there, Jason and Dean.
Yeah, Jason will be licking his lips at this wicket, won't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's up in the air. That's a chance for a catch there. We've got a Welsh field underneath it, and he's taking it. Taking it. It was just hit straight out there on the pull to a kind of long, deep mid wicket was that?
Cow country.
Yeah, cow corner, wasn't it? And it was snaffled up there for Watkins. Maybe he's felt like having a swing because he'd had a bit of time at the wicket, but he's gone for 55. It was a well taken catch there. And who have we got coming in here now?
Sanjay
Berry is going to be coming in at number 4. Just as we were talking about retirements and what have you, he's
that's the other way of doing it.
Yeah, he's holed out there at long on deep mid wicket area, and the Welsh are having a little conflab there. You can see from the high pictures on your TV screens. What number are you batting today, Nigel?
Hopefully not at 11. So
you'll hopefully have a rest till you get the ball in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I shouldn't be needed, I don't think.
And you'll be looking forward to bowling. There's a lot of wicket on top, a lot of grass on top of this wicket. When I had a look earlier this morning, did you feel the same?
Yeah, there is. Certainly, the used wicket we practiced on was turning. I wouldn't have mind bowling on that one later on, but this one looks like it's got a bit of bounce as well, so that'll be good. We've got 3 or 4 spinners, so I think we'll all enjoy. We'll all be trying to avoid this short boundary, because if Martin had hit this direction, he'd have been over the clubhouse rather than caught on the boundary edge. Yeah,
there is a short boundary here at the pavilion side that you've got to try and not bowl to. So change of bowler. Nigel Clay takes the second wicket of this innings. It's 133 for 2 England. Good start by Clay. He's gone 1 wicket. So the skipper will be pleased with his change. As Sanjay Berry comes in. That's just pulled away again, short and wide a little bit the first ball, and pulled round by Berry to get himself off the mark. Gets him off strike and sticks Steve Small on strike, 57. Very accomplished batsman, and you've had a couple of games for the Lions this summer. Enjoyed them. You've run them close, very close every match. Really, the Lions have.
Yeah, we did. I think Jason, well, all of us were very frustrated that 3 times we've run them close and not managed to do them on any of those occasions.
It's trickling down to the boundary. I think it's going to get there. Yeah, the umpire's signalling 4 runs.
I think that might have been a drop catch as well.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I think it went in the air to him.
He's certainly shaking his hand there, like you do when you drop one. That's
But
it.
I think the Lions concept, and this game shows it. They've gone outside of that original squad just to give people who did well at the trials a go. So the Lions concept is definitely working well. More competitive games than previous seasons.
And you think it's helping the depth in the squad of the England squad?
I think so. Steve's come down today. Mark Eames has gone in for Edge tomorrow. So yeah, I think it is adding. Mel Dobson's bowled his way into the England side from the Lions. So everything they said it was about, they've managed to do. So if you perform for the Lions, you get your opportunity.
So we've had 22 overs, 138 for 2. We've got Doyle coming in here again from the car park end for his 3rd over, and Berry just rocked back there. I think that was Steve Small, actually, wasn't it? Yeah, Steve Small just rocked back and played that.
No, it was Berry.
It was Berry, yeah. Just cut it deep backward point, run the single. And they're taking those singles a little bit too easy, we were saying about on commentary, Nigel. There seem to be quite a defensive field placements.
It does, and I think there's a little bit of seeing how the Aussies play coming into how we play. They definitely attack the fielders and put the fielders under pressure on every occasion, and I think we've done that well today. Not just for the singles, but in the outfield, we've come back for 2s and 3s.
Yeah, the running between the wickets has been superb, and
yeah, it has.
You feel you've learned a bit off the Aussies seeing them this summer, do you?
You can't do anything else but learn, but just by watching how they play. I don't know if anybody saw the game on Sunday, the chairman's game. I said after that, Steve Butler took a flying catch on the 43rd over. The next ball, Graham Pavey threw the stumps down when Graham Taylor tried to take a quick single. That just sums them up deep into the game. Give them a chance. That's the fielding standards you've got to try and match.
Yeah, and if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best, I suppose. And that's a bit of a follow delivery there from Doyle, getting himself a dot ball. As the skipper has just stood in front of us here, Anthony O'Sullivan, cheering him on, backing him up. Oh, he took a step and then just lovely. He just waited for that to come onto the bat there. Played a really nice shot down there to point. It's going to be stopped before it gets to the boundary and just restrict them to 2. But that was a well-played shot there, Nigel.
Yeah, it was, yeah. It looked like he wanted to come down and hit it off the front foot, but rocked back nicely.
So you heading down to Tame to watch tomorrow, or you got other things planned?
I've got other things planned, unfortunately. Well, I'm somewhere close, but...
He's had a little fish there, Berry, outside his off stump, straight into the keeper's hands, but no appeal, so no outside edge. You're close to us in the region, are you?
Yeah, I'm in Oxford tomorrow, but I don't think I'll lose too many brownie points if I come and watch that game as well. So.
And when's your next game after today then?
We've got so the county championship. We've got one game to go. So Staffs on Tuesday at Nuneaton, We're unbeaten so far, and we want to try and keep that going so that we get home draws for the first couple of games, at least in the knockout stages.
Oh, that's over pitch and absolutely clubbed away. Yeah, straight to the fielder, luckily, so they're just going to run the one. That was really sweet out in the middle, but it did go straight to the fielder. End of the 23rd. Oh, that was the first ball in the 23rd. So, yeah, 24th. It's 143 for 2. We're back on Nigel Clay. He's 1 for 8 from his first over. Just started his second. So he'll hope to make a couple more breakthroughs. Oh, that was full. Yeah, it was over pitch that, and he's just swept that away. Deep backward square leg, and the poor fielder at deep squares having to run all the way around there. That's going to be 4 runs. So what sort of ballpark figure? What sort of ballpark figure would be saying par is now after this start, Nigel?
I think 300. Get to 25 and double it with wickets in hand. So, yeah, that's. If I was the captain, I'd be saying that to the rest of my guys. Is let's target 300.
It's going to be a wide down the leg side, yeah. Umpire signals. And that's more than defendable with your lineup of bowling attack. You'd be quite happy defending that.
I think Jason will be. He should be if we can put 300 on the board. It is quick, but every ground's quick at the moment with the lack of rain.
Smash straight over the bowler's head. That's 4 runs before the bowler's had time to turn around and look at it. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic weather, summer of weather for cricketers, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. I mean, I pity for the groundsman, but yeah, for us, I mean, you wear a few in the field. Few clattered into my shins in recent weeks, but yeah, as a batsman, you just stand and deliver now, and away it goes.
Yeah, is it that so well that we've got a Welshman, as you can see from your pictures, in the field behind, trying to find it behind the sight screens. He's not having much success, so a couple of spectators and other players are going to look and help him out. Oh, he's found it another 10 yards further on it was, look. I think that's the skipper in the wide brim hat having to fetch that one.
Yeah, that was a clean hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sanjay doesn't mess around.
No, and with that boundary, it was 150 up for England, so 152 for 2. 23.3 overs. Got 21 overs left. I think the 300, if they carry on like this, will be easily in reach for these England Lions.
Is he bowling seamers or is he bowling spinners? I'm not quite sure what he's...
I think he's spinning it.
Right.
And that's what Trevor said anyway. Looks like a bit of a medium pace run up to me, but I think he's spinning. No, I think he's always put that in the air, and that's gone again. Gosh, Sanjay Berry's obviously decided he fancies this. And that's going to be 4 runs signalled by umpire Chris Lewis. I think that's Ian Martin actually at that end, isn't it? Ian Martin at that end, and he's just clubbed it over deep mid wicket. And again, the fielder's in the field next door trying to find the ball. And if they accelerate from this, it could be a ridiculous score. Yeah, I think he's bowling mid pace, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he probably is, rather than trying to spin it. Yeah, we perhaps need to park somebody in that field.
Yeah.
Keep the game progressing forward.
Yeah, that's 2 that's gone 2 and 3 balls straight into that field.
I know my mates from Surrey have been putting Sanjay forward for the last few years when he plays with them. You can see why now.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous if he gets his iron and continues clubbing it around the ground like this, especially with this short boundary, as you say, Nigel.
Yeah.
Oh, he's straight. Oh!
Just.
That was about 6 inches over the hand of mid-on. But he did get a lot of bat on it, and he just run through for a single. Stopped out there, deep mid-wicket, got round and stopped it going for a boundary. So that's end of the 24th. 157 for 2. That was an expensive over. That was like 4 to 16. That's gone for, isn't it? 17. 17 off that over with the wide. And Steve Small's moved on to 63 already.
Yeah, you probably noticed that our applause for his 50 was somewhat delayed. With the scoreboard not showing it, we had to be told that he'd got to 50 and so clap his next run. So.
Yeah, it's very difficult in these village cricket grounds with Wi-Fi signal. That we've had terrible troubles with it updating in time, but seems to be doing well today. Here, the scoreboard on the bottom of the page. And I think we've got Doyle on again, coming to bowl his 4th over. We've got Berry on strike. We have to be careful here, Nigel. The way he's clubbing it, could be
Heading our way, couldn't
yeah,
it?
we're right in that firing line, aren't we? That he was picking last over, but he's missed that one. It's rattled the thigh. Too high up for any sort of appeal there. Have you had the pleasure of playing against any of these players before from Wales?
I suspect quite a few. Certainly Nigel Clay and I were chatting earlier when he was off for 5 overs. That was delicate.
Yeah, that was a delicate.
A little cut from Sanjay, so he's not all brute force.
No, yeah, just tickled that and it ran all the way for 4.
But yes, in the 50s, certainly we've not met them much in the 60s because they're not in our league. So, but in the 50s league, they were part of the Midlands setup, so we played against them regularly. So.
Berryman's raced to 21 off 12 balls since he's come in, and that was a bit of a kind of waist level swap there, but again he's got it travelling.
Yeah, he has.
Going to be stopped out there at
well run.
Point. And, is that 3 they've run there?
3 they've run, yeah.
Fantastic, yeah. So learning those lessons from the Australian and keeping that tall scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah. No, they were. Nigel was telling me they were working out their ages, and they've got quite a few in the 68, 69s here today. So their 70s side in a couple of years' time will be very strong if they all go up.
Oh, is that wide?
Should be.
Should be down leg. He's not going to give it.
No, he's not.
And is that what you have to kind of look to do at this level of cricket? You kind of regenerate as players go up. You look for the next batch coming through, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, as captain of the Warwickshire 60s, I'm looking at the 50s and the 59-year-olds and working out who's coming into our side to refresh. And the old guys like me can drop out. So.
Yeah, that was clubbed there to long off by Berry. I think they ran the 2. They didn't manage to get to the boundary. Well fielded by Wales, but
Steve Small.
Steve Small was it just again? Oh, that was right up in the block hole. That wasn't it? Just delivered a bit short the ball before that, so he's got higher. That's gone for again. He hit for 9 runs off that over. So they've just got to tighten it up here, the Welsh cricketers, and Anthony Southern's running in there to have a chat with the bowler. It's 166 for 2 off 25 overs. So if we go off your calculations there, Nigel, double it. We're well within the 300 mark. Berry on 24 and Steve Small on 65.
Well, we'll up the ante to 320, shall we now?
So your hopes and goals for the summer, Nigel, you'd obviously like to go deep in the competition with Warwickshire.
Yeah, very much so. We think we've got a good side. Knockout's always difficult. You can get on somebody who makes a good score against you, but we've got more than 5 bowlers in the side. So if somebody's not going well on the day, we've got some extras and we bat pretty deep. So yeah, but there's some, and that's the thing with the knockout. There's some good sides out there. So. You've got to look at the Lancashire and Yorkshire conspiracy where they always seem to get rain every time they're playing, so they can not beat each other. But they'll be good, and the others are here is a bit of surprise when Kent were beaten on Tuesday by Middlesex, so they're a good side. Essex. Trying some funky shots now.
I thought that hit the stumps, the noise I heard there, Nigel. We obviously just...
Yeah, I thought it had, but they
just-
did appeal for LBW. That wasn't given either, so... There's a bit of bounce that
Yeah, that one pops up, didn't it? We've seen a couple of those, but again, Berry, very accomplished backward cut.
Yeah, and that seems to be one of his strong suits, isn't it? So...
Yeah, that's we've had about 5 or 6 of those deliveries now, just popping up and surprising the batsman. And again, going into bowl second, it must encourage you.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it makes me think where I'm going to have the field, because it is racing away from those cuts. They've got to have 5 in the ring at the moment, though, so they'd desperately love to have another man out here, I think, on this short boundary.
He's played it again, hasn't he? Just wait for that to come on and dabbed it down to backward point. Only run the single that time, and it seems like a very fast outfield, like you say.
It's where could he get the other person in, and I'm not sure. Bring somebody in to put somebody back on this boundary. Not sure. That seems like they've got a pretty good field, but it's where you need 12 fielders rather than 11.
Yeah, as we sitting here watching the 26th over, young Kevin Watson turns up all the way from Fairborough Cricket Club. Obviously on his way down to Tame for tomorrow, maybe. Good to see the boys coming and watching and supporting the other chaps playing. I felt a bit sorry for Kevin when he wasn't selected to play at Fairburn in that ODI game. I mean, they did a good job and had Australia 26 for 6 anyway, but I just thought, being his home club and all that, he must have looked forward to that all season, and to not get the nod was a bit... well, I know Kevin was very disappointed.
Yeah, yes, and I could sympathise as well. I think that might have been the ground for 3 seamers rather than 2 in the team, but it's... Yeah, there's that back cut again.
Yeah, he loves that shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah. Plays it well.
Yeah, especially he hadn't got him 26 for 6. I think the third would have really just finished him off, and they ended up making quite a decent total in the end, although England got the job done. It was a bit of a wobble. Took them 43 overs to get there, but you know, you select these grounds. I guess it was selected because it was Kevin Watson's home ground, and he probably put a lot of work into having it there. Then to be sat on the bench was a real disappointment.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. I mean, it is good when, you know, the people put in the effort to get their home club and get the support of their home club. Really does make a difference.
So we're just going to see. Is it a change of bowl at this end, or? Anthony O'Sullivan's having a good old chin wag with I think it's still Peter Doyle, isn't it? He's got his ball in hand. He just doesn't take his cap off yet, but he does now. So, a few words from the skipper. And
have they used 4 bowlers so far?
Yeah, Peter Doyle's the 4th one. So
they'll have to get somebody on fairly soon.
They'll have to get someone to go. Yeah, that'll be interesting if you're going down the bowling order with the batting being the way it already is. And they're going to all thought about the 2 but waited for it. And Kevin's just bumped into Trevor Lee Silver Stumps, who was talking here before for you, Nigel, and we're going to let you go after this over because we've got some from the Welsh squad coming to speak to us. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, pleasure.
What's your thoughts? We're thinking 320 now, are we?
Well, 320 and up.
And then you're going to come on and take a nice 5 for.
That'd be splendid. What a lovely day.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. As Berry just a little misfield there to get one out of the block hole and.
Right, and Sanjay can attack this short.
Yeah.
Now here we go. Stand by.
Yeah, wait for one on the head here before you leave, as he's going to have a crack at this. Looks like he fancies it.
somebody's got a bowl from this end. I'm rather suspicious that it'll be me. So,
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? There you go. See, just
there we
lent,
go.
I think that's a 6, is it?
6 all out. Somebody there.
Yeah, umpire signals our first 6 of the day, I believe, and I think we might need a new cricket ball, judging by the.
No, I think that.
Oh, there the ball's
I think
back.
that only just limped over for 6. I rather think that that won't be the last 6 somehow. I think.
Well, I mean, Sanjay Berry has flown to 32 off 18 balls here, Nigel. That's some going. And all of a sudden on 178 for 2, and like you say, we're only the 27th, so Wales have. Oh, again, that's just over the field. Lovely running around there by Anthony O'Sullivan, the skipper. And they did stop it. 2 Welsh fielders nearly ran into each other. I don't know if you caught that on the camera, but between them they stopped the boundary. And that's 9 off the over already. I think Doyle might have a rest next over at this end, and like Nigel says, you don't envy someone bowling this end with that short boundary. Oh, he's cut that away, and that's got to be stopped. No, yeah. Oh, he missed it then. It's cracked him in the shins. Just what you were saying about earlier there.
Yeah. Well, you've got to get something in the way of it, but shin's not the best part of the body to get in the way.
So last ball of the 27th over. Doyle coming from the car park again. Berry on strike. This might go for some. It was a bit tight into him there. But again, he plays that cut shot lovely. Gets away for a single, and we'll say thank you to Nigel Moore, and best of luck this afternoon with your bowling, Nigel.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers, thank you. That was Nigel Moore there, the England Lion, kindly giving us his time. And grabs one of Trevor Lee's ginger nut biscuits as he leaves us to go and introduce himself, I think, to Kev Watson. So, end of the 27th, it's 187 for 2. England going along nicely, as you just see the Kev Watson in a picture there, talking to Trevor Lee. Bowled him. I think he's played onto there. If we get that from the replay, that stayed very low. That inconsistent bounce we talked about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sanjay Berry just nicked that with the bottom of his bat, and it's gone straight onto his stumps. That's the 3rd wicket there for Wales, and Berry goes for 40. Very unlucky there. Just played onto. Got the line slightly wrong. And that'll give Wales some encouragement here as England were really starting to dominate their first ball of his 4th over there. Nigel Clay gets a wicket of Sanjay Berry. He's got to walk for 40. So Ian Robson takes his mark, sorry, and he'll be looking forward to this in his home county. Gloucestershire lad will want to make a really big impression here. Facing Nigel Clay. And he's just pushed that into covers. Get his eye in. It's another one there that just got past the bat, past the stumps, past the keeper. And I think Ian Robson was looking to run 3 there as we heard Nigel talk. Really learnt from the Australians this summer about putting the pressure on the field with some fantastic running. But Steve Small sent him back, so it's still Robson on strike, and he just steps into that and defends it back to the bowler. And it was buys that 2, so fairly decent over here from Nigel Clay. Be really pleased to have taken that wicket. England were getting another partnership building there. Getting a foot stronghold on the game. As he comes in and bowls front, he's just always popped that out again. That one rose up. You heard Nigel say there's been 5 or 6 deliveries that have just dug into the pitch and popped up at kind of above waist level here for the Welsh bowlers, and then the one that got Sanjay Berry stayed low. So you heard Nigel say he is looking forward to bowling on this wicket. There seems to be enough life out there to give them some hope that something's going to happen for them this afternoon. As that's just pushed away there. 6th ball of the over. As I'm tucking into Trevor Lee's lovely Cornish clotted cream fudge here. It's bought us a selection of goodies to enjoy here at the commentators table. So Owen Mason, you'll be gutted you're not here enjoying this. So it looks like Doyle's been kept on, which I'm a little bit surprised with. He was getting a bit expensive at the end of that last over. But skipper Anthony O'Sullivan has kept young Peter Doyle on. It's Steve Small facing. He's bowled him, is he? That's the replay. We totally missed that. I think he's just got straight through. He's tried to dab that down to... Yeah, he's completely missed it. He's taken his leg stump. So that's 2 in quick succession there for the Welsh team. 189 for 4 now. And that's Peter Doyle showing me what I know, because he just... Steve Small gone for 68. He just opened up there and looked to dab that down to 3rd man. Completely missed it, and it's popped his leg stump out of the ground. So Steve Small goes for 68. Rightfully getting a round of applause here from the few spectators watching here around the clubhouse. I see some lovely scenes there of the veranda, people enjoying this cricket. So you've got 2 fresh batsmen in now. There's a chance of the Welsh making a little revival here and curbing that run rate that was looking a little bit dangerous early on. Robson's only faced 5 balls and he's on 0. As the new batsman Simon Routh comes to the wicket. And he could be a dangerous batsman here on these short boundaries, Simon Roth. Especially this leg side short boundary here at Apperley. As Peter Doyle just rearranges his field. A couple of adjustments made for the entry of the England wicketkeeper. It's a little bit over pitch. He just dabs it down in front of him. Again, looking for the cheeky single, but it's well fielded sharply by the Welsh fielders. So great start by Peter Doyle. Wicket and a dot ball. And that's, yeah, well run again. That's just prodded. You see there from your replay, it was just prodded into kind of forward short leg, extra cover. But the running was so decisive by Ralph that he's got through for his single, got him off the mark. 1 run for 2 balls. It brings up the 190 for England. 4 wickets down in the 29th over. Robson prodded that onto the leg side. He didn't look most convincing when he played that shot. Again, that was a little bit wider and well played. Robson stepped back, gave himself some width and cut it straight down there to point. But they only run the one. Into the 29th. Cheeky little bit of gamesmanship there into that over. They went. It was just a bit close to the body there, but he dabbed it down to short third man. Did Routh, and he went for the single. He sent back some sharp fielding from the Welsh team. He came back to the keep. He's well in. There was no appeal, but the other batsman was dawdling back. Robson, the other one, was just turned to dawdle back, and the wicket keeper for the Welsh team, Jim Watkins, just rolled the ball along the floor, trying to catch him unguarded, but I think Simon Routh alerted young Ian Robson to the dangers, and he put his bat down. With there was a few chuckles in and around the field. As Nigel Clay plays his 5th over here, 2 for 31, so he is getting through. Not the most economical, but he's obviously producing something that's just smashed on the offside there, but straight to point. Ivor just discovered Trevor's left his hat here on the table. Nigel Clay comes in. 2 top balls to start with. That's a little bit wide and short, and it's, I'm not sure he got anything on that. That's another one that just popped up off the ground, and they're going to run 2. Simon Routh not looking so convinced, but Robson tells him to get going. And I'm pretty sure that was by signalled there by the umpire. It was a bit wide, and I think it seemed away wider. And Robson wasn't able to get anything on it, but he's moved himself through to 3 with that, running that 2. Just 7 from the 200 now for England. That's a bit fuller in length and prodded back towards cover by Ian Robson. Another dot ball. So apart from the 2 byes, a very good over here by Nigel Clay coming in from the scoreboard end. Oh, he's had a swing and a miss there, and he's given it. He's walked. I'm not sure the umpires can give that. But he's had a, see from the replay here, he's had a little flash outside off stump, and really well taken by Jim Watkins behind the sticks for Wales. It just dipped down lower than he would have liked, but he took the catch. And Robson's gone for 1. So we're going to have a 7th batsman coming in now. And it's a real fight back here from Wales. 3 quickish wickets falling. Just as... oh, when Nigel Moore was here on commentary, we were talking about 320 and they're gunning along, and this outfield's too narrow and short for the bowling attack of Wales. And before we know it, we've got to the 30th over. Players are taking drinks. Wales on a little mini fight back here. 193 for 5 at the end of the 30th. And England's 60s are proudly sponsored by Stonehill, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube, and Cleanclad. Cleanclad defending more than just wickets, defending hygiene. So yeah, you see the players stood there having a little drinks break, and like I said, Wales on a little mini revival here. Okay. So drinks are over. Nigel Clay comes in for, again, I think that was a bit of error judgment there we saw from our scorecard. There was one more ball to go in the 30th over. A bit premature taking drinks because of the fall of the wicket of Robson, who went for one. Just tried to play a cut shot and flashed it through to the wicketkeeper. I'm just waiting for this scoreboard to update so we can let you know who's come into bat and join Simon Routh, the England wicketkeeper, out there in the middle. I've got a feel it's Dean Skies, is it? Sykes, sorry, Dean Sykes, because it's not someone I've seen before, recognise, and don't quite recognise that batsman out there in the middle. But it's, no, it's Wilson. Wilson we've got here. Didn't have a Wilson on the team sheet, so I don't know who that is. Scoreboard's saying Wilson on 0, Routh on 5, so we'll have to get to the bottom of that. Whether they've been in a last minute change, and Simon Routh drives that well, stopped by the Welsh field. Yeah, Wilson's come up on my scoreboard, so we'll have to ask whether they've got the name wrong there. Should be Dean Sykes, I think. So here Mohammed hasn't batted yet, or Jason can't. And it's going to facing Doyle at this end, who's just had his breakthrough. That's just prodded down there from Simon Routh, and I think he was looking for the quick single there, but Wilson declined it. That's a nice shot, just to open his bat up there, just let the speed of the ball do all the work, just short, deep backward point. I had to come up and collect that. He just opened his bat up and let it run down in that direction there. Simon Routh, and it's 198 for 5. One more delivery from this over. They've gone for 5 so far. Hopefully Doyle can keep it nice and tight, and in fact Wilson just leans forward and prods it back to the bowler for a very defensive shot, and it's 198 for 5. End of the 31st over. Current run rate is 6.39, and there's 14 overs remaining. So Wales will be hoping that this little revival, where they've taken 3 wickets in quick succession, can help them claw themselves back into this game. And Nigel Clay, who's taken 3 of those wickets since coming on, has had a real impact. We weren't quite sure with his run-up and his action if he's bowling spin or a bit of seam when he first come on, me and Nigel Moore, but he's definitely bowling a bit of seam. He's going to come into his 6th over now. And having taken 3 for 31, I believe it is. Not bad figures at all. Best of the pick of the bowlers so far for the Welsh team. And that's going to be signalled wide down the leg side, and they've run one there, and at that far end Ian Martin signals a wide off the bowling there of Clay. Just got a bit tight to that leg side line, and as we know in these international games, not very forgiving down the leg side, so he goes again, having bowled one wide. And that's 200 runs for England came up with that 1 run and wide to the last ball. 205. England pick of the ballers so far. Steve Small with 68. gone to play it on the leg side there and just wrapped his pads, didn't quite time it correctly. For young Wilson, who's baffling us, as there wasn't a Wilson on our team sheet, so we'll get to the bottom of that, I'm sure, when Trevor's back. I was completely over pitch there and just swatted back through long on area, mid on, and well fielded again and brought back for the Welsh fielders. And little treat for you crazy kids at home now, as Ivor Richards, what's your official title at university? Technician?
Yeah, I think a media technician, Matt. So yeah, it's unusual not to see you sat around in a classroom actually in front of a PC. Actually, that's not entirely true. I'm more used to seeing you out and about on outside broadcast events like this.
Yeah, so Ivor's our technician at university, but he's got this outside broadcasting truck, which allows us these fantastic opportunities to get out and do these sporting events, which is fantastic for the sports journalism course. Ivor, just talk us through what's involved and how much kit you've got here. It's beyond my knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky to own as a freelance business an outside broadcast truck, but the university saw a great opportunity to work collaboratively with yourself as sports journalists, but also to bring on board television production students. And actually we go out and do music and performance events as well as sport, so bringing in our music business students and music production students. So yeah, great kind of meeting space really. And you guys are out here for the summer as sports journalists, and we're backed up here by Nuala and Benny, who are from television production, and I tend to sit around either kind of supping on coffees and teas or firefighting for you guys. So I have to say that there's some universities out there that market themselves on the notion of doing it for real. This is doing it for real. Sitting out here and you giving up your summer, sitting out here in an outside broadcast, and all the jeopardy that brings in terms of connectivity and mains connections and interviews and data and all of that kind of stuff that we're bringing to a field in the middle of nowhere. Real sit of the pants stuff sometimes, but thoroughly enjoyable, and a fantastic opportunity for your CV to grow and demonstrate to people the high levels of skill that students are leaving our university with.
Oh, okay, that's another one of those balls that just reared up at the batsman there, and he took it almost rib cage height there in the end, Simon Rath. And yeah, you mentioned connectivity. The problem's just we've had a couple of blips, haven't we, and lost the broadcast for a couple of hours down there at Oakham. Yeah. How difficult is it to get that right, and what have you got in place to kind of back it up?
Well, we do obviously contact all of the grounds in advance, but of course some, middle of Loughborough, we were at Loughborough University the other day with internet speeds that were off the scale, and then we're sat out in the middle of nowhere in Oakham in blissful joy of rural England, which of course has virtually no coverage of internet. So we have a number of strategies up our sleeve, really. We have, first and foremost, we like to be able to connect into a broadband router if the club has that, but that's probably quite rare. We can hook up to Wi-Fi, but it has to have certain speeds. We can connect to the 4G network, so the mobile phone network. We have devices to do that. And then finally, our fallback position, as long as we've got a clear view of the sky, we have the Starlink system, which of course is brand new out of the box for the industry, and is going to be a real game changer for kind of mobile internet activities, and bringing rural sport in rural spots to a massed audience across the broadcast chain. So number of different strategies to deal with it, but it's not always easy, to be fair.
And you touched on it with that Starlink system kind of changing the game. I presume that would just produce more and more opportunities for the students of University of Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know whether we would say it's in its infancy. It's only ever going to get better as more and more satellites are placed up there in the sky for us to link into. And as you say, I think the face of journalism has changed dramatically since the internet has been about, both sports journalism and news journalism. and our television production teams as well. The technologies are changing on a daily basis, and of course our music students as well. So all of those that are creative media technologies, you know, I really, as a media technician, have to keep my finger on the pulse and make sure that we're up with it, so that we're really preparing students for industry. You know, you walk out of here and, as I say, on your CV, it's a very clear chain of events that's happened in your education that mean that you're industry ready. You can step straight into those jobs, be it journalism, television, filmmaking, music making, all of that kind of music production. So yeah, keeps me busy.
Yes, again, one of those balls just rares up there from a Nigel Clay delivery. It was to Simon Roth, and he just, again, I think he wanted to drive that along the ground, and it popped up again at rib level, and just was a little bit airborne. As that's Ivor Richards there, just talking us through the fantastic facilities and opportunities that are available at the University of Gloucestershire, as Wilson has a swipe and just goes straight through to the wicket, but no edge taken, so no appeal. But yeah, get yourselves online and have a look at the courses and facilities at the University of Gloucestershire, just to see what's available, because it really can set you up on a fantastic career path. Sports journalism, media, film making and music, all done there. Broadcasting. We've got Nuala on the mixing desk and Benny on the camera today. As we welcome back Trevor Lee. He's done a few laps of the track and had a chat and a chin wag. And how's it going, Trevor?
Oh, well, great stuff, Matt. I tell you what, I came for a relaxing day at the cricket. I haven't stopped talking or sitting down or done anything yet. So it's been fantastic. Never a dull moment. But so a few wickets have gone down since I last saw you.
Yeah, we were just saying that when Nigel Moore was here, we were talking about 320 and England cruising, and that short boundary is really causing them some problems. And since then, we've had a little mini fight back from Wales here with 3 wickets in quick succession. Yeah, well, I see Nigel Clay's, picked up 3 wickets. Yeah, fantastic for him. Yeah, really good. Really good. So a couple of new batters in. Still plenty of batting to come, but... We've got Wilson on our score sheet here, and there isn't a Wilson playing according to the... I assume it's Sykes, is it?
No, this is Andrew Wilson, and he's playing... is it Andrew Wilson? Let me just check.
We didn't have that on our original team sheet.
Richard Wilson. Richard Wilson from Essex. Yeah, so right. I think he's a late addition to the... No, he's not a late addition. No, he was always in. He was always in. It's interesting because I printed out the information I was given and it didn't come out on my printout either. But I added him. But he's definitely been there from the word go. So he's not a late addition.
Oh, what, is he instead of Ian Mohammed, is he?
No. He's he was one of the original 12. So, yeah.
That's what I see. I've got 11 down there.
Yes, yeah. Well, yeah.
So Richard Wilson.
Richard Wilson from Essex.
Not the Richard Wilson from One Foot in the Grave. We're having all these famous people today, aren't we?
We have indeed, yeah. Well, Richard had a couple of games for the Lions last year in the Tri-Nations, and he's been in the 60s since last year as well. So he's a relative youngster in the 60s, and getting his chance to now. He's got, what have we got left? 11 overs to go. So maybe the 350 that we were looking at is not quite going to be there, but certainly 300 has got to be the you would have thought from here.
Yeah, and credit to the Welsh fielders and bowlers for not rolling over and giving up. Again, Doyle was going for a bit, but he's now taken a wicket and has kept it down. And those 3 quick wickets do make a team just check their stance and their shot making. And it's 211. They'd like to keep this below 300 here, Wales, and keep the bowling tight from here in for those remaining 11 overs.
Yeah, and it's not easy because I know Richard bats, he's on strike now, bats usually 3 or 4 for Essex. So going in now, 11 overs to go. You haven't got too much time to get your kind of eye in, have you? Because you've got to keep pressing on from here. 5 wickets in hand.
I think England will be fairly happy. I mean, Nigel Moore was saying how much he's really looking for the bowling on this pitch. He was saying in the warm-up, okay, it was a pitch adjacent to it, but it's really turning.
Okay.
When he had a warm-up, and I said how much grass was on top of this wicket, and I think he fancies he can do a bit here today.
It's a funny old thing, isn't it, Matt, when you look at wickets. I know the very first game of the season we played Devon in the Championship on a wicket that everyone thought was going to be really tricky to bat on. Neither side wanted to bat first. They put us in. We got 350. So I'm always a bit sceptical about everyone who says, "Oh, it looks like a bowling wicket," and all that sort of stuff. Because at this level, I'm not sure it makes a massive difference ultimately. But hey ho. So who we got on strike now? Is this Simon Routh, isn't it, from Kent? Yeah, there we go. There we go. I mean, Simon played in the in 4 of the 5 Grey Ashes matches down under last year, and at that time he was the #1 keeper in those games as well. But there's but he's played a lot of level, a lot of internationals at this level, a lot game for the Lions as well. So very experienced player at this level.
Yeah, just seeing that quick run they took again. Nigel Moore mentioned how much they've learnt off the Australians, which was very commendable to admit to. The running they do between the wickets and the tight fielding they do. The Lions have really tried to up their running game between wickets because it can make a difference between 30, 40 runs on the board.
It certainly can. It certainly can. I mean, in all levels of cricket, isn't it? People are much more seemingly athletic these days, even, the pros and all that sort of stuff. And, yeah, the running between the wickets and just putting the pressure on fielders. Fielders don't like it. Bowlers don't like it when you're looking for quick singles. That's the end of Peter Doyle's spell. So he's bowled his 9 overs out.
Yeah, 1 for 53 for Peter Doyle, so
there we go. So 8 and over off the last 10 gets it to 296. So I would have thought they've got to be looking for, they'll be disappointed if they don't get 300 from here, I would imagine. Because still some batting to come.
So sticking with Nigel Clay at the scoreboard end. We'll let you know who comes on at the car park end.
Oh, that's...
And again, a little bit of bounce up
it
there.
It was, yeah. I think that Richard Wilson's reaction there felt as though he was surprised by that.
Well, I reckon that's about 10 balls that have done that today, and I just reared up on a length.
Yeah, yeah.
It looked like it was going to come to him kind of thigh height and end up above the waist. So that's the sort of the couple of deliveries that Nigel Moore saw that got him licking his lips, and he's gone to cut that. He's top-edged it, but the Welsh fielder was too deep here on the boundary. But they are going to avoid a boundary and just run the single, so not a lot of damage by the Welsh fielding.
And I think also at this stage of the game, with only, 4 in the ring probably, and this is a short boundary, if you do get that edge and it flies up in the air, then there's a very good chance it's not going to go to hand. So the guys who are at deep mid on, deep mid off and deep square leg will be hoping to get it hit straight down their throats. Everybody else will be just hoping for almost a ball that goes and just finds its way to the fielder really in the air. But yeah, Nigel's figures are looking good here, aren't they? 3 for 43 at the moment.
Oh, shot.
That's a nice shot.
Fielder's not getting that. That's going to be 4 runs.
That's a nice shot. That'll be good for Richard because he's 7 off 20 before then. So must be feeling as though he needs to accelerate a little bit, and he'll be pleased with that. It's always great to get your first boundary away, isn't it? It makes you feel a lot better.
Yeah, he's cut that kind of deep extra cover. Great shot, straight over the boundary before the fielder could move. Found the middle of the bat. He's played a couple just to get his eye in, as Trevor said, on the dreaded 2-2-2.
The double Nelson.
Oh yeah, we've cursed the Nelson in this this series. Let me tell you.
Did you know much about the Nelson before you got into this?
I did
commentary?
from my cricketing days, but
yeah,
it was news to Owen, and obviously Rash knows all about it. But
and,
yeah, we had to educate Owen on it.
David Shepherd, the famous English umpire, was the one who always stood on one leg when Nelson came on the board. I don't know whether it made any difference or not. Just a little bit of momentum gone out of the England innings here. Another decent over from Nigel Clay there. So 2-2-2 for 5, 9 overs to go. So still must be looking to 300. 5 wickets in hand. Some big hitters still in the pavilion, so plenty of opportunity. These two have now added 29 off 37 balls, so they've got a chance to get used to the conditions and get used to each other running between the wickets. So I suspect they'll be looking to push on now. So we're going to have a change of bowling at this end because Peter Doyle has bowled out, and it does look as though our opening bowler is coming back, and I've just got my notes here to check who that was. So it does look as though it's going to be Phil Godwin coming back. Yeah, here he is. So he's got 4 overs to go. So there'll be 5 overs left at this end, which will leave an odd over for someone to bowl. And the weather's held off, Matt, hasn't it? Because I drove up from Cornwall in rain. It felt as though there might be a little bit of a rain in the air at one point, but looking out there now, it's glorious sunshine, isn't it?
Absolutely, and hats off to Len. He called it. He said it looks grey and miserable when we turned up, and the couple of the Welsh cricketers were asking him about it. He said, no, it's going to hold off today. Clouds are nice and high, we won't have any rain. Which I'm not sure I quite believed him when he said it, but he's a...
Local knowledge.
Yeah, exactly, total local knowledge. He's called it perfectly well.
Yeah, local knowledge is everything, really. So, did you notice that Kevin Watson is on the ground? Did you spot that?
He gave us a wave as he walked in the gate there. We spent a bit of time with Kevin, obviously at Fairburn, with his home cricket club.
Yeah.
He was saying what a shame it was that he didn't get selected to pick. He spent all year kind of looking forward to it, and I guess it was picked because it was his home ground, and then he was dropped on the day, which I thought was a bit of a shame.
It can be harsh at times, but he's back in the side tomorrow at Tame, so he'll be looking to he'll be revved up and raring to go in that game to prove that he's definitely worth his place in the side. But we have heard that the skipper, Edward Gordon-Lennox, is out tomorrow. He's injured himself somehow, and that Phil Deakin will be captain in the side, and Mark Eames has been moved up from this game into that team. So I don't know whether that news has broken to the wide world, but that's our understanding of the situation for tomorrow.
It hadn't, but we weren't going to mention it. We were told by the England management.
Oh, don't mention it.
Don't mention it on the footage, because the Aussies don't know. But
okay.
So you're either an Aussie spy or
no one's listening. No one's watching or listening. So there we go. It's like when we get guests on the podcast, we say, you can say what you like about anybody because no one listens.
Yeah, well, there's 57 listening at the moment, so let's hope they're not Australians.
Oh, well, I'm not sure it'll change their plans, to be honest.
So Goodwin was saved a few overs. That's just, he's thrown his hands up there. That's just come off a pad and shot down there for 2 runs to be taken by the English batsman.
Yeah, I think he's got, it's probably got a little bit of that. Simon Routh, he's got a little bit of bat on that. So, yes, it's not hard. As we said earlier, it's not easy as an opening bowler like Phil is now. He bowled the first 5 overs, and then he's obviously had a break of, an hour and a half or so, and now he's back in the attack for 4 more. So, and Simon's absolutely thundered that.
Well, it's gone, hasn't it?
We can't see,
I thought
but
it went straight to the fielder, didn't it? Is it?
And
the umpire's signal.
Yeah, must have been we can't see, but
there's someone tucked around there hidden by the England flag now. We could see him before they put that flag up, but they've tied their England flag up on the veranda now. We can't see, and it's nice to see Liv Clark back in the chat. She's been following us all summer.
Yeah, there is a guy out there because Richard Wilson has flicked that off his hip and out to the boundary we can't see, and just crossed for a single.
Yeah, Rash says you're going to be tarred and feathered by Mr. Bradley now that you've let the cat out of the bag.
Oh gosh! Oh my gosh!
And obviously, if they lose that game, it's all your fault.
Oh dear! Oh dear! I'll be banned.
Oh, we just turned that round the corner nicely there, Simon Roth, and again, Welsh fielder in the right place at the right time. So they just run the single. But it's we're in the 37th over. They're 2-2-6 for 5, 2-2-7 for 5 now, England. So the Welsh team did curtail the run rate and the pace it was going at, but they'd like to get a couple of 3 wickets down here just to try and stop England making that 300, Mike. That's a lovely drive. Just leant into that. No thrashing at all by Richard Wilson. He just leant into it and pushed it straight through to mid-off. That wind just kicks on. Those clouds on that screen look terrible, don't they? It's not as dark as that here, let me reassure you, listening at home.
Yeah, it's a beautiful. Well, it feels like a nice day for cricket. It's not boiling hot. Little bit overcast, and there is that. I just felt that little breeze come through there.
Yeah,
Did you feel that?
Yeah. It's actually nice, that breeze. Some of the hot weather we had up in Yorkshire with that heat wave when we were travelling around in the camper van was very stifling. And again, how these older gents manage to run around in that heat's beyond me.
Right, so Nigel Clay back for his final over. 3 for 47 at the moment.
I'm informed it's Nigel Clayton. It's just our graphics have cut off the end of his name.
Well, I thought it was Nigel Clayton because he reminded me earlier that he'd played against me, and I thought he said his name was Clayton, and then I thought I must have misheard it when I saw it, Clay on your graphics. So there we go. So Nigel Clayton is. Oh, goodness me! That
shied it. It was good not out
from the deep mid on, hit the stumps, but
you got that on replay, Benny. Well done. And you see this coming in straight onto the stumps. Bowler did well to leave it. That looked a long way out.
Tight. Different angle, but...
Yeah, we're at the wrong angle here to call that from that camera. It's not quite square.
Tight. Yeah, might have gone to an umpire review there. Can you use this technology for that sort of thing? Or, presumably...
We probably can, but we're not allowed.
Yeah, but going forward, is there any reason why, this level of technology couldn't be called upon if absolutely needed?
I think the amount of cameras you need is the sticking point, i.e. as well as what we've got, you need one perfectly at square leg and to see the run out, wouldn't you? And
of course,
behind the stumps, which we don't. We only have
the
4 cameras in operation. 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras, in operation with the high camera here on the tower, giving us the overhead view.
Well, it's in the gap, and I think the
full,
way
it's the way given up on that. I think that's going to be
it's down that hill, isn't it?
A signal by the umpire, 4 runs. So that's well played by Simon Routh, and moves on to 21. So 38th over. There's 7 overs to go. They'd really like to accelerate this, at least to 280, hopefully 300. The English batsmen. Do you think they'll get the nod to have a swing? And
well, yeah, these guys are experienced enough to judge the game, aren't they? But presumably they've been given a bit of an instruction at the drinks break that, come on, lads, this is what we're aiming for. So 7 overs to go. Let's go for it. All guns blazing. 5 wickets in hand. Plenty of batting to come. So,
because Simon Routh's more than capable of getting it going when he starts swinging the bat around.
Yeah. And if you're like Richard Wilson, you're 16 off 27, so you need to probably think, well, I've got to pick the pace up a bit now. But and then you've got the dilemma. You're having to play for the team now. Forget about your own stats. You're playing for the team now. But in a competitive environment, when there's lots of players, inevitably everyone's thinking about their own stats. So it's. But now's the time to think. Right, every ball has got to go now. He's crashed that, but there's mine. Lewis still out there on the boundary where he's been most of the day. Nice bit of fielding, but a comfortable 2.
That's 10 off the over, so definitely up in the rate as we go along, and looking for another couple off this last ball to make it 12. Moved on to 238 for 5 in this 38th over. As Nigel Clayton comes in, just nicks that off the hip, and they're going to run too hard here because Routh's gone really hard on that first one. That is really good running by the England boys.
This is tight. Oh, he's made it.
He's in.
He's made it.
Yeah, look at the umpire. He wasn't interested. He's puffing away. I think Simon Routh made Richard Wilson work a little bit harder than he wanted to there.
But that ball, well, it didn't go outside the 30-yard circle, and they came back for 2. So well placed shot, easy 2 runs. Yeah, so Nigel's finished with 3 for 59 from his 9 overs. So I did see Paul Webb loosening up. So I wonder if he's coming back on at the top end, where there will be, 3 overs to bowl at that end. And, so 7 overs to go, Matt. So what are you thinking? Can they get to 300, do you think? That would be basically 9 and over.
They would want to, wouldn't they? They're in their heads right now, they'll be going, we need to make 300, we can make 300. I think this Welsh field, and there's a couple of good stops there, and if they keep the bowling tight, they'll want to get it, you know, not much more than 280. It's still a big total, isn't it, I think, on a ground this small. And I think against this England attack, I mean, I've seen Jason bowl a couple of times this summer, and he's very, very economical with his bowling, and also Nigel Moore. So it's going to be hard for the Welsh boys to chase this down, and a lot does depend on these last 7 overs. If they go gun-ho, they could quite easily get 320. If they don't manage to, you can be looking at 260. So it's a little bit in the balance. I think the Welsh men have got to bat well. Again, you know, but that bowling like that's not going to help. He hasn't stopped that, and that's gone for 4 runs. Yeah, that was short, leg side, clubbed away for 4. That will, bowling like that will get him to 320 before you know it. Oh, that's really stretching for that, wasn't it?
That was a very good shot.
That in the field again. Martin Lewis is. He's got around and stopped it again.
He's had a great day out on that boundary, Martin.
He's got his steps in. I know that.
Well, he's saved quite a few runs down there.
Stopping them cashing in on all these shots, being the money-saving expert.
Love it, great stuff.
So Goodwin in his 7th, he's 1 for 37. A 4 and a 2 off this over. Fames is Simon, and that was another one that just popped up. He almost looked like he was just going to flick that nonchalantly off his hip, and before he knew it, it was almost chest height off that bounce. So Jason Kant's going to really look forward to this bounce on this wicket. Was too full, wasn't it? I think that's gone for 4 again.
Yeah, nice shot.
And yeah, that's an expensive over now, isn't it? That's 10.
I mean, Simon's a quality batter. I mean, he's a very good wicketkeeper, obviously, but he's also a quality batter. And, you know, there's so many good over 60s wicketkeeper batsmen around now. The competition for places, as you'll have seen, several of them in action this year, Matt. So there's a lot of good quality keeper batsmen around at this age group.
Yeah, nice, clever little shot there. Yeah, Rash has mentioned it several times, how much of a kind of plethora of good wicket keepers there are around. We've seen some absolutely fantastic stumpings this summer as well. None of them, no more than Anton, the Cornish wickie in the Chairman's 11 game.
Yeah, and of course Simon plays for Kent, and Kent also have Gary Joyce, who's come into the 60s this year, and Gary is the guy who keeps wicket for Kent first 11 now, and not playing in this game, but has played in a couple of Lions games. You will have seen him in action, as we all have for the first time this year. Okay, so 6 to go, 9 to go. Gone past 250, Matt. I think the 300's got to be on. It's got to be on now, surely. Still, there's some big hitters to come. Zahir Mohammed, Hugh Rogers, Jason Korn, they can all get very big runs very quickly.
Well, like I say, if you bowl like that, it's definitely on, because he went for 12 that over, so they've got to keep it tighter than that. I'm not sure if there's a bowling change, or is it this? Oh, it's.
I think this might be Paul Webb coming back on, based on the hat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here we are. 5 overs for 40 so far, so he can obviously bowl out at this end. 3 overs to go at each end. Hard to set a field now. These batsmen are really set. Feels as though Richard Wilson now has got to really show us what he's like as a finisher.
That's a brave move, isn't it? He went for 8 and over before, and now they're starting to swing it. It could be a make or break, this little spell for the Welsh team. This is a big fat shower over there to our kind of 9 o'clock area. Just hoping that's going to go sideways and miss us. So it feels like the wind's getting up a little bit. It might be heading our way, unfortunately, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. Oh, okay, that's wide and short. I think there's a fielder out there. There is indeed. Just going to stop the boundary and give him a single.
Well, I think they might have taken 2 there, you know, because the fielder didn't throw it in very well. But they just ambled through for a single as though that was their only intention. No pressure on the fielder, really. Well, let's hope if there is a bit of rain, Matt, it comes in about, what, 20-odd minutes or so. And do they call it lunch or tea break in these games when...
Tea when we kick off at 12. They call it tea.
Okay.
And we never know what to call it, but kick-off, what do they call the start of a cricket match? I know stumps at the end. We keep using all sorts of
that's a good
different ideas.
Wow.
Start time or what? Just don't think it has a name, does it?
I think one of your listeners in the chat will be able to tell you what that is. So, actually, yeah, start of the game is, I don't know, it's a good question, that. I don't know the answer to that. Somebody will. Oh, Richard will be disappointed there. That was a full bunger, and he went to sweep it, and it must have been down the leg side because there was no indication at all of an appeal from either the bowler or keeper. And he's just pushed that into the leg side. I think we're almost at the stage where we'd like to see a bit more heave-ho with the bat now. Right, so this is the last ball of the 40th over. Oh, Simon's cut that into the ground and it's just popped up to the keeper. So
furious with himself, punching the back of his
bat. So only 3 singles off that over. So a very, very good over from Paul Webb, because you said, as you said, he'd gone for 8 and over. Well, he's only given 3 singles off that over. So in the 40th over, that's a very good return indeed. Right, last 5. So 45 needed for 300. Must be surely time now, guys. Press the button. Let's go for it. Let's see let's see a few over the pavilion shots now. Right, so Phil Godwin has got 2 to go. So there will be 1 more over at this end if he bowls the 2, and he's coming up now to start his 8th over. So I think next in, Matt, is Zahir Mohammed, and he made 53. Were you at the Midlands game when the Midlands made 143 and he made 53 of those? So he was clearly the standout batter in that game. 300s in the championship last year in his first year.
Yeah, we were there. He looked very competent. Was that Handsworth, that one, the Midland 11?
I'm not sure of the ground. I haven't got the notes on that. Oh, maybe it's his 3rd year in the 60s, actually, but he definitely had 300s last year, 2024. So it's definitely earned his chance.
Yeah, no, we saw the Midlands 11 at, I can't remember, wasn't it? I think it was Littleborough, actually. It's quite interesting because they didn't know each other's names. Had to kind of learn it on the day. Shows you how hard it is to put a team together, but he looked in good touch with it. Oh, he stumped him. He's had a swing at that there. After all that, Wilson's gone for a big heave-ho. You can see on your replay now. He stepped down the crease, had a swing, missed it, and he's gone.
Easy stamping for Jim Watkins. Well, at least I think fair dues to Richard. Richard Wilson, you've kind of got to take that opportunity, haven't you? You've got to go for that now. And so that's a shot for the team, and so fair dues to him for playing that shot for the team. So right, here comes Zahir coming in now at Zahir Mohammed from Leicestershire. He won't have batted at number 8 very often, I wouldn't have imagined.
Yeah, a big heave-ho. I think he must have heard your commentary there, Trevor. He's starting to get wanted to get the big shots over the pavilion going, and just took a couple of steps down the wicket, completely missed the ball, and Jim Watkins doesn't need a second invitation on those chances to take a stumping. The bails were off, and Richard Wilson walks back to the clubhouse, having scored 22 off 34 balls. And as Trevor says, Simon Routh is joined in the middle by Zahir Mohammed. So let's see what he can produce for us.
And that's sometimes, Matt, where, you know, people look at stats in cricket and they look at things like averages and all that sort of stuff. And it doesn't always tell the right picture, because you can score a really important 20, or you can score an 80 not out that actually lost you the game. So, yeah, Richard played for the team there, missed the ball, he's gone. But, you know, that's the way it is when you've got 5 overs to go and you've got 5 wickets in hand. You've got to be pushing on. Right, here's Phil Godwin again.
Yeah, there's a psychology to it as well, because I mean, we call it 6 and over at the moment. If they go at this run rate, they're going to add 30 on, which is 285, and if it finishes with England on 285, I mean, I think they'll walk off shoulders down and, you know, dejected, and Wales will walk off quite happy, because at one point it looked like being a massive score that was almost unchaseable, and if they keep it to this, they're going to kind of turn the mentality of the match around.
Well, that's a very good point, actually, because I think, you know, Wales second team against England Lions, you know, there's, on paper, that's a huge gap. So for the Welsh boys to keep it under 300 at the start of the innings, I think they would have taken that.
Lovely little leg side shot there by Zahir Mohammed to get him off the mark. Just flicked it off his hip. Quick early shout to Simon Roth. Gets him on 1. Gives the strike to Simon Roth. And I presume he'll be wanting to wield the willow now and get that scoreboard accelerating.
Well, this is a good little spell. 3 singles off the last over. We've only had 1 single off this over. And there's 1 ball to go, so only 4 runs off the last 11 balls. So that's really slowed the run rate down. That was a super bit of fielding. I think that was Pete Doherty in the covers there. So what a great over that was. Just 1 run and 1 wicket. Fantastic for our bowling friend there. Brilliant. Right, okay, so 4 overs to go. It's 11 and over needed now for the 300. Has anybody responded to our question about what do you call the start of a game other than start? Like stumps at the end, as you say.
No, I'm afraid not. There's 58 people watching, so they're all engrossed in the action rather than typing away on their keyboards. And like we said, if they can have if they can finish with these sort of overs, 3 runs off the previous Paul Webb 1 and 1 off the last over, it'd be a phenomenal achievement by Wales to keep it under 290. Oh, he's had a swing there and missed that.
There was someone given out like that recently in a championship game. Picked the ball up, threw it back. Ball was heading towards the stumps though, so not allowed to do that. Now there's got to be 2 there at least. Well fielded on the boundary, just a couple. Nice shot through between mid-on and the bowler. Always a sign of a good player, scoring runs in that particular area.
Just punched it, didn't he? Didn't big heave-ho it, just leant into it and punched it past the bowler's ankles.
I was talking to Zahir about his bat a few minutes ago before he went in, because it looks like what used to be called a mongoose bat, which has a very strange sort of triangular sloping part of the top of the bat, more so than normal bats. And he assured me that everyone else, when they see his bat, thinks it's that, but it's not. And great fielding, Martin Lewis down there again. What a game he's had.
He's picked that up superbly.
So I think first sign of a drop of rain there, Matt, maybe. Sanjeev has kindly brought my bag from being in an exposed position to under the trees with us.
That storm I was worried about, I think, is heading our way. It's a pity, really. That's a lovely little gain hook shot from Simon Rath. Again, they're going to run 2. They have run 2. Pity we couldn't just get to tee before that rain came. I think it's going to come before that. And you see a little couple of spots on the camera now, which isn't a good sign. Hopefully it doesn't come down too heavy. Just passes us by.
Well, another useful over. No boundaries. 7 runs from Paul Webb. So we haven't had a boundary now for at least 3 overs, and we've only got 3 to go now. Yeah, so he was telling me that it's not a mongoose bat. Everyone thinks it is, but he did tell me the name of the bat, and then he contacted the company to get another one. This was a while ago, and they didn't make them anymore, or they weren't around anymore. So he's had someone, a bat maker, make him a replica of the one he did have, and this is the 3rd version of it. So he's been using this particular style of bat for a long time, and they are made just for him, not available in your local cricket shop.
What sort of price are you looking at for that then, having your own bat made?
Wow, that's a good point, actually. I'm not sure.
It's got to be a few quid, hasn't it? Quite a skilled job. Oh, he's missed the stumps. He's hurt himself there on the hand. Goodwin is saying an absolute belter straight back at him. He's put it down. He's had the mind and awareness to pick it up and shy at the stumps from only a couple of feet, I'm afraid to say, but he missed them, and all he's come away with is a bruised thumb.
Wow. But I'm sure I get my bats from a guy in Northamptonshire called Robert Pack Cricket, and he makes bats in a lock-up unit on a little industrial estate in Northamptonshire. A mate of Grant's, that's how I got to know him, and he goes under the brand of Blue Rim. But basically, I went to see him a couple of winters ago, and you just choose a bit of wood out of his thing, and then he'll turn it into a bat for you. It's raining quite heavily on the cricket now, isn't it? Everyone's scurrying away.
The crowd have scurried quicker than the umpires have scurried. It has to be said. Oh no, that was enough now. Yeah.
Oh, they're coming off.
It started coming down now. As bits of the tree fall on us, and
yeah,
the batsmen.
That's basically come out very quickly. Very quickly. So the innings has technically only got. Oh, we're getting very wet here now. I'm going to put my big hat on that. I can't put it on with the headphones on. Right, everyone's scurrying to protect the equipment here now. But we've got 16 balls to go. They're going to go and get the covers now. So I imagine there will be some time lost because of this. But hopefully it will be one of those showers that doesn't last too long. The sort of shower that by the time you've got the covers on, the covers will need to come off again. But the clouds are moving relatively slowly, so it's not going to pass through that quickly. So we could be losing a little bit of time here, which may result in that being the end of that innings. But we'll obviously keep everybody posted on that situation. So I'm not sure. So we've got the groundsman out there, Len Attard. I think it must be Len's home ground. A well-known character in seniors cricket, particularly with Gloucestershire. If you can see him on the camera, he's the guy with the longish hair striding out towards the covers. Len won a Lifetime Achievement Award last winter at the Gloucestershire County annual big post-season bash do. So we've got covers on all our equipment here now. So the team here are well versed on how to make sure all the cameras are covered up and all the equipment's covered up to keep it all safe. So some of the England players dashing out to do the covers. Can't imagine the England players in a test match doing this, but this this is what senior cricket's all about. You have to muck in and do all sorts of things as the match goes on. So and then of course you've got to drive the covers in, and they've got to be. I learnt this the other day at the as a spectator at the Cornwall Gloucestershire Division Second 11 match when the covers came on at a place called St Ermine, Cornwall, where you've got to get the covers on in the right order. And the right way round as well, otherwise the hose pipes are all over the place, and I can see water dripping out one of those covers at this end already, right where the bowler's run up might be. So they really need a hose pipe on that, but it is now, I'm not sure what you can see on the screen here, but it really is coming down very heavily now, the rain. But the good news is that the direction it's sweeping in from, there is bright sky. So I'll be amazed now if we're not now calling tea, and that might well mean the end of the innings, so unless of course they go back out for the last 16 balls before the end of the tea interval. But yeah, we're sheltering on our commentary position under a great big tree, so that's our protection at the moment. Matt, my fellow commentator, is busy scootling around trying to help protect all the stuff, and I'm just here chatting away with the microphone. So right, so the hose pipes are coming out now. Oh yes, and someone's got a hose pipe on that end now that was dripping, but the players are all going to get really wet now as they and they're wearing most of them wearing their playing kit still, so they're all putting that out. But we've been very fortunate, I think, in over 60s cricket this year. There's I think there was 1 week where everything was wiped out, and there were a few games called off this Tuesday. The over 70s will be in action today as well across the country, so they'll be hoping that the weather keeps away from many of their games. But there were a few cancellations in the 60s this week, and the way the leagues are structured, there's just no room in the timetable anymore for replayed games, with the exception of the Midlands division in the over 60s first 11 competition, which has only got 6 teams in the league instead of 7 in the others. So they do have a replay week, but I think that's probably gone now because of the getting towards the last game or two of the championship. So don't forget the England game tomorrow against Australia. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. I've just stopped. Is that all right? All right. So that's all. Oh, sorry. All right. I was chatting away to myself. That's fine.
banner off the screen. The tea taken early banner. Hello, welcome back to Apperley Cricket Club. We've had a couple of showers of rain, so the covers went on and tea was taken early, as you see from the... Crikey, that's no messing around there. 6 off the bat. Right, there you go, scores. Just getting set back up. It was quite a quick turnaround. They said when the rain went they're going to quickly... We're not going to lose any time. The English batsmen are going to have their last 16 balls, the first of which dispatched by Zahir Mohammed for 6 runs. Straight over the square leg position. There is a net there, but it was miles over the top of that. And I think they're now waiting for a new cricket ball to be thrown out. As they're not getting that one back anytime soon. So, tea taken early. Not going to lose any time. The English batsmen are going to just have their last 16 balls here to get to the end of the 45 overs. Mohammed resumes on 5. Routh on 44. And that's going to be 11 now for Mohammed because he's smashed the first ball back after lunch out of the ground. And he's trying to drill the second one back past the bowler. But Godwin has fielded that nicely. As you see, Routh just doing some warm-up exercises to warm the legs back up after that early tea due to the showers. And he's swept that one around the corner. Oh, he's dropped it. That was a catch. Zahir Mohammed swept that round the corner. And it was airborne all the way to the fielder coming in from the boundary. And he dropped it. And it went for 4 runs. So I think we're probably just waiting for the scorers to catch up with play after tea. Because Mohammed was on 5 at the break. He's hit a 6 and a 4 so far. So that's 10 he's added. And Zahir Mohammed just backed away from that as Goodwin was coming in. He smashed that straight towards the Welsh captain. He's going to get round. He's not managed to stop it. It's gone underneath his hand for another 4. So the English batsmen have obviously come out with one message here, just to put as many as they can on the board. Don't hold back. Hit the boundaries. Let's get as close to that 300 as we can, which is what me and Trevor Lee were talking about. And Trevor's got stuck in the clubhouse after tea, chatting away to a lot of people he knows. Trevor Lee from the Silver Stumps podcast, helping us out with the comms today and giving us a lot of good insight to the world of over 60s cricket. With no Owen Mason today, he's on holiday in Greece. I'm on my own, so relying on lots of cricketers to come over and talk to us. And we spoke to Nigel Moore, who also gave us a good bit of chat and spoke to us about seniors cricket. We've had a change of ends despite the scoreboard not changing. Oh, he's driven that one well as Routh. He's going to go, he's missed it, and that's going to be another boundary for England. So they're piling on the runs here after the break, and it's Paul Webb is bowling from the scoreboard end. And again, we're just waiting for the score at the bottom of the screen to be updated, but there's kind of 14 runs been added to that 265, so oh, that's well played. I thought he'd left that too late. It was going to clatter his pad or stumps, but he swept it around the corner and it's shot to the boundary for another 4. So it's that 5 deliveries since the rain delay and 4 boundaries, and that brings up, I think, Simon Ruff's 50 because the spectators around are clapping and congratulating Simon Ruff. Chucked him a full toss then. The Welsh fielder's not going to be able to stop that one either. That's another boundary for. So 6 balls, 5 boundaries. Really adding to the total here. Which is obviously the directive of the England team, and rightly so. Let's get back from this little rain delay and put as many as we can on the board. Give us a real fighting chance. Put something up there that Welsh can't hunt down and get something out of this game. Oh, should have put that one a little bit better. It's full toss there from Paul Webb, and he just drove it. They're going to go for a cheeky 2. Welsh fielder's in quickly. He just tosses the ball and wasn't quite sharp enough on the stumps. There's a lovely 2 run there by Simon Routh and Zahir Mohammed. So by my maths, that's 16 put on since the break, and there we are. In fact, the score's now updated thanks to Ivor and Newland. He just left that as late as he could before he played it. Dropped it down just at short point to run a single. And you can see from your screens now it's been updated. So 294 for 6. Mohammed on 19, Routh on 59. The applause was indeed for his 50 coming up. They've been expensive over here. 15 off it so far, but hard to avoid it when the English batsmen come out thinking we're going to slap as many around the park as we can before the end of the innings. And oh, he's given him a full toss there. Luckily for the Welsh fielders, gone straight to them. Picked up quickly, thrown in nicely, well fielded there. Straight into the wicket keeper's gloves, Jim Watkins, right above the stumps. And that's end of the over. So 1 more over to go. We've had 44 or 45. It's 296 for 6, I believe. After 44 overs. I think that'll update. And having run that single, I believe it's Mohammed. Zahir Mohammed on strike. And he was definitely looking to smash the ball all around the place on his first couple of deliveries after the interruption. We've got a new bowler here. O'Sullivan's going to have a turn of his arm just before the break, which again we don't have that down on our team sheet, so we'll have to get confirmation of that. Mohammed's on 20, Simon Routh on 29, England 295 for 6. Final 6 balls to come, and we're assured there's going to be a quick changeover due to the rain delay. In fairness, what do we lose if we've taken tea early? Maybe 10 minutes at the most. Clouds are looking a bit higher now, and hopefully those rain-filled clouds have passed us by. Oh, Zahir Mohammed is going to smack that, but he's got 4, just landed short of the boundary. But he's just picked that up early from the bowler. And straight away, O'Sullivan sends the fielder back to sit on the boundary. So it's Anthony O'Sullivan, skipper for Wales. Plays for Penny Darren Cricket Club. He's gone for a 4 off the first ball. He's to try and keep these runs down, but Zahir Mohammed's having none of it, and I think that's another one bounce 4. Pretty sure it is, because it clattered into the clubhouse as the umpire signals to me that's a 4. And I believe that's going to bring up the 299 for 6. So we're one away from the, oh no, 303. There you go, scoreboard's catching up. So 4-4 off this over. England make that magical 303 mark. Now we'll just see if they can make the 320 here. Oh, 319 is the most they can make, isn't it? So that's what Nigel Moore's prediction was. So 4 more 4s might do the job. And Zahir Mohammed is shouting, push, push, push. If you can hear in the background, he's telling him to run. He's slidden in there, the Welsh fielder, and limited the English batsman to 2 runs, which is really good work out there in the field. It's not easy now. That grass is slippy. And with the burnt brown look you can see on your screens, it really is a kind of shiny tabletop now. And we keep thinking it's raining here in our commentary position because it's we're sat under a tree. So I think every time the wind blows and the raindrops come off the tree, we feel like there's more coming, and that's in the air. And he's taken the catch. Taking the catch down there in the blind side. That's a brilliant catch. See you later, mate. No, not there tomorrow. No, it's already booked out of the truck. Yeah, so we're there on Spas Holt Monday.
Don't know whether I'm playing.
Well, best of luck tomorrow, yeah.
Good to see you.
Cheers, Kev. Take care. And just as we that catch was taken there, brilliant. Mohammed done the job. Got up to 30 off 16 balls, so a fantastic strike rate, 187.5. 4 4s, 1 6, 20 minutes. Interrupted by rain delay, and he obviously just came out and did the job he was asked to do of get as many as you can, give the boys something really serious to defend. And you might have heard just as he was leaving, Kev Watson passed me by and said, see you tomorrow, which you're not there tomorrow, so he's obviously been selected for the Tame game, which is the 3rd ODI against Australia tomorrow at Tame, down in Oxfordshire. So if you're in the vicinity, get down there and enjoy some fantastic cricket. So this over so far, 4-4-2 wicket. And coming to the crease, I think is Hugh Rogers, is it? The Cornishman, I think, just looking at his stature. I don't think it's any other person it could be. It's Jason Cornt, and I don't think it is him because it's a lefty and he's had a swing at that, missed it, wrapped the pads. So that'll be a much needed dot ball for this Welsh fielding side. So skipper O'Sullivan comes in again. Over pitch, he's cut that down to point, and I think that's 4 runs signalled by the umpire there. We've got a real blind spot here where we can't quite see around the clubhouse. I can see from your pictures that you're looking at now, he's digging around in the bushes looking for the ball. And that was in fact the last ball of the over, which I believe took England to 309 for 7. Top scorer Steve Small, 68. Nice knock by Sanji Berryman. Kevin Watkins with a 55. And that clap is for Simon Roth and I think Hugh Rogers. And Simon Roth, we didn't quite finish on 59. Simon Roth, so he's finished his 2nd top scorer there. That England 60s are proudly sponsored by Stonehill, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube, Clean Clad, Linking overall hygiene and well-being, sweaty gear, damp towels, these are breeding grounds for bacteria. But thanks to CleanClad advanced silver ion technology, those changing rooms stay protected long after the final over. One of England's main sponsors there, CleanClad. And we've just got 10 minutes now for the turnaround. So join us back in 10 minutes when we'll see if Wales can chase down the total.
I'll give you one back. The way you ran up the first, I thought, no, I'm not going to land it with that field over there. Hiya. How good yourself? Nice to see you. Two balls. Two balls before the end of the innings. And you've been told to crack on. Well, I've got no choice here but put my hands through this and hope my middle one. Apparently. Well, I don't know whether it's how I bowl yet. Yes. Alright, so you guys are just trying to go and good. How long before you go? Any second. It's all turned around fast because of the weather. I'll go to some other people. Is it
So the quick turnaround, as promised, has been sorted. We are about to resume. England scored 309, the Lions, in their innings of 45 overs. So Wales are hunting down 310. Umpire signals the scorers. And the first bowler comes in. Oh, it's just a bit high up on the splice of the bat as he tried to play the hook shot. So joining me to start this over, just while we've got time to grab him, is Anthony O'Sullivan, the Welsh skipper. Thoughts on that then, Anthony? Happy? You were getting them back for a while there, and then you just had a bit of a slog at the end.
Yeah, we fell foul of the rain break really, where we thought we had contained them and had some momentum, and then the rain break interrupted us really, and we had to start again. But your lads played extremely well, and they struck out to good effect. They had license to thrill, and they took that opportunity. We'd have liked to keep the score to 285 perhaps, and just a couple of loose overs at the end there, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I said, it's a shame about the rain really, because you were looking like containing them to a really good number after that strong start.
It was, and we clawed our way back into it, and Peter Doyle bowled very tight, and usually Phil Godwin at the end there, who I'd kept back for the closing overs, is extremely economical. But the lads with the big shots, they struck out to good effect, and that's the danger. So slightly disappointed, but nevertheless a marvellous afternoon at a wonderful cricket club, and you must enjoy that really, and savour the experience. We're testing ourselves against a really good Lions team here, and the progress England seniors cricket has made since, I suppose, Paul Bradley has come on the scene has been remarkable. They're so well drilled, they set very high standards, and we'd like to emulate that really.
So your target is 310. What was your chat to the boys before they went out there to bat?
It's the usual chat. Remember, lads, that this ultimately is recreation. We've come here to enjoy ourselves. Fundamentally, that's what we must do. You're not under any pressure. You're all skilled cricketers. Go out and show what you can do. Don't feel inhibited in any way. Play your natural game. It's a quick scoring pitch, and we'll see how we get on.
And you've obviously got some talented batsmen out there. Who are the 3 or 4 names you'd be looking to if you're going to knock this target off? There's obviously a couple of players that you'd hope would get their eye in and have a bit of an innings. Anyone in particular?
Well, Peter Doherty and Arvind opening the batting here have both played for several years and are extremely accomplished. And they are the sort of players who can dig in and get hundreds, which they have in the past, you know. In terms of actually mounting an assault, then number 3, Martin Powell, is our gun batsman really. Martin's a powerful array of shots. He's a really tall man and strikes the ball very, very cleanly down the ground. He's won several matches for us playing in that fashion. Got a big 100 last year at Ebervale. Got a 90 odd this year. An excellent player. So no pressure on Martin, but he really is the one we're looking to.
Yeah. And with that sort of power you talk about, you're obviously looking for this short boundary, the same as Zahir Mahmood attacked after the rain break. You'd be looking to him to attack that.
Martin looked very, very lovingly in that direction. I could see a big smile arrive on his face. So yeah, and he's more than capable of clearing boundaries on big grounds. And here, yeah, you would hope that he would mount an assault at some point. That's not to say that he'd be gung-ho when he gets in. Martin likes to build innings and play properly, but certainly he can be destructive once he's established.
And you've probably fielded yourself in these conditions. The ground is a bit wet, the ball's going to get slippy. It's not going to be that easy for the England team.
They need to concentrate and be on their mettle, clearly. Having 300 runs on the board is always an advantage in any cricket match at any level, so they've got a little bit of margin for error there. But I'm sure these lads are all so keen to impress the selectors. They all want to play in the first 11. They all want to show their contemporaries what they can do. So I don't anticipate any let-ups whatsoever. I know several of the players personally, and they've always played extremely well against us. They're dead keen, and there won't be any insouciance in the field whatsoever. There'll be people right on the money, and I'm sure we'll see that for the full 45 overs.
And finally, before I let you go, Anthony, where can we expect to see you in the batting order? What number are you coming in?
Well, as with the most accomplished captains, you have to float and see and act as the game unfolds. Lower middle order, probably, I would say. We've got another lad who might lead the charge in Rob Franklin, who is a great fan of a small boundary on the leg side. So, depending on the state of the game, Rob may make it in to do a little bit of middle order hitting, and we'll work around that. My game is more turning the strike around, quick runs, and again, there's always scope for that. But we've got a couple of hitters, so they'll appear as the game unfolds.
That's fantastic. So thank you so much for your time, Anthony. We'll fingers crossed and hope the run chase goes well. And that's a start. I think the first boundary on the board. So
yeah, Arvind is very strong outside the off stump, and he's cut that with some aplomb there. More of the same is all I can say, really.
Yeah. Cheers, Anthony. Best of luck this afternoon.
Absolute pleasure. Cheers.
So that was Anthony O'Sullivan there, the Welsh skipper, who's very positive, very upbeat, more than happy to back his boys to knock off this Series 10. And as he said, Arinder knocking that square cut for a 4 is exactly what the doctor ordered here as they chase down this total. And again, that's a really attacking tight field that England have put in on that offside there. Just only 2 fielders, maybe 3 on this leg side, really putting the trust in Jason Cornt finding his line, and he's smashed that one. There's a fielder there though, and he's dropped it. He's dropped it. That's a little life there for Aravinda, and Anthony O'Sullivan gives me a little bit of look and puffs his cheeks out as Aravinda Aswani smashed one straight down the fielder's throat there, and unfortunately it's been put down to give him a second chance. I think it was Zahir Mohammed. Again, just as we talked about, slippy cricket ball after this rain, the ground slippy, not the easiest conditions to field. So Wales have got to stay positive. Like we always talk about, build partnerships, get that quick run in between the wickets. We've seen how effective it is from the Australia team this summer, the England team this summer, the Lions team. Just this afternoon, these Lions must have put on 50 with excellent run in between the wickets. So as long as these Welsh boys concentrate, as Dean Sykes comes in for his second over. Just going for 3 off the first, so they'll be looking for more of the same. Keep that run rate down, and they can restrict this Welsh side at the moment. So it's only 3 overs, but they're 3.69, and the required run rate is 7.5. So the Welsh boys have got to stay on top of this before it gets too big. Aswani just tried to flick one off his pads there and turn that leg side and missed it, struck his pads, but it was down leg side enough for no appeals to come from any of the Lions players. As Dean Sykes returns to his mark. Starts his run up, dark clouds in the background over his shoulder. And that's, oh, I thought it was going to be a wide, but umpire hasn't signalled for it. Very wide of the crease, but umpire Martin happy that it was within the boundaries of the laws. And again, a good delivery, good line, good length, leaving the Welsh batsman no option but just to lean forward, defend it, You see on your screens that Dean Sykes makes his way back to his mark. Throwing the ball as he shines it up. Arvinder Zwani takes his mark. Sets up, ready for the delivery to come in. Sykes charges in on him. Delivers it. It's a wide one. He's cut it and it's well stopped by the fielder. Good cricket all round there. Good delivery, good shot and well fielded. And again, this attacking field that England are really piling the pressure in, trying to keep the... I think we've got one, maybe two deep fielders. Can't quite see around this blind corner. And that's a wide ball down the leg side. So they don't want to be given sloppy runs away like that. As Anthony Sullivan alluded to, the Welsh captain, they've got to stay on their game, keep their concentration up. This isn't a given. There's a talented team of cricketers out there representing Wales. Once they get their eye in and find their rhythm, they could easily knock this 3-10 off, and that's another wide down the leg side. Dean Sykes just losing his rhythm at the moment. And another one, that's 3 in a row. Sykes from the scoreboard end sends his 3rd wide in a row down leg side. So from looking at bowling a maiden, he throws 3 wides down there in a row. Just a bit of support coming to him from the teammates on the field. That's a better line straight on the off stump, which is just defended by Arvind. And that's the end of the over. That's 3 overs gone out of the 45. Wales 11 for naught. They've used up one of their lives as the catch was dropped straight over the bowler's head at long off. He just chipped it over the bowler to long off, and unfortunately for England, the chance was put down. Got Jason Kant, who was bowling from this car park end and shouted instructions at this England field to stay on the ball, keep their concentration up. You've got Dean Sykes from the scoreboard end, Jason Kant from this car park end. He's just surveying the field as he shines that cricket ball. Dark clouds looming in the background. Hopefully they're the ones who have just passed by. There's a bit of sunshine and blue sky at the other end. It looks very gloomy on your shot there, and he's bowled it. Oh, it's a lovely shot, that is. Just opened it up and guided it past first slip for 4 runs. I don't think it's gone for 4. And they could have run a little bit harder there for my money there, Wales. I think they got 2, but they could have really put the hammer down there and run a 3rd. It was well stopped by the England fielders just shy of the boundary. But it took a while to retrieve it and throw it in, and there was definitely another run on there if they'd gone for it. And if you're going to chase down a total of 310, those chances have got to be taken. Just the forward defensive there from Pete Doherty. Good line and length from Jason Kant. Same shot again. He's opened his bat up there and guided it past first slip. Luckily, 3rd man's down there and alert and just allows them to run the 1. Wales 14 for the loss of no wicket. Just into the 4th over. was lucky. Keeper slaps his hands together. Arvind Aswani just thick edge on that, went straight between wicket and first slip. I think the first slip turned around expecting the wicketkeeper turned around expecting first slip to have gathered that. Maybe taken the first wicket, but it was pushed straight down to the ground. And they've run 2, so Aswani's still on strike. And there's a little change here now. There's dab shots they played through the second slip region. They've just put another slip in place. So you've got kind of a deeper first slip, a forward second slip. Keeper right up at the stumps to Jason Kant's bowling. And again, that's good management. He's done the same shot again. It's gone straight to second slip after bouncing off the ground. But gives them a dot ball. That one again just pushed forward, bounced into the ground for 1 minute. I thought I'd edged up to second slip, but it was a bump ball. Prodded it into the ground and it popped up into second slip's hands. So good field placement and movement there by skipper Jason Kant. And England at 18 for no loss after the 4th over. And again, we're going to see Sykes at the scoreboard end. Peter Doherty on strike. 4 runs off 5 balls. As the sun comes out again and the shadow of the tree we're sat under appears. Quite bright now. Hopefully that'll dry everything up that's got a bit wet after the showers. Again, a big reshuffle here of the field. Real big trust in this bowling attack. You've got 3 on the leg side. You've only got a fine leg. Fine leg mid wicket. And Jason's having a little spell at mid on. Everyone else on the offside. Oh, and that popped up there. It's nearly played very well there. Just one of those ones that sits up and he tried to hook it. Didn't quite find the sweet spot. I think it was the bottom end of the bat. And the fielder at mid-wicket just picked it up, returned it to the bowler. Again, good line and length there by Sykes. Drilled it into the ground and Aswani just pushes forward and defends it back. Another dot ball. Oh, it was unlucky. Good line and length from Sykes. That's 3 dot balls in a row after the 1 run for a leg by. Sykes comes in again for his 5th delivery in this 5th over. Wales 19 for naught. Aswani again just has to press forward and block it back towards the bowler. Good line and length, keeping it nice and tight here. Is that what rinse and repeat Rash says, wasn't it? Those last 3 balls, just same line, same length. Making Arvinder Aswani just push forward and block it back straight to the bowler. It's exactly what England Lions need. There's 1 run off that over, which was a leg bye. All the rest dot balls. So if they can keep that up for another, what's it going to be now, 40 overs? Shouldn't be a problem as the skipper starts again from the car park end. And he's gone a bit long there, and he just clipped that off his hip. He hasn't even bothered running there, Pete Doherty. He's just knocked it over the boundary for a 4. Moving him on to 8 runs. Oh, that was on the offside, and you see his practice stroke there. Doherty trying to just drive it through the covers, missed it. Straight into the keeper's gloves, so that's a bit better from Jason. Oh, that sounded middle, just knocked it into the ground though. Kind of stuck between a cut and a drive, I think, and ends up cutting it straight down into the ground, just popped up into the fielder at extra cover. Oh, and that's a bit of fish in there, that's moved off the surface, I feel. He's just fished outside his off stump there, it's not caught anything, straight through to the wicket keeper. I'm sure if Jason keeps his line length there, it won't be too long till England get the breakthrough they need. And that's the end of the over. Good over by Jason there. That's 23 for naught after 6. Aswani on 11, Doherty on 8. Just a bit below the run rate, but it's still early in the game where we're finding each other out and seeing what the wicket's doing for these Welshmen. They've had a look at it in the field while bowling, but still nice to have a look at it when you're at the end, defending those stumps. The bowler stays the same with Dean Sykes charging in from the scoreboard end. Oh, that's a fuller delivery. Just clipped that perfectly there. I don't think he's going to get that. That's going to make the boundary, and yeah, the fielder gives up and it goes for 4. That was a lovely little clip there. Very full, almost leg side, but Arvind played it really well. Flicked it off his pads, ran straight down. A very fine leg for 4 runs. Oh, bowler Sykes sent one down there. Tried to hook it off his pads there. Aswani and missed it completely. Rattled into his pads. No appeals from anyone, so obviously pitching outside, going down leg. And this time he gets that one right, just flicks off his pads again. They take the single, and again, a little bit lazy. The Welsh players in the pavilion shouting 2, and they just kind of strolled a single run. Could have easily been 2 there if they'd gone hard on the first one. A big total to chase down 310. They've got to be all over those little half chances. bowler really enjoyed that one, but Pete Doherty presents the full face of the bat to it. No danger at all, just pops it out at mid-wicket. Man there fielding, so no run taken. Wales 29 for 0. Had to say that at least once today, didn't I? 7th over. Wales 29 for 0. No loss of wicket so far. England not bowling badly. Oh, he's got a thick inside edge there. Again, tried to play an expansive drive through covers. You see him rehearsing that shot there. And he got thick inside edge onto his pads. Lucky he didn't get through to the wickets. Same again, Sykes comes in. Last ball of the over because he bowled that wide. Again, thick inside edge from Peter Doherty. Just popped it out to mid-wicket. Fielded well, thrown back in, and that's the end of the 7th. 29 for no loss. Wales batting, chasing the target of 310. They say, despite the cloudy outlook, some locals still enjoying the veranda. Again, superb pictures being captured by Benny on the camera. Great vision mixing by Mueller in the van to bring this all to you live on YouTube, and he's had a swing at that and he's dug it out. I thought he'd mistimed it there, but Aswani just digs it out, flicks it on leg side. It's gone straight past deep square for 4 runs. Ball retrieved from the hedgerow as, oh, he's had a swing and a miss there. Jason Corn comes in, throws one down. I've been clipped off the leg for 4. I'm sure he wasn't happy, but a better line length on that one to give him a dot ball. And totally left there by Aswani. Stepped out as if he's going to play the drive and just let it go past his off stump. Needs to be maybe a bit tighter on line if he's going to make him fall for that. He just cut that down into the ground. Straight out to point, another dot ball. Court returns from his mark. Couple of little steps, 3 big strides, throws his arm down. Well dealt with by Aswani, just pushes it back. Jason Corn comes in, 6th delivery of the over, he's gone for 1-4. And he's just drilled that into the ground. Straight at point. That's end of the over. Good over from Jason Corn, 4 off the over. Wales 33 for no loss. So it's going to be Peter Doherty facing Dean Sykes. I was looking around there, see where Trevor was going to come back. Trevor Lee, and have another chat this side of tee. Looks like he's doing a cheeky little interview there under the Weeping Willow for his podcast. If you spot him on the pictures, good length there, tucked him up. Just down in that far corner, he's having a chat to someone. Got the earphones in the recording gear, so presume he's grabbing something for Silver Stumps podcast. And they're all going to be at the Tame Cricket Ground tomorrow for the third ODI. Quite a vital one, I feel, at 1-1 in the series. Oh, that's missed and wrapped the pad again. Can only assume it's miles down leg because no one appealed at all. Okay, someone just steps in from the field and rearranges a couple of fielding positions. Trying to get these Welsh batsmen to fall for the trap. He's a little bit short. He's flipped it around his hips. Not sure if that's any bat or leg buys. We shall look for the umpire's signal. Doesn't look like he's given any leg buys, so he must have just clipped that with his bat around the corner. They've run a single, so Aswani on strike now. Pete Doherty at the other end. Aswani's on 20. Pete Doherty 9. 34 for the loss of no wicket for Wales in the 9th over. And he's just popped that round the corner. Didn't take the single that time though. Very nice orthodox forward defensive. And you just wonder when something's going to give. The Welsh can't go along at this rate. They're well behind the required run rate. They'll have to play some shots eventually where they're just going to see off the decent bowlers and go for it. As you heard Anthony Sutherland saying, they've got a couple of big hitting batsmen coming in. 3 and 4 can really get the scoreboard ticking. And inside edge, bounced down to the ground, popped up, looked like it was going near stumps. When it landed, it was past the leg stump. So change ends at the end of the 9th over. 34 for naught. Wales bat in, set a target of 310 by England. So let's change a bowler here. Jason Cornt just giving someone else a chance. Again, it looks like the big tall Cornishman. Wait for that to come up on our screens just to confirm. Having a big long discussion about where he's going to bowl and how we're going to get this first wicket. Can't be letting this partnership go on too long, letting their confidence build with every ball. They survive, but also the Welsh batsmen have to put some runs on the board. They can't just trickle along at 3.5. They're up to 7.69 run rate required now. So that's a good 4 behind what they need. And it doesn't take long for that 7.67 to become 8, to then become 9. Just as the bowler kind of moves mid-on round, a little bit finer. Comes in, he's played a shot, just dabbed it down to point. No run available. it's a great bit of cricket around there. And it is, in fact, Hugh Rogers bowling from this end. Sporting his Cornish blazer when he turned up. Looking very dapper. Hugh Rogers just a little bit over pitch, driven by Pete Doherty straight at cover. Turned back hard into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Ball does the traditional trip around the field. Ending with the bowler's shine. Hugh Rogers comes in, turns his arm over. Again, oh, he's just dragged that onto the leg side there. Pete Doherty trying to make something out of nothing. Pushing it on leg side. Getting out his own way. Oh, it's a good shot. He's absolutely thumped that. Just a little bit short there from Hugh Rogers. And he's popped it up over. Where was that? Mid-wicket. Over his head. Crashed into that short boundary. And that's what me and Anthony O'Sullivan were talking about. A couple of the power hitters in this Welsh side can really attack that short boundary, just like England did. Keep that scoreboard ticking over quite nicely. And then there's no panic stations yet. Doing exactly what they need to do here, keeping wickets in hand. Okay, the run rate's a bit low, but wickets in hand are worth a lot more. It's going to be Hugh Rogers again for his final delivery. 4 dots and a 4. Comes in from the car park end. Pete Doherty on strike. He just flicks it off his hip. He's looking for the little quick run there. But Arvinder's not interested. And that signals the end of the over. A bit of a discussion going on there between the batsmen. I think he really wanted that single there. Whether that was to stay on strike or just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But Arvind didn't feel like it was on. Sent him back. 38 for 1. So 38 for no loss. 10th over. Got 35 to go. Required run rate is 7.77 now, so creeping up. I wouldn't panic about that yet, but they've got to not let it get out of hand. As we stick with Sykes, he's the 6th over here for Sykes, coming in from the scoreboard end. Oh, that's a fantastic delivery. We've got a replay of that. That just pitched a beautiful line in length, turned away from the batsman. He's tried a little punchy drive there, but just pushed it through a little bit more speed, I feel, and it's into the wicket-keeper's hands of Simon Roth before he knew it. And they'll be looking for more deliveries like that, getting that edge with that one slip, gully in place, wicket-keeper up, close to the stumps. Oh, and he's middled that, just a little bit over-pitched, flicked it off his pads on the leg side, smashed the ball through, long on, and that adds another 4 to the total for Wales. 42 without loss. Dean Sykes scoreboard end, charges in. Just a little push forward and a block there from Arvind Daswani. Moved on to 24 off 19 balls. Nothing's really troubled them yet, apart from that one drop catch straight down the fielder's throat. Put it down. We've talked many a time with Rash and Owen about taking your chances when they come. You can't afford to do that too often against quality opposition. Oh, he's done it again. He's popped it up. I don't think there's a fielder there. He's found the gap, and that's gone for 4 runs. It makes it 8 off this over, which is more like it. 46 for no loss, Wales. And you hear the English fielders just geeing each other up, inspiring them to keep it tight. So the 5th ball of this 11th over for Dean Sykes. Ooh. Gone to prod at that, missed it, wrapped his pads. I think it was missing down the leg side, so no appeals. Last ball of the 6th over for Dean Sykes on that scoreboard end. Walks to his mark, shining that ball on his cricket trousers. Looking for some movement, very overcast here. Oh, that was a Yorker right up in the block hole. You get a replay of that, there's dust everywhere as he just dropped his bat down the last minute there. Arvind just to stop the ball, finding the stumps. And that concludes the 11th over. It's 46 without loss. Aswani on 28 of 42 balls. Pete Doherty 13 of 24 balls. Current run rate is 4.18 and the required run rate is 7.76. And again we're going to see Hugh Rogers from this car park end. Oh, it's a big edge there. Big edge. First slip puts his head in his hands. Gone to drive it through covers. Completely misjudged it. Edged it just wide of first slip. Bit of debate there, you see on screens, between the skipper and Hugh Rogers, whether he's asking for another slip in place, and the skipper's not keen on it. He's just dropping back now, Jason, so whether he's going to just drop one short for him to have a swing at it. Yes, we've got a full toss, and that's right through the gap. Smashed it through, past our camera, 4 runs. That's completely over pitch, whatever he was trying there. They're having a bit of a laugh together there, Hugh Rogers and Jason Gaunt. I don't think that was far off right. He was moving back there, the skipper, to take a catch or tempt Arvinder into it. And that brings the 50 up, 51 for no loss. 11.2 overs, 42 minutes. Arvinder Swani 32, Pete Doherty 14. He's gone back foot there and just drilled it into the ground there. Kept it off his stumps. It's 5 from this over from Rogers. Oh, and again there's a bit edgy. Thick edge. Looking to drive it, covers, he kind of skewed to backward point. Didn't quite get the line right on that. And again Hugh Rogers looks at the skipper. I think he'd like another couple of slips in the way. I mean, he's had so many chances off the edge there. Maybe that's what his bowling's about. That's a better stroke from Arvind, middle of the bat. Defends it down. 5 off this over so far. Last ball to come. Oh, again, that's over pitched. And it's, oh, that's unlucky. I think that's played onto his stumps again, isn't it? Or he's stumped him. He's had a swing at it. He's missed it. Oh, it's just clipped the top of off. Just clipped the top of off. I think he might have got a little edge on the inside there to guide it onto his stumps. So that's the first wicket for England Lions. Arvind Aswani goes for 32. Wales are 51 for 1. We've got our next batsman coming to the crease here, and he's furious there. Arvind, he just nicked it onto his stumps. Very unlucky, and the applause from the crowd shows how well he played there with those 32 runs off 47 balls. Little word between the two batsmen as they go into bat. And Aswani comes off. He's just telling skipper Sullivan right by me, he just tried to play a drive on a ball that wasn't really there for it. Ended up stretching away from his body, clipping the inside edge. That sent the ball onto his own stumps. He's had to walk back to the clubhouse. See who we've got coming into bat now.
Yes, I'll go now and then come back later. Yeah, I'll come back later with Matt. Is that right? Yeah, cool. Great stuff, thanks Paul. I'll just dump all that there in a minute.
And as we 13th over, Trevor Lees has finished with his podcast chat. Hope it all went well, did it, Trevor?
Yes, I had a nice little chat with Paul Gelder, the Lions manager, and I've warmed him up for you, Matt. So he's going to come and talk to you after I've done a little stint on here. So he's got a great story to tell. Ask him about his interview process.
Okay. I'm going to have a little break here as Trevor relieves me of my duties and talks you through the next few overs.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matt. Thank you very much indeed. So we're watching Dean Sykes from Suffolk bowling here from the I don't know, the trees end maybe. So Wales, good start for Wales. That's a leg by, 51 for 1. Nice little innings from Aswin. He played really well, played some great shots. And Hugh Rogers got his first wicket for the Lions, so he'll be very pleased with that. All his friends in Cornwall will be cheering on the live stream, watching him do that. So that's great stuff. So we've got Martin Powell in now on strike. Pete Doherty at the other end. Pete's got 14 off 28 balls. Oh, and there's an appeal there. Now he was a long way down. He's a big fella. And it seemed to hit him from where I was viewing it, above the knee roll. So I think if it had been given out, then he would have reviewed it. Not that we've got review technology here, but one day we will have, I'm sure. So we've now got a kind of short mid-on come in there now as well. So it's an attacking field from the England Lions. Here's Dean Sykes again from Suffolk in. And this time Martin clips it behind square, but Sanjay Berry's onto it there, and no chance of a run. So it's a daunting task really, a target 310. This is the very much the Wales second team that play in Division 2 of the County Championship. But a great day out for everybody concerned really. And fantastic, there are so many Lions games, and I was having a little chat with Paul Gelder, the Lions manager who came into the job this year, and it's just amazing. There's so many matches going on, and as you'll hear from Paul in a few minutes, no doubt, how many more games there are to come. So that's the end of the 13th over. It's 52 for 1, so going along exactly 4 and over, but they need to double that now if they're going to win this game, because the run rate required is 8 and over. But I think realistically we know that probably that's not going to happen. But this is a great opportunity for the Wales boys to play against a slightly better standard of bowling than they might be used to. So It's going to be Hugh Rogers to continue, 1 for 9 off 2 so far. So just making a few readjustments to his field. He's still got a slip, he's got a gully in there as well. And he's going left arm round the wicket to Pete Doherty. And Pete has neatly steered that just wide of gully, just to the left-hand side of gully. And they go through for a single. So he who got in for 2 balls, he normally opens the batting for Cornwall, but he got in for a couple of balls at the end of the innings. There are so many opening batsmen in this Lions team, as we've mentioned earlier. So that brings Martin Powell on strike at the car park end. Just pushes forward there, not risking taking a single. They're just going to get his eye in here, because we've had a lot of rain here, so the covers have been on, of course, but the wicket's always going to get a little bit wet. And Hugh gave that a little bit more air, but it met Martin on the full, and well, he's dispatched that through the covers for 4. But when you've got 300 on the board, you can afford to have an attacking field. You don't need to worry too much about the odd bad ball going for 4. Just keep attacking, keep looking to get those wickets. A slightly different trajectory there from Hugh. Just held that one back a little bit, trying to tempt Martin into trying to repeat that shot. That's well bowled. Well taken by Simon Routh, who had a great knock himself in the England innings. So 1 ball to go in the 14th over. Oh, and a big shout there, but that looked from here as though that was drifting a little bit more of the bowler and first slip than the keeper. So don't think they'll use a review on that one. So end of another over. 14 overs gone, 57 for 1. Pete Doherty 15, Martin Powell 4. And you can see there on your screen the fantastic facilities here at Apperley Cricket Club in Gloucestershire. Not been here before myself. So always great when they've got a couple of sight screens, so that if you've got a bowler who changes his action, you don't have to be faffing around moving the screen and then forgetting to mark where the screen gets to, and then checking it out the next time they change over, and then the bowlers get fed up of moving it. So you all know how that works in club cricket, don't you? Anyway, Nigel Moore's coming on at the top end now. I played against Nigel in 2014. That's the only time I played against him. It was when Cornwall over 50s qualified somewhat miraculously for the last 16 for the first time ever. We went to Warwickshire, who I think were the #1 seeds, and Nigel was captain. And well, looking back, we had a great chance of winning the game actually. But yeah, Dave Murphy, the current chair, who I got to know this year through Dave coming on the podcast, and I was talking to Dave about this match, and I said, I was batting going really well at the top of the order and into the 30s, and we were about 70 for no wicket or whatever, and I pulled this ball. I thought I hit it really well, and a guy at mid-wicket stuck his hand up and caught it. Ridiculous. Anyway, it turns out that was Dave. So small world cricket, isn't it? Really small world. So anyway, Nigel's into the attack. Nigel captained the chairman's 11 on Sunday against Australia. It's a little bit short. And Pete's beautifully placed that away. That's a classy shot from Pete Doherty. Pete did his Achilles last year, but prior to that, he was a regular opener for Wales over 60s first 11. And that was a super shot. He just let the ball come onto him, and he placed it. Placed it really well. Didn't try and hit the leather off it, just placed it. And already there's a sweeper out now, I think, on that bounder. I think someone just went out there. So Nigel's in again, and he tries the same shot again, but didn't quite get the angle this time, and so it just picked up at backward point, which I think is Paul Sykes. He threw that in left-handed. I think he was the left-handed opening bowler at the top end earlier on. So Nigel in again and Pete forward. So the good news here at Apperley is the weather is proper cricket weather again now. So it's lovely and sunny. It's warm, and despite the rain, the outfield feels as though and looks as though it's dried out quite quickly. You saw that ball speed away then from Pete, and now he's hit over the top. So a great shot again. So no holding back from Pete Doherty. There's a lady on a bench up there who it bypassed her. She's now going to go and try and find it. So yeah, in the bushes we go. As so this is the stage in a cricket match where you have to count how many cricketers go into the bushes and make sure you count them all back out again. So I think only one's gone in there at the moment. Looks as though it could be a second one heading in that direction. But yeah, that was a fuller ball from Nigel, and Pete, no messing about. Nobody back at wide, deep mid off, so he just smashed it through. Great shot. Great shot. I think that's the thing as a batsman. If you get a new bowler coming on, you want to try and take charge, don't you? I remember when Paul Firebrace came on our podcast and he said, as a batsman, you need to be set in the field. So you decide where you play the ball, and then if they move the field, then you can play it into the other gaps when they aren't there. So Nigel, that's prompted a change in the field now, those two shots. So he's going to lash it through the leg side now. Watch this. No. Very defensive. Not going to good straight ball from Nigel. So 1 ball to go in this over. So this over is bang on the run rate. 8.12 required, and there's 8 off this over. And yeah, not quite short enough to pull, but but a good over for Wales that. So we're a third of the way through, 65 for 1. At this stage, England was 77 for 1. So I don't know whether we're having drinks. I think we might well be having drinks. So there's a couple of people enjoying the sunshine. They've got their cricket chairs with them, look. Don't realise they're global TV stars right now, do they? So there we go, enjoying the cricket. So yeah, if you're in the area and you're finishing work and you want to come down, there's still 30 overs to go in this game. There's still a few seats available around the ground, so you can go and enjoy that. So Martin looks as though he might be dispensing with his helmet here. So yeah, drinks. There we go. Drinks are forward. So I can't see the chat. So apologies if you're putting stuff in the chat right now, because I haven't been trained how to do that. But what I can tell you, I take this opportunity to thank the England sponsors, the England 60 sponsors, who are Stonehill, Sporter Tours, NV, and then MacTech, the Jube, and I think that's Clean Care. The big K sign there. So sponsorship is so important, and it all helps. And when I was talking to Paul, we were talking about just the amount of people involved in senior cricket. It's just fantastic, really. There are 126 teams, county teams, playing in 4 over 60s divisions across the country and Wales each week, and another 3 divisions of over 70s teams. It's just incredible, and it can't be that far away before we start talking about over 80s. It can't be that far away on that basis. So fantastic. So if you're watching this, or you've tuned into this and you're thinking, well, my days are gone as cricket, I've got to that age in life where I'm not going to play much and I can't play representative cricket. Well, maybe it's time to think again, because your county will almost certainly have a team, and particularly if you're in Nottinghamshire, because come on, Nottinghamshire, we need to get you involved in the over 60s cricket setup. So yeah, that would be great. And obviously the game against Wales today, and Scotland. Shout out for Scotland, because the Scotland seniors have rebranded and regrouped. Well, not regrouped. They've got a new structure going on. They spent a lot of time, Clark and Kevin, up in Scotland, getting Scottish senior cricket really going, and it's it's really taking off. They've played against the Lions this year. Scotland also over 60s had a couple of pre-season games, or 3 pre-season games against Lancashire, Yorkshire and Durham as well. So who knows? At some point they may be they may be getting into the county championships themselves in the same way that Wales are. So the team having a little huddle here, just talking tactics. So yeah, Wales need 8 and over from here. So it's going to be a big ask, and but you know, a chance for. Oh, it is Clean Clad. Look, Clean Clad. It's on the back of Nigel's shirt there, so I'll make sure I get the sponsor's name spot on. Correct next time it appears on the screen. So Clean Clad. There we go. So yeah, a little chat from Jason Cornt, the captain, there to the players, and of course for some of the lads in the team today, it's their first game for the Lions. So a great honour for them. This is technically a friendly game rather than a full international, I'm told. So. But, yeah, there we go. 65 for 1. Martin Powell on 4. Pete Doherty on 23. And it looks like it's going to be Hugh Rogers to continue from the car park end. And he's going to be going left arm round the wicket to Martin Powell, who's now swapped his helmet for a cap. And one or two of the Wales boys walking past there. So a shout out to Nigel Clayton. So Nigel is playing for Wales today, and he came up to me before the game and he said, "I know you." So we used to play against each other about 35 years ago. Can you believe that? Isn't that fantastic that we're still playing competitive cricket all that time on? Anyway, we're back live, and drinks are done, and Hugh Rogers is in, and Martin Powell just strokes that one out into the covers. No run. And don't forget, if you're in the Oxfordshire area, then come along to Tame Cricket Club tomorrow for the 3rd one-day international between England and Australia. The series neatly poised at 1 match all. So it's a big game tomorrow for both sides. It's essentially become a best of 3. Australia won the Grey Ashes in November, winning 3-2 down under, or November-December last year. So yeah, it's going to be a great game at Tame tomorrow, so come along and enjoy that. I think you don't have to pay to get in or anything. Hospitality will be great, and the cricket on show will be fantastic as well. So, we're looking forward to that. So 3 dot balls to start the over from Hugh Rogers. Just getting into his rhythm now. Well, I spoke too soon. That was a fuller ball, but well fielded by Nigel Moore, so just a single there to Martin Powell. And again, what Hugh does very well is change the pace. He's quite a deceptive bowler. And that was a slight change of pace, gave it a little bit more width, but Pete Doherty, with all his experience, said, "I'm not interested in any of that, thank you very much." So here we go to complete the over. It's a little bit short, and he's kind of got away with that. I think that might be off the pads, actually, looking at how fast it went down there. And Pete, yeah, he knows he missed out there, so I think we're going to get a signal. Are we going to guess? Yes, we are. So leg bye. So leg bye to finish the over. 2 runs off the over. So just waiting for that to click through on the scoreboard, which will take it up to 67 for 1 at the end of the 16th over. So Nigel Moore to continue at the woodland end. I'm not sure that's the official name for that end, but I've called it that because I can see lots of trees at that end, and fabulous trees they are as well. In fact, this ground is surrounded largely by fabulous trees, which is, yeah, great, isn't it? Really great for cricket. So anyway, Nigel's in. And that's just tucked away behind square, straight to Sanjay Berry, so no run there. And a little bit more air from Nigel. Tempting Pete with that expansive drive, but skipper Jason Cornt is there at deepish mid-off, and no single to him there. That's nicely bowled. So run rate just gone above 8.5 now. Ooh, Pete went for the big slog sweep there. Got a bit on it because there was no appeal. But had his eyes. There is a man down at deep sort of square leg mid-wicket area for that very shot. And he just tucks it into the leg side. Sanjay's onto that, so no run. So 5 dot balls in this over so far. The thing is, when the spinners are on, you do tend to get through the overs quite quickly. One of the things about cricket generally is just in the Test matches, and Pete's gone for a big hoik there, but he's only gonna get a single. So just walking through easily for a single. I think that's Zahir Mohammed down there. Nice throw back to the keeper. End of the over, 1 off the over. But there's a lot of chatter, isn't there, on Test cricket about slow over rates? Because I didn't realise that 90 overs in a day in a Test match, 5-day Test match, only applies technically to the last day. So if you don't bowl 90 overs on the first 4 days, well, you don't bowl them. So I think they're looking to speed it up, and sometimes I feel, in over 60s cricket even, we could speed up a little bit, tweaks to the field and batsmen chatting and all that. It all slows it down a little bit, but this has been a pretty fast-paced game. So Hugh Rogers to continue, 1 for 15 off 4 overs so far, bowling to Pete Doherty from the car park end. Ooh, and that was a good ball. Goodness me, I don't know how that missed the stumps. We're just watching it on the replay here. Wow, how did... Oh, goodness me. That was the proverbial coat of varnish. So Pete went back foot, ball spun away from him. Goodness knows how it didn't take the off bail, but there you go. So... oh, and this time he tempts him outside the off stump. Pete goes to the big slashing cut, misses that as well. So this is good bowling from Hugh. I think he had someone, I think from the reactions earlier, I wasn't in the commentary box, but I think he might have had a catch, a quite difficult catch low down, dropped early on at first slip. He's picked up the... oh, and Pete again went back on his stumps. He's picked up the only wicket so far. So this is a good over. He might have had him 2 or 3 times in this over already. We've only had 3 balls. So this is a good over. Again, no run. The England boys are very sharp in the covers on the single, and there's been a lot of discussion about how they realised when they've played Australia a couple of times in recent years how you've got to be sharp, at this level on the ones, stopping the singles, and that's a bit short. And Pete's got that one away down here, so through sort of wide mid wicket. It's running down the hill, that, but no one's going to worry too much about that. When you're a spin bowler, that's part of the deal. If you're going to, you can bowl flat and just bowl for dot balls, or you can vary it and go for wickets, and then occasionally it's not going to quite work and you're going to concede the boundary, and the trade-off is you're probably going to get a wicket, as well at some other point. So that's the end of the over. So it's exactly 4 over. Wales are going at 72 for 1 off 18 overs. This is, of course, as a reminder, the Wales second team, and it is a genuine second team. All these guys play in the over 60s Division 2, which again just shows the standard of cricket there is, because they're playing really well, and they normally play against the second teams from all the counties, let alone the second team from England. So yeah, great, and a great occasion for them as well. Right, so Nigel Moore to continue, 0 for 9 off 2, and his last over went for just a single. Might have even been a maiden. There were 2 fours in the first over. Right, so Martin Powell on strike. Oh, and the leading edge. Looks as though Martin was trying to clip that through mid-wicket. Leading edge just fell into no man's land. That's a fuller ball, and Martin was looking to drive that down through mid-on. Didn't really get it, and in the end, Nigel was able to save it. So dot ball. It's a little bit shorter. Martin going forward, and the ball just looping up. So Nigel getting in his rhythm now after that first over where Pete Doherty put him away for a couple of fours. He's now getting into a rhythm which making it hard to score. There's a faster ball, and he quite didn't get up. Slipped in a much quicker ball there. Martin was going back, and that would have hit the stumps about halfway up because it didn't really bounce much at all. And then he follows that with a big looper. And that's actually given a wide. So in over 60s cricket, anything down the leg side is a wide. He can, of course, be stumped off a wide, and that's probably what he was bowling for there, was the stumping. So happy to give away the wide in exchange for a potential opportunity for a stumping. So again, as a slow bowler, it's a tactical thing. Right, 1 ball to go in this over. Just the wide on it in it so far. And Martin's gone for that. Oh, I thought for a second that was a catch. But it's squeezed through, and they're just going to get a single. So thought for a moment that was a catch at mid-wicket, low down, but wasn't to be. So 74 for 1 is the score. Yeah, that's right. So Martin will be on strike. He's 6 from 18. Pete is 28 from 49. And the run rate, well, let's not get too worried about the run rate. It's crept over 9 now. I mean, we won't worry too much about that. 71 for 4 off 19. One of the tests for the England Lions here is that on the basis that the Wales team, in all fairness, aren't going to get the total unless someone plays the innings of their life, then, can they get them out? And so far, got 1 wicket in 19 overs. So can they bowl them out? That would be their target for England, would be to think. And Martin's given that a good thrash. And that's raced down to just past the sight screen here at mid-on. Maybe he overheard me about that, someone playing the innings of their life, and decided it's his day now. 6 off 18, and now he's going to blast 150, 6 off the next 80 balls or something. So, right, here's Hugh again, Hugh Rogers in, and he floats that one up. Oh! I think he was trying to tempt Martin there, and Martin was having none of it, and in the end, there was a little outside edge that just dribbled towards first slip. So, and that's driven, but he's not going to beat extra cover there, which I think is Martin Ford from Sussex there. Just feeling 1 or 2 raindrops here, but it might be that it's the wind blowing it off the tree that I'm sitting under. And that is a little short. And Martin's just punched that into the ground, and one bounce back to the fielder. So this is a good tactical exchange here between the bowler and the batter. The bowler bowling a different ball virtually every single ball. Oh, and a big heave from Martin there. He was looking to hit that into the car park, and made no contact whatsoever. Straight through to the keeper. There you can see it on the replay. Dot ball. 1 ball to go in this over. This is the 6th over from Hugh Rogers, so he's getting a good bowl today. And that's a quicker ball, and an appeal from Simon Routh. He's holding the ball up, but no one else seems to be interested. The bowler isn't interested. Now what's happened? Now looks like that's been signalled dead ball. So I'm not quite sure. So it's the end of the over. So I can only think that hit somebody on the head somehow. Because nowadays, if the ball hits the head, anybody, whether you're wearing a helmet or a cap or wherever you are, fielding, batting, bowling, then it is dead ball. So that was the signal from the umpire, but you don't get the ball replayed, and so that was the end of the over. And if I've got that completely wrong, I did go on an umpiring course in the winter, so I'm hoping that I've got that right. Anyway, back live, and Nigel Moore to continue from the Woodland end. So that's 20 overs gone down. The rate is 78 for 1 off 20. So 5 overs behind because the England guys were 77 for 1 off 15. So Pete, again, he likes that little shot, that little dab shot. So what we haven't seen is any ramp shots today, or any, unless I've missed it, any reverse sweeps. So we're hoping we might get 1 or 2 of those before the day's out. So, but that's a nicely shot. Used his feet lovely there, and he's clipped that through mid-wicket. The chase is on down there. Bit of footwork has saved it, and they're going to only get 2. So I moved my binoculars when it was raining earlier, and I don't know. I can't. Well, they must be close by, but I don't know where I put them. So I can't quite make out who that is down. Who chased that down there? Right. So a little change of the field now. Yeah. So a little follow the ball change in the field here. So we've now got a mid wicket in there for that very shot that he's just played once. So there we go. Right, so back on. Nigel Moore in his 4th over into Pete Doherty, and this time it is short. Oh my goodness, I thought the umpire had caught that. Umpire was taking evasive action, and it looked for a second as though he was trying to catch it. Anyway, 2 it is. So yeah, and the umpire is just showing how he would have caught it. I remember playing in a game up in Lincolnshire or Nottinghamshire many years ago, and that's exactly what happened. The guy went for the guy umpiring was a former player, and he forgot he was a former player on a square leg, and he took a great one-handed catch. And then immediately realised what he'd done. Guy absolutely middled it, and yeah, there we go. There we go. It happens. Right. 2 balls to go in this over from Nigel Moore. And, oh, Pete's got away with that. Is it going to be 4? I think it is, yeah. So, looks like Steve Whitcomb's on there as emergency 12th man, because Martin Watkin is off the field after his innings. Just a precautionary thing for him. So, 4 there for Pete Doherty. And Matt's back to keep an eye on me. Make sure I haven't said anything I shouldn't say while he's been away.
I'm sure you've been fine.
Right, so Pete Doherty, yeah. So Matt, I was just saying, realistically, this is not a run chase that Wales are going to get now. Let's face it. But I think the challenge now for England Lions is to bowl them out. That's their goal now. They're going to restrict them to runs. They're going to win the game anyway on that. But can they bowl them out, I think, is the big question.
Well, it's quite interesting, actually, Trevor, because you can join in our debate. This always annoys me when teams just dab away here and see the match out. Me and Rash have had this debate time and time again. I don't see the point. I'd rather they went for it, played shots, got out, go down trying.
Yeah.
Just to dab away and let the run rate to get to 9.33. It's a friendly one-off. It's not a series. You haven't got to defend anything. Why they're just allowing it to dab along and the run rate get ridiculous is beyond me. I'd rather see them play shots, get bowled out for 40. At least they've had a go at it. It's kind of negative cricket to me, in my opinion. What do you think?
Well, I think you've got to look at it from 2 ways. I mean, they have played some attacking shots, but they're not going to. I don't think they're going to play recklessly. And I think the only way to really chase down 9, 10 and over at this level with these people is probably to play reckless, So there we go. So that's what you mean, isn't it? Martin's just played a couple of forward defences, and you're thinking, well, maybe he should be looking to hit the ball a bit harder, which he's clearly capable of. But anyway, you've got Paul Gelder coming in soon, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, Paul Gelder's going to join us here. He's the manager of the Lions. Just to give us an update and let us know how things work and get his opinion on the Lions' summer so far.
Great. Well, I'll hand over to Paul at the end of this over then, and then we can do the little changeover. So if you keep going to the end of this over, Paul should be with you by the end of the over, Matt. Here we go.
No problem. Thank you there, Trevor, for stepping in and giving us a little break. There's a nice little back foot shot there played by Martin Powell. Straight to the fielder. Has been so often in this innings. Not getting the required runs, as we've just discussed with Trevor. Martin just sorts his earphones out. So, yeah. So, Paul Gelder is a manager's lion. Is that your Lions manager? Is that your official title?
Yes, it is. That's my official title.
So,
England Lions manager.
So before today, I have to say, the 3 games they had against Australians were fantastic. I mean, in my opinion, they ran them closer than the first 11 and put up a really good fight, all 3 games.
Yeah, the first game at Cheadle-Hulme, yes. Yes, we've run them really close. Disappointed to be 9 runs short of, the total. But yeah, we put up a hell of a fight against them. We did really well. And then at Rash's club, Outy Bridge, to get them in a spot of bother. I mean, there was in a spot of bother, and their wicket keeper, I think it was Adamson, come in and he hit a quick 40 odd just to get them out of that hole, and they won by 2 wickets. It was very, very good. I mean, the boys, they fielded like demons, and they batted well, and that's all I can expect from them. And we play as a team, and they did really well.
And I guess all it highlights really is the whole squad system that the England over 60s cricket has this year, of the kind of first 11 and the Lions. It does just highlight the strength in depth. It
does, yeah. From the start, when we had the games at Tame, the trial games at Tame, we picked a squad of 33, and it is. There's some really, really good players here, and as you know yourself, we had a few at Cheadle-Hulme who've now gone and hopefully cemented a place in the England side. Timor Allen, he's proved to be a very good asset to us. Yes, it's prospects look good. Yeah.
I mean, it literally was in all 3 of those games. They lost 3 in a bit to, a bounce of the ball here, a wicket there. It could have quite easily been 3-0 the other way. As I think we have a stump in there. Yeah, the umpire's signal. So he's just, look on the replay here. He's just stretched here. Pete Doherty's taken a skip down the wicket. Yep. He's missed it. And
work there.
Good old Simon Routh isn't going to miss that one. So that's another wicket there for the Lions. And then today, great innings and real good mentality after the rain break, which probably affected Wales a little bit.
Yep.
But they really came out and said, you know what, let's get as many on the board as we can and give them something to shoot at.
Yeah. I think it was always, me and Jason discussed early doors. We looked at the pitch and we said, obviously get as many runs as we can. But yeah, we're happy with it with 309. It gives the boys something to bowl at. And yeah, I mean they batted well. If Steve Small come in, he from not scoring too many runs, he come into the lines and he batted really well. Simon Routh batted well. Martin Watkins batted brilliantly. They've done really well today. Brilliant. And as you know yourself, we've got some newbies here as well today. We've got 5 new newbies playing today, and they're acquitting themselves very well at the moment.
Yeah, again, more strength in depth. The fact you've got 5 new people having a dabble at the Lions today just highlights the issue once again.
It does, yeah. And we're always, as I was saying earlier on the podcast, that we're always on the lookout for people who are excelling this year in the stats and taking wickets, getting runs. So, once the squad of 33 was picked, we still are looking. If there's somebody that is really doing tremendously well, then we will perhaps consider them.
And what's your message to those county players out there that may be on the verge of the Lions and that? Is it just, everyone's got a chance, keep performing and you will have your day?
Correct, yeah. Keep performing, keep scoring runs, keep taking wickets, and we do look at stats all the time, and we will be giving you a call.
And are you going to be down in Tame tomorrow?
I'm not, unfortunately. I will be going back to Essex tonight, and then back to work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Are you going to make any other ODIs left? The Royal Ascot one?
Yeah,
and the
I'm going to
Sparkle?
Ascot. Yeah, I will be. Hopefully, I'll be bringing my wife Helen. Will be coming to Ascot on Thursday, and I've got some tickets to the races as well for the Friday. So so we're hoping to make a few days of it.
I heard the races on at the same time. That could be a few problems traffic-wise, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
So we get to the end of summer. We've obviously won the Grey Ashes 3-2. Your two squads have performed well. What's the next stage in 60s cricket? Do we go back to trial squads, or what's the plans?
So plans for next year is the World Cup for us in Canada in August. So see what touring sides are coming over next year, what fixtures we can get next year for the Lions and the England international side, and then be concentrating on getting a squad for the World Cup in Canada next year.
And the England squad's obviously good enough to challenge for that. You're obviously going there hoping to win it. I mean, you've obviously got main rivals like Australia that'll be there, but you'll be planning to go there and bring the trophy home.
Yes. You know, you've always got to aspire to win. You know, I mean, for me, it's pointless going to say, "Oh, we're going to come second." You always aspire to win, and we instill that with going through the lines into the England first team. We instill that in them that we play to win. You know, we don't roll over, and we play to win. Same as you can see today, with the field we're setting here, it's a very attacking field, so we're playing to win.
And as the Lions manager, Paul, day to day, what's your job entail? What sort of things do you get up to behind the scenes, that just for the listeners that maybe don't know what you do and what you arrange and how much work you put in?
So I've been quite fortunate this year with Paul Bradley. He sorted a lot of the grounds out before I even took over as Lions manager. So logistically, a lot of that was already done, and it's just a ringing round to the clubs, making sure that we've got a good Wi-Fi connection for you guys, sorting the caterers out, umpires, scorers, and then informing the players as we look at selection, picking teams. It is quite involved. It's a lot more involved than I thought it would be. It's a lot more than managing Essex, let's put it that way.
Well, and on that point, I was saying, but that must be quite hard managing that around the county championship, because there's a full-blown seniors county championship going on at the same time. You must have to squeeze it in around that, and your calendar must be hard to fit it in.
It is at the moment. Unfortunately, I should have been playing in Hampshire today. Our Essex team are playing Hampshire today, and I should have been in that game. But obviously, I'm here with the Lions, and at the moment, I'm not playing over 50s. I've played the odd one or two games, but I'm concentrating on the Lions at the moment. So I've handed the reins over as manager of Essex third 11 over 50s. I've handed the reins of that over because it's just too much for me to manage the over 50s and the England Lions. It's just too much work.
And there's a lot of over 50s, over 60s, and even over 70s cricketers out there. It really is a kind of thriving area of the game, isn't it?
It's unbelievable when you just take my county for instance. Essex, we have 3 over 50s, we have 5 over 60 sides, and I think there's 3, and they're looking at doing a 4th over 70s for Essex. And I know Wales have a 4th team this year in over 50s. There's a lot of counties now are doing that, and seniors cricket is thriving. It is thriving and getting bigger. It's massive. It's seniors cricket.
Is there any expansion plan for, if there's more and more players come into it in teams, is there any sort of county expansion, or would you just go to seconds, thirds, fourths, and they all kind of squeeze into the same championship?
So at the moment with 50s, the first team, second team, third team. So we play first team county championship, second 11 county championship. There is talk. I think they're looking at voting in the next AGM of merging the second 11 and third 11 county championships into 2 divisions. So there'll be a promotion and a relegation, and I think they're looking at doing that, which will work. It will. I think it will help a lot of sides. But yeah, it is thriving. 60s. I think they already work that system. But yeah, it is. Seniors cricket is thriving. It's getting more competitive as well as more players get to know that can actually put a county shirt on at 50-year-old and at 60-year-old, and you can put an England shirt on at 50 and 60s. More people are now, instead of them stopping playing cricket when they get to 50, 60, they're now continuing on.
Yeah, it sounds absolutely fantastic, doesn't it, Paul? And just from a selfish point of view, we've been amazed by the figures. Us lot from UOG and Ivor on the BBA truck, you know, over 10,000 people viewing these things we put on today for your sponsors,
Yeah.
Stonehill, Clean Clad,
Yeah.
the Jube. You know,
Yeah.
must be almost
It's
flabbergasted by how many people have watched it.
Well, I didn't see the figures, and I remember Paul Bradley. He messaged me and he said, "Do you know how many people have actually watched?" And it's got to be great for our sponsors. They're getting this advertising, they're getting the exposure, and it's got to be good for the sponsors as well. And of course, with seniors cricket, we are self-funding, and that's what we do need. We do need sponsors. And as you can see at the moment, the guys here have got their sponsored shirts on. So yeah, it's sponsorship for us is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, we've been absolutely, flabbergasted isn't even exaggerated. We don't know what numbers we expected, but when we saw that at the end of the first ODI, over the 10,000 people had just seen that, either live or on a replay, and we're hitting those similar numbers every time there's an ODI, you know, the people who are willing to back the teams, and there you are, just as we say, you know, England sponsors are Stonehill, Sporter, Tours, Envy, Matchtech, the Jube and Clean Clad. You know, we can, the money they put in and help sponsor it. I think Clean Clad have sent us a little video that Nula's going to play now, which is fantastic. Yeah, so that video was amazing footage there from Clean Clad, just everything they do to keep the change rooms clean and hygienic through the time. And me and Paul were just talking off air about this run chase now. I mean, I think England Lions have done enough at 3:10. You know, you see there the run rate is up to 10.82 now. Yos Rash, I always get frustrated that these teams don't go for it. They're just batting away, and as it's not a series, I get frustrated that you may as well go for it. I'd rather see people going down, swinging a punch and fighting than just dabbing away and not getting anywhere near the total. I don't know what your opinion is on that.
Yes, definitely. I think we probably, as we discussed earlier, that when we was at Cheadle Hulme, we should have maybe gone a little bit earlier than what we did, and we would have probably not crept over the line, but probably done it with 2 overs to spare. I think really, if they're going to go for it, they need to put their hammer down now. I think two down. We're halfway, and the guys are bowling well at the moment, so they really need to up the run rate at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in anyone's mind that the England Lions bowling outfit is a quality outfit. It's the same as you against Australia. It was a quality outfit, and it is easier said than done. But you look now, they're going at 3.87 and they need 10.5. I would rather see a couple of batsmen just have a swing, have a go. If you get out for 30 off 10 balls, fine.
Yep.
But at least you've had a go at it. You're not going to do anything. It would just, the game's going to fizzle out. They're not going to get anywhere near the total. It baffles me why there's not that mentality to go for it a bit more.
It is. It's just going to fizzle out. And the thing is, a wicket goes down, then the run rate goes up even how many? Now we're at 11.05 now, and they're only running at 3. So yeah, I think it's they need to put the hammer down, I think.
Yeah, and then just the 100 comes up there for Wales with Martin Powell on 22 and Martin Lewis on 2. So what do you think what's the goal out of this for England, Sage? You'd obviously like to bowl them within the 45 just to show your bowling strength?
No, I think we've got, so as I was saying there, we've got the newbies here, so we're giving the newbies a run out as well. You know, Hugh bowled well, Hugh Rogers bowled well. So I would imagine that we'll be bowling another 1 or 2 newbies. I think just giving them a try out and just seeing how they go. Yeah, Richard. I think Richard Wilson will probably come on as well soon. So we're just giving them all a chance. They've all had nearly all of them have had a bat, you know, but they will get a bowl as well.
And just finally, before we let you go, Paul, just a word on Paul Bradley, because I know he's not been in the best of health, and just wondered if you've had a chance to speak to him, and how's he doing, and is everything going well?
Yeah, I spoke to him. Yesterday. He's in good spirits. He's had to have more tests, and he's in good spirits at the moment. You know, and we all just wish him well.
Yeah, sentiments echoed by all of us here. Well, Paul, fantastic job you're doing for the Lions. I think you've had a cracking summer. I think you've been really unlucky not to at least win one game. And for all the games I've watched, you've run them as close as anyone. And so with that in mind, you're doing an absolutely fantastic job, and long may it continue.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Paul. That's
Thank
Paul
you.
Gowder, everyone. Thank you for your time. He's the England Lions manager. And again, we'll echo that to Paul Bradley over there, the Maltese Falcon, that speedy recover, and we all wish you well. And all those things that Paul just said there about, this isn't possible without the sponsors, and long may the good health of 60s cricket continue as we see another wicket there. So from my point of view, nice to see some shots played, but I'm sure there's one just falling there for England, and I think they'd like to know. I see what Paul's saying about giving the newbies a run out and probably a good old 45 overs to look at them. I'm sure the boys out there would like to get this wrapped up before the 45 over mark, just to kind of flex their muscles on the strength of their bowling prowess here, as Wales hit 102 for 3, and I think there's Martin Lewis that lost his wicket there, as the boys, again, good cheering, good back slapping, and just encouragement all round there from the Lions that they are getting this job done. And again, by all means, get on the chat and let us know your opinions, because I'm certainly no expert at the game, but I just feel, dribbling along, not really going for the total or having an expectation to hit the total. Do you kind of more deeper cricket fans think that's acceptable? Do you appreciate the kind of nuances of batting out more than I do? Let me know what you think, but I certainly like to see them have a go with it. They're just under the cosh, and I think they should maybe have a go at it a bit more. We've got Mr. Raman there. England, how many overs to play today? We've got 45 is overs, the total of overs. So what we've got, 18 left to play, Raman. Owen Mason just got back home. Great to tune in after England have put a good score. I hope it's not been too rain delayed. No, just a couple of showers there, Mason, that held us back a little bit. And Rashmi, I don't know if that's a chat going on there thing that traditionally if the match starts at 11, 10 a.m. after the second lunch is taken, 12 minutes start, tea break's taken, yeah. So nice to see you all chatting away. We've not had such good connection on my internet here for my looking at the live chat, I have to say, although everything else is working fantastic here. That's the main thing. It's great to see some regular returners. Chris Dennis and Liv Clark catch my eye straight away, who have followed all the games this summer, really. Birmingham Cricket Club, where Chris Dennis is They're off for a rain delay as well against Worcester. 70s versus Cornwall 70s. So there's also been a few showers everywhere. As you probably heard, King Golf, and they've had a bit of rain at Portrush there where the Open's taking place. Started today. But I have to say, the clouds are now high. The sun is out. There's actually a bit of blue sky above us now, which you can just about see in the pictures that we're bringing you here from Apperley Cricket Club. And that one's straight at me as the fielder can get this bounced. There's another good backup field in there from the England boys to stop that going for a boundary. And do you know what? They've probably saved 3 runs there with a bit of quality fielding. But again, I'm really enjoying Martin Powell actually swinging the bat a little bit and trying to play some shots. So Wales are 103 for 3. Run rate is currently 3.75. They need 11.83. It's another big swish from, I think it's Martin Powell. Again, I think our score was a little bit delayed because Rob Franklin's just come in, who I think is the more shorter, stockier chap who's now facing. But Martin certainly looks like he's trying to swing the willow a little bit and get somewhere near this target. It'd be absolutely fantastic if they got close. And like I was saying too, Paul, a much smaller cricketing nation, obviously, Wales, and they do put up a cracking fight. And every time I've seen them, my first game ever at Stratford was Wales, England, and they always put up a very hard-fought match, whoever they play against, especially England. And as Paul's just talked about, the depth in the England squad is frightening, really. You know, even the Aussies have commented a couple of times this summer with me and Owen how deep their squad is compared to the Aussie squad. And Trevor touched on earlier how many good wicket-keeper batsmen we've got in. You know, there's 4 or 5 or 6 that could represent England with the standard they play out. I say we saw Anton there at Oakham at the weekend, who's a absolutely lovely chap from Cornwall, brilliantly representing the county with their striking black and gold blazers on and doing an absolutely fantastic job behind the stumps. I said 2 or 3 wickets were down to his glove work, really. So it is very competitive, and that comes from that superb county championship that they constantly run with the league system in the groups and then the knockouts. And every senior cricketer I spoke to over the summer has just, their faces light up when they talk about the county championship and how much they enjoy it and how competitive it is. And even the lesser teams that are maybe slightly behind you, Yorkshires and Lancashires, are just looking. That's a cracking shot. They just smashed. He didn't even bother running there. Martin Powell just biffed that straight past the bowler's head. Smashed it with all his might straight through long on to score another boundary. And he's going along a good tick here. 29 off 45 balls now. So they need 201 to win. 100 balls remaining. 7 wickets in hand. And that's the bit that gets me. 7 wickets in hand. I'd rather they lost a few wickets going for it than not going for it. And I know it's against a decent hard attack that are going to punish you for any mistakes. As the last batsman found out, just sneaking out of his crease and getting stumped by some more fantastic glove work behind the stumps. Martin Lewis, wasn't it? Just went for a shot and missed it and got stumped out, but at least he was giving it a go. So it's Nigel Moore. We enjoyed watching at Oakham. That's great fielding. Brilliant fielding there. Hopefully if you get to watch this back on YouTube live, give it a go. I mean, that's just been pushed out into the offside there cover, diving stop, thrown into the keeper, sprinting between the wickets from 60-plus-year-olds, and they've got the single. So good cricket all round. They move on to 110 for 3 here, Wales. It's 28.4 overs. Nigel Moore, who again gave a good show for himself up at Oakham against that chairman's 11. A very another competitive match. We finished that day off air. We had some nice food, and the chairman bought us all a drink, which was absolutely brilliant. He looked after us well, and Oakham, another cricket club, doing a great job of hosting us. And it's a bit short. He's had a swing and missed that. Another cracking village team that just look after us and hosted as well, and looked after us from start to finish. We really are being spoilt on this cricket circuit this summer. And unfortunately, we said we're not there on tomorrow at Tame, but we're certainly looking forward to Sparsholt and Royal Ascot next week to, we're obviously hoping for a 2-all and going into the decider for everyone involved. That would be absolutely brilliant, but we shall see what awaits us. That's the end of the 29th over. Wales 110 for 3. Martin Powell and Rob Franklin having a little chat in the middle. Little and large springs to mind as OC meet in the middle of the wicket. Martin Powell dwarfing Rob Franklin there with his towering height, and he's looking around this field here. Martin Powell looking to put some runs on just as young Zahir Mohammed just straightens up his fielder down here at long on, as he knows Martin's been looking to swing it, and he's must have just got a bit of bat on that, because that wrapped his front pad in front of the stumps and not a single person went up and appealed, so there must have been a little edge that those closer to the game than me heard. Oh, it's well stopped again. I mean, you could hear the crispness of that strike from Martin Powell. Actually drilled it straight at cover. And the fielder there, I can't quite see it, was down, one-handed stop and straight back in with the ball to Zahir Mohammed, who just prowls back to his spot at the start of his run up here and gets that ball in the right position just to throw down and offer something to Martin Powell, who drills it again at cover, keeping that man busy at cover, who again returns it right at the stumps with the throw in. Simon Rath taking it, and it was so close that a bail was taken off. And this is a lovely little spot here, just on the edge of, well, between Gloucester and Chukcha really, only 20 minutes from our hometown base for a lot of us that are on this BA outside broadcasting truck, BBA outside broadcasting truck with Ivor. Owen Mason's just been on holiday to Greece, so he shall be back for Sparsholt on Monday. I think young Benny's off on a holiday to Cornwall with his family. So we're recruiting more very talented camera people from the University of Gloucestershire. Spoke to Ivor earlier about the courses. They're absolutely fantastic. I have to say, with my older years compared to the other kids, I was amazed when I walked into the University of the facilities there. I mean, full-blown TV studios and radio studios and podcast studios, all there to use for the whole 3 years of your university. You can really get anything done you want to get done during your time studying there. And all the lecturers are practicing journalists, so you can't learn off anyone better than in the trade. And they all give us our worldly insights and give us opportunities like this. And I commentated on the Ladies Amateur Championship, and people have been to Silverstone and Villa Park, and amazing opportunities given to us by that. All the media courses or film courses or music courses at the University of Gloucestershire. As we hit the 30 over mark, drinks are being taken, as you see in your pictures. 110 for 3 Wales, and we just give you a chance again for mentioning their fantastic work. And none of this would happen without Stonehill, Sporter Tours, Envy, MacTech, The Dube and Clean Clad. Those companies that have backed over 60s cricket and allowed this to be possible.
to... yeah, okay. Shall I come in now? Or?
So as drinks are just finishing and we make the final push, last 15 overs. Trevor from Silver Stumps, Trevor Lee's going to join us to bring us home. 200 runs to win, 90 balls remaining, huge run rate. Let's hope Wales give it a go. Umpire's trying to catch the scorer's eye there to make sure they're awake and watching. And Trevor Lee joins us again after his short little break.
Right, so what, 200 off 15 overs, Matt? Is it something like that?
Yeah, 200 off 90 balls. They've got to go some.
It's a bit of an ask. Where's your money? Where's WinViz saying?
95% England Lions, 5% Wales.
That's generous.
Well, I was just talking before you came back that the bit that gets me is 7 wickets in hand. It's not like you're down to the last 2 wickets. They've got wickets to play with. So, I mean, I'm impressed by Martin Powell because he is swinging the bat and trying to smash those boundaries as much as he can. And they've got to at least give it a go, haven't they? Try and get anywhere near it.
Well, I think so. You might as well, go for it now, as you say. 15 overs to go. Nothing to lose now. A couple of sixes out the ground just to get the crowd on their feet.
Oh,
There's one of them. There's Rob. He's obviously listened to you there, Matt, and
That's
he's
talented
raked that
commentating,
out to. But it's probably not going to go.
No, it's not. There's a very long boundary out there, isn't there? And I think it's slow after that rain.
I think that's Nigel Moore right out in the deep there, I think. Right, so this is Richard Wilson from Essex in the attack for the first over after drinks there. Oh, and Rob Franklin has given that a good thrash, but it's only going to be a single. So he didn't quite get hold of it enough to hit it. It's always great feeling hitting it straight back over the bowler's head as long as it continues its journey and then hits the sight screen. But there we go, didn't quite make it. Single to him. That's Steve Whitcomb in action there, who's the substitute fielder today. Right, so another over slips by. 6 from that over from Richard Wilson. It's a beautiful evening now for cricket here at Apperley. Right, so it looks like Zahir Mahmood is going to continue with his left armers.
Yeah, Rash Mahmood's listening in on the chat and just saying Owen Mason, my normal sidekick, has landed and back home, and he's listening in, and Mighty Bewdley. Mizamur Rahman is listening as well, and
whoa!
That has gone miles. That's over the tree.
That's a huge shot.
Over the tree. Martin Powell has launched that over the oak tree next to the clubhouse, and they're not getting that one back, and that definitely deserves a press of the 6 button. That's what we want to see. Bit of that.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's a fantastic shot. Yeah. As you say,
New ball, please.
I think we can't see because the pavilion is between us and where the ball would have gone, so we can't see what's going on. The umpire is signalling for another ball.
I thought he was just giving us the heart signal there, Trev, the umpire.
I think he meant he wanted a ball rather than a bit of love, but there we go.
You never know. It's a lonely life as an umpire, isn't it? You might have been asking for some love from the crowd and the pavilion.
Well, mine's up to 38 now, so if you... Oh, there we go. I think the ball has come back. Fantastic. Right, so 1 ball, 1 6. we're on here for 6 sixes in and over. Come on, guys, come on. Probably never been done in over 60s cricket before. Right, here we go. Can he do it again?
Oh, short enough. No, it's got a bit close.
I tell you what, though, that's 4.
It's a 4, though, yeah. It's a well struck.
I think they've been tuning into you, Matt. So Martin had an extra drink at the drinks break. I got myself a new role as the England Lions assistant drink carrier.
Oh, fantastic. So. He's had an extra glass of sugary squash to see him over the line. He just seemed to step into that one rather than step away and give himself some room to launch it. I mean, you can't criticise too much. He's hit 10 off 2 balls. So Mohammed under a bit of pressure here.
Well,
that's gone for 4 again.
Yeah.
1 bounce and gone. Umpire signals 4. That's someone giving it a go. That's what we want to see. Listen to that crowd getting excited.
Yeah. So way ahead of the run rate in this over. That's 14 and we're only halfway through. You could sense, though, as soon as he dropped that, as soon as he saw that going short, he was onto it.
But this is my point. This is more exciting than just pushing forward defensive for the next 15 overs and getting nowhere near the total. You may as well try and give it a go, surely.
So Martin's suddenly within one boundary of his 50 now, 46. There we go.
Oh, and that'll be it. That's out the middle.
Where's that gone?
Oh, that's broke something. Hope it wasn't my car. Smashed into something around the corner there.
There's his 50.
Fantastic, and yeah, rightly getting a big round of applause from the spectators around the veranda. He's really going for this, and exactly what we want to see. That's 170 run, 6 runs to win, 80 balls. He's taken a good 20 off there, and Martin Powell gets to his 50 in 71 minutes, 9 4s and 1 6.
Fantastic.
Superb.
And that's another one. That's another one.
You can tell from the sound, though, can't you, Trevor? He's really middling this.
He is. He's really beginning to make it sing now.
Shots this over has been right out the middle of the bat.
Well, Zahir Mohammed, I'm just waiting for the bowling analysis to come back on the screen, Matt. But there you go. So 18 off this over. He'd gone for 12 runs in his first 4 overs. And now 22, 8 runs in his first 4 overs and 22. And there's another one. Oh, he hasn't quite middled that, but has he found the gap?
There's a fielder there. Oh, he's stopped it. Good one-handed stop there.
He's got the strike. He's got the strike. So
he's nearly had 6 boundaries.
There we go. 23 off the over. I wonder what the most runs in a single over in over 60s cricket is. Someone on the chat will know that. So that was 23 in that over. So Zahir Mohammed, 4 overs for 8 before drinks, and 1 over for 23 after drinks. Bet he wished the skipper had changed the bowling at drinks.
And you can bat this sensibly. I mean, if that Rob Franklin isn't such a decent batsman, and I don't want to speak out to him, I don't know the guy at all, first time I've seen him, but if he doesn't have that prowess, you can bat sensibly like you see in Test match cricket all the time, of him just offering the strike up to Martin Powell. He's obviously got his eye in, he's hitting the ball really well. All he needs to do is run singles and put Martin Powell on strike all the time.
Yeah, well, Richard Wilson on, so is Martin going to... It's a slightly longer boundary, that's short, and he's...
Picked out the fielder.
Guided that straight to extra cover, but Martin's definitely in the mood now.
Oh, well stopped.
Be disappointed with that one. That was a short ball, and he just didn't get...
Just got it bottom end of the bat, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't time that at all. And that just popped on him a bit, which just means he just pushed it out to deep mid-off, and will take a single.
Probably feeling tired at the moment, the man he's swinging those arms. Feel like Anthony Joshua at that end. Needs a rest. Let's see if Rob's caught the bug off Martin and has a bit of a... Oh, that's over pitch. Oh, changed his minute last minute there, didn't he? Change his mind.
Well, I thought he was going to charge that, didn't you? And then decided maybe I shouldn't, and just in the end just did nothing really. And Simon Routh came round and picked it up. So only 1 off 4 balls so far after that 23 run over. That's short, and he smashed that. Has he found the gap?
No, there's a fielder down there. That's going to be stopped. Just going to run the single.
Okay, so 1 ball to go. I imagine they could change the bowling at this end after the last over, but Martin will be looking for at least a single to get the strike, or maybe a boundary off this ball. He's going to take the single.
Oh, he's
bit of
hesitated. A good
Hugh
throw
Rogers
here,
with
then
the
trouble.
throw. And he's hit the
He's
stumps.
hit the stumps.
And is he out?
I think he was in, yeah, well in the end. That's for those long legs that are deceiving. He looked like he was jogging along, and he was well in.
Yeah. I thought the way he casually finished the run, he'd given up on it, but
right.
obviously not. So great bit of fielding though.
And that's what I'm on about. Just give him the strike if he's going to wield the willow at this end and hit that sort of that many boundaries. I don't know who's going to come on to bowl now. Going to be interesting here.
This could be Martin Ford coming on.
Renowned for his bowling, is he?
Well, that's why I'm kind of hesitant in making sure I've got this right, because I'm not aware that he is a bowler, but we're going to soon find out.
I bet he doesn't go for 23.
Well, it might be his one and only over in Lions cricket if he does, Matt. So let's have a look. What I thought for a minute the skipper was going to bring himself up, but I think, okay, that one over, but it's still 14 and over, isn't it? So, it's a chance to give somebody else a bowl. So, yes, it is Martin Ford coming on. We've just had that confirmed. Yeah. So, Martin plays for Sussex. He's got a prolific opening partnership going with Gordon Morgan down at Sussex, although, as he said to me before the game, they've kind of gone off the boil a bit in the last 2 or 3 matches, and it's a very competitive league they're in, and they're not going to qualify for the main cup competition this year, Sussex. Anyway, here we go. Martin Ford into the action. Let's see what he's going to bowl. So,
Zip that one through.
Outside the off stump, and Martin Powell was trying to cut that, but Martin Powell's really looking for the short boundary, isn't he, now?
He's got to be looking
Here
to
we
pull
go.
Everything.
Here we go.
Straight down the field of
stroke.
stroke.
Is that a catch?
He would have been if he'd walked forward. I'm amazed though, he hasn't walked forward and taken that. Martin versus Martin show here. Which Martin's going to come out on top?
Yeah, good stop at deep mid on. Just a single.
Got himself in all sorts of a pickle there.
I think, again, it looked like Rob was going to launch that and then for some reason decided not to. I think, as you've been suggesting, Matt, it's time to launch it. If that's the first thought in your mind, make sure you don't change your mind. Right, here we go again. Come on, Rob. Here he goes. Look. Oh, good take by Simon Routh, but nothing on the, no connection. So dot ball.
Obviously hasn't got his eye in as much as Martin Powell because he's had a couple of swing and misses. We've had a .1 in this over, so something needs to go to keep the run rate up. This is it.
Oh,
just top edged it onto his own shoulder, and
I don't think Mr. Franklin will be including these shots in his show reel.
I don't think Mr. Powell will be taking the single here either.
No, I don't think so. Anyway, last ball of the over. He's chopped it away.
He has.
And he's taken the strike. So there we go. Martin Ford's first over. 2 runs. Very respectable.
And where does Martin Powell play normally? Because is he a batsman? I presume he is, with 58 quite comprehensively.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about him other than he's a big fella and he's been playing for Wales senior cricket for quite a while. And yeah, you're right. I mean, he didn't bowl, so he is a batsman. As far as club cricket goes, I would have to look that up, so I don't know about that. But anyway, I think he's just had a word with Rob Franklin. He said, look, come on. You've got to get at least 1 off every ball and give me the strike or smash it out the ground. None of this changing your mind stuff.
Yeah. And he's probably right, because I think if Franklin had followed through with a couple of those shots, he probably would have found a couple of boundaries. Right. Oh, my word. What an effort that was. If that's on replay. Rob Franklin's absolutely drilled that back to the bowler. He's made a dive like Dave Seaman and stopped it one-handed. Unfortunately, didn't stick for the catch. But it was a fantastic bit of athletic fielding. That's over pitch. That's got to be out. Yeah, right in front of him. Yeah.
So Rob Franklin is out.
A lot of complaints there. If you see on the replays, he's gone to sweep it. He's missed it. It's struck that front pad right in front of the stump. So
Low down as well.
Yeah, it was low down, so that's the only problem was going to be height, but it did strike him at the shin. And, well, entertaining 19 balls of Rob Franklin's innings.
Yeah, he didn't really get going, did he? But I think this is Jim Watkins coming in, the keeper. So technically, there's 166 needed off 64 balls. So, Richard Wilson will be pleased with that. Getting a wicket in the Lions game.
Yeah, it's always one for the CV, isn't it? It's only, what's that now? It's only about 3 a ball. So it's only a 6 every other ball. Nothing to Martin Powell. Easy
peasy.
Not a problem.
I don't know whether you saw it on YouTube, Matt, but there's a if you look at a few cricket things, you tend to get fed a lot of cricket things. It might have been on social media, actually. I can't remember, but I saw a game recently where a team needed 1 to win, 5 wickets in hand.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah,
and they lost 5 wickets,
I know,
and the match
amazing,
was tied.
Yeah. And the last week it was a ridiculous run out, wasn't it? It was
That's right.
fantastic,
Yeah. So,
mind you, it reminds me. Do you remember the Ridley's Cup when I was at primary school?
The Ridley's Cup.
Yeah, remember the chewing gum? It was the Ridley's Cup.
Oh, Wrigley's Cup, right?
Wrigley's Cup. Yeah, the chewing gum, and
right.
We were playing for Curtis Street Primary in Paignton, and the team we played needed 14 off the last over. And proper schoolboy cricket. I actually had the first throw, which I was quite embarrassed about, being the cricketer of the side. Threw it in, and if I'd thrown it in and had gone for a boundary, obviously game over, they got 4, but it just stopped. Right. And then the rest of my team capitulated to throw it back and forth, and they ran 15. They ran the 14 to win it. And
really?
Yeah, unbelievable, exactly. Well, at the age of 10, you don't have the range to just pick it up and walk in and take the bails off, do you? So
it's literally going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Literally,
oh
they
my
ran
gosh.
14, I know. And if my first throw had just gone for a boundary, we'd have won the match. So.
Goodness me, what an extraordinary finish.
The deep scars of a sportsman. Hey, catch it.
Oh,
what an effort.
Great effort.
He stretched out for that one-handed. I think you got that on the camera as well. He stretched out for that one-handed. I think that's Nigel Moore, wasn't it? Just went to go and grab that, and he had it for a second. It was in the palm of his hand, and it just popped out. And again, Martin Powell is trying to get this job done, which I'd love to see. He's not sitting back and just letting this game fizzle out. He's going for it.
That would have been a memorable catch. Right, 1 ball to come. He needs to get on strike at the other end. I wonder if he's a ball counter. You used to count the balls when you were playing?
I think everyone does, don't they? You need to. It's game management, isn't it? I counted 14 runs at primary school as they went backwards and forwards and knocked us out of the cup.
That's got to be some sort of record you're involved in there, Matt. Undoubtedly. Right, so we're down to the last 10 here, folks. Well, 147 on the board, 163 to win. So, in theory, the Wales boys are not quite halfway yet. So, it would be quite a finish. But with Martin Powell out there, you never know. But I think, England will be trying to think can they get them out? Can they get them out? Can they take 6 wickets in the last 10 overs? Get the crowd off their chairs onto their feet. Right, so Martin Ford is staying on from the car park end. Just making a few adjustments to his field. Not quite sure when you're defending 16 and over, you need to worry too much about your field. Got the bar. I think I saw a barbecue being prepared earlier, so I think they'll be thinking more about the. Come on, lads, let's get this over with and get round the barbecue. Anyway, we're back live, and that was just the wrong length for Martin Powell, really. He's either looking for that good length to hit through the ball or rock back, and as he's done a couple of times, and hit it towards the short boundary where we are outside the pavilion. There it is. Oh, and he's clobbered that, and that is into the crowd for 6. And he did really well to pick that up, because by the time it got to him, it hadn't bounced very much at all. There's a nice looking drive, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, which is Zahir Mohammed from Leicestershire. Oh, that's right in the slot for Martin, and that's another 6. This time just the other side of the pavilion. You can kind of see from where we are, we're in a pretty good position to judge the length, and you can kind of think, right, that is the ball he's going to hit for 6, or try to. So that's 2 6s in this over off 4 balls. So Wales are now over halfway. And he's got 12 of the 16 needed off this over with 2 balls to spare. He rocks back this time, but there's a man out at on the boundary there, which I think is Richard Wilson from Essex. So just the single. But 13 off the over. 1 ball to come for Jim Watkins. And the weather conditions here at Apperley have no sign of, no chance of any more rain now by the looks of it. The clouds, there's a lot of cloud cover, but it's not really moving at all and not looking particularly threatening. Famous last words, of course. So, but 9 overs and 1 ball to go, so it's now 20 to 7, so we should be done, you would have thought, soon after 7. Just a few changes to the field delaying things. But anyway, here we go. Martin Ford round the wicket to left-hander Jim Watkins, and he's going for an expansive sweep and misses it, and it's a wide. So we're still waiting for that first reverse sweep or that reverse ramp shot. No one's played one of those yet today. And now we've got a slip in as well, which is great, because this is what England should be doing, trying to get them out now, really. Trying to get the Welsh boys out. Tosses that one up, goes to the big expansive shot, and it's actually taken at slip. But that was after the batsman missed it, and it kind of spun wide past the keeper as well. So there we go. So 9 overs to go. 161 for 4. "17 runs off 10 balls, this partnership, in just 8 minutes. So it looks like Dean Sykes is warming up again. He bowled at the beginning, so I think he's been maybe given the nod that he'll be back in the attack soon. So Richard Wilson's going to continue from the Woodland end. Martin Powell on strike. He's 72 off 74 now, so he's getting very close to a runner ball after quite a lot of big hits in the last few overs. Anyway, it's a bigger boundary for him to hit this time, and he's going for it, and he's picked it up. Now there's a man out there who's chasing round, and he's going to get it, and they're going to get an easy 2. I'll just see if I can see who that is. It's somebody throwing left arm. I think that might be Dean Sykes out there, possibly, with the left arm throw in. And now he's picked that up. Now, are they going to get 2 here? Jim Watkins is going to have to motor. No, not going to risk that. So just a single. So it's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander. We've now got, looks like Sanjay Berry, I think, has come into slip. So just a few adjustments of the field to the left-hander. Yeah, Jim just allowing that to come onto the bat and turning it down behind square on the offside, behind backward point, sort of short third man. Oh, he's gone for that. It's skyward, and that's going to be an easy catch for Zahir Mohammed at just coming round from mid-off. So another wicket for Richard Wilson. And that's the end of Jim Watkins. So that's 5 out now for Wales, and just waiting to get confirmation of who the next batsman coming in is going to be. So it's a bit of a hide and nothing when you're going in at this stage of the game now, when you're clearly going to take an unbelievable turnaround. They want 3 a ball to win this game. And as Matt said, you've got to try and give it a go and see whether you can make it happen or not. I played in an extraordinary club game recently where side batting first got 186 in a 32 over game because of rain, and then our 2 openers put on 147 before they were parted, but they were parted on the last ball of the 32nd over. So how about that? Anybody played in a game like that where only 2 batters have batted second and you've lost the game by 30 odd runs? It was extraordinary, really. So I was umpire at the time and I couldn't quite believe what I was witnessing. But there we go. Anyway, first ball up. It's Anthony O'Sullivan, the captain, who's come in, and he's tucked that away as a full toss from Richard Wilson, and he's tucked that away behind square, and they're going to get a couple. So Anthony O'Sullivan, who's batting now, is a dual international over 60s whatever player, because he also plays for the Welsh over 65s football team. And they play England home and away once a year, he was telling me. And when they played them away last time, they played at St George's Park, which is, the fantastic arena in the Midlands, which is where England football is based. He said it was the most amazing thing. And they lost 1-0. I think he said they lost 1-0. Yeah. And apparently there's another guy, and I forget who he said it was, who plays for Wales over 60s cricket and Wales over 60s squash. And possibly a badminton dual international as well in there. So I was just, welcome back, Matt. I was just telling our listeners that Anthony O'Sullivan, the captain who's now in at the non-strikers end, was telling me that he plays Welsh international over 65s football. And they play England home and away during the football season, presumably, and when they played England away last year, they were playing at St George's Park, which is an amazing place to play. Oh, now that's a big hit from Martin. Might not have reached the boundary for 6. No, it's a 4.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? Just the fitness of some of these guys anyway in the field at 60 years old. They're fresher than I am at 48, sadly.
Right, so let's hope Martin gets 100 now. He's on 79 of 78 balls. And he's rocked on the back foot, but he's only going to get a single as a fielder there. Hugh Rogers it is. This is a short boundary on this side. So again, a few field changes. I think I saw a barbecue being lined up. Matt, did you spot that further up there? I think it looked like it. There was a few, I spotted some rolls and all that being put together. I don't know whether that's the...
Yes, Benny's inquired. It's £10 for a burger, a hot dog and a salad. So
okay,
good value from Apperley Golf Club here. For everyone, the players will tuck in when they finish playing here, and no doubt some of the members will partake That was close to a wide, but umpire's not giving it. I presume Martin's just looking to stay down this end now with the couple of balls to go. See what Anthony O'Sullivan will want to chip in to the run chase.
Oh, that was a shame. That was a nice full bonger, and all he could do was play it to the fielder. So there we go. Another over slips by. 7 to go.
5 runs taken from that over. End of the 38th. Wales are 171 for 5. Powell finds himself on 80, and he's really accelerated because he's now scored more runs than balls faced. So all those boundaries he's been clubbing away. Has got his strike rate just above 100. And O'Sullivan's just got to back him up now and try and get as close as they can. But like I said earlier, at least they're now playing shots and at least trying to put a few more runs on the board. Martin Powell just pushes that into the covers and runs a single. Oh, as Wilson comes in, got a little bit of turn on that field and just dabbed to the leg side where Sullivan getting Martin Powell on strike. Standing on 81 at the striker's end now. Powell makes his way back to his mark.
Yeah, so the field is set really, especially with the long boundary from the tree end where the bowling is now to the right-handers, where it's very hard for them to clear the field. It's a big hit. And the fielder in now for Anthony O'Sullivan, so he's finding it hard to actually get the single away now. So I might be tempted now, Matt, instead of pushing everybody right back, like deep mid on, deep mid off, deep, what we used to call cow corner, but now is a legitimate shot area. I might just bring him in 20 yards and say, right, see if you can hit it over the top of me. Because it's a hell of a long hit to hit it over the top of them for 6 where they are. And there we go. He's tried it. He's skied it. It's massively up in the air. Oh, very good fielding. Very good fielding.
He just stumbled as he got there, didn't he? But managed to put a hand out to avoid the boundary. And again, they just run another single. Sees the end of the over. So there was 5 off that over. Another 5 added to the total. 175 for 5. 135 to win. 36 balls remaining.
And that shot there that Martin played. Actually, they must have got 2 there because Martin's back this end, isn't he? And they've only put 1 up on the board, but Martin Powell definitely hit that shot. There's no way that was Andy Sullivan who hit that. So, anyway, if it hit it at this end, it would have been over the pavilion and into the village. But on that side, it's a long hit. So we've only got 6 overs left now. I think WinViz has probably crept up to about from 95%, Matt, to 99.999% now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just looked a minute ago. The run rate's 22.3 and over now, so you've got to have a few special overs to get anywhere near that.
That's a nice little shot now. They've got to get at least 2. Well, they try and get 3.
Oh, they're walking there. See, I'd be sprinting 2 there, like you said.
So they take it. Well, I think they're taking 1. So Richards back on. Martin's back on strike now. So okay, let's see some fireworks now again. Stand by those in the pavilion. Here we go. Let's see what he can do now. That's a good crack down the ground, and that's wide of the bit off fielder. So they're going to get 2. So Martin 16 away from his 100. Martin Powell. Short, that's in his zone, and thank you very much.
Just dragged that down, didn't he, forward, and he just gave it the full treatment. And I see the puff of the cheeks on the fielder there. It's they must lose a few balls over in that farmer's field.
So 92 now. That'll be a great thing for him to, someone to get 100 against the England Lions. So I'm not sure. I wonder if anybody in the Wales team has ever had 100 against either the England or the England Lions before.
That's a question for Rash if he's still on board watching. But it's been a fantastic effort from Martin, and like I say, I've enjoyed him putting the accelerator down and giving it a go. God, that was absolutely crunched, wasn't it? It was straight to the fielder, unfortunately, but it's, he swapped ends and there's only one more ball to go, so maybe there's a method in his madness.
There we go. Got the ball back from that previous big six.
Skipper Anthony Powell, so Sullivan just lets that go past the outside edge of the bat. 93.
So 5 overs to go. And really the most interesting thing now, Matt, I think, is whether Martin can get 100, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, let's hope he does. He's deserved it, hasn't he, to get
it
to
would
93.
be great for him to do that. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Let's hope that that's happened. So, are we going to get a change of bowling? I think we are.
I think the skipper's bringing himself back on, is he? Or is he going to chuck the ball to...
I think it might be Sanjay Berry coming on. Yes, it is. Yeah, looking through the binoculars. Sanjay was telling me about his bowling earlier, and he bowls a variety of all sorts of stuff off a long run.
Right.
So we're going to get a full box of tricks here, I think, from Sanjay.
So Sanjay just rearranging the field to suit his delivery. Just bringing the chap up from cow corner, which is brave. I'm sure Martin is pinpointing that sort of area for his big shots. He's going to try and hook everything that side, as there's only, what, 3 fielders out there on the leg side.
Oh, a bit of pace on that one.
That was quicker, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's obviously his quick ball first up. So what are we going to get the rest of the over? Oh. According to my notes, Sanjay played for India in the over 50s, I think possibly the World Cup around 2022. So played for 2 different countries. And now Martin's... Oh, he's got that. Is that through the gap?
I think it is through the gap, yeah. I think there's 4 runs.
There's,
the way...
yeah, 4. Brilliant.
So it takes one to 97, just 3 short of his ton.
97 now. Come on, Martin Powell. I hope someone in the Welsh camp has got their phone ready to record this moment. He'll be able to, if he gets it, he'll be able to pick it up from the... Will this go on the YouTube channel after the game, Matt? Is that how it works?
Stays up there. Just go to the England Over 60s live section and then videos, and you'll get the whole replay. He'll be able to study his hopeful ton As Sanjay comes in, Martin Powell facing, he's going to look to... Oh, he's just dabbed that one for a single look, and he's left the responsibility to O'Sullivan for this over. I think that's...
The England captain, Jason Corn, who was at extra cover, did push himself back out on the boundary after that 4. Right, so he's 98. He's got 4 overs after this one to get to 100.
O'Sullivan's got 2 to face from Sanjay Berry in this over, coming from the scoreboard end. Again, a little reshuffle of the field, just keeping the batsman guessing. He's got to keep this on the offside. Oh, and he just dug that out there. O'Sullivan, which is 5th ball in the over. It's gone for 5, so they're getting well below run rate, but at least they're playing some shots now. And I'm guessing O'Sullivan will just try and defend that, and that's a wide. It was almost wide of the crease there. I think that one just pulled it down there, Sanjay. Giving away another run, so he's going to have to bowl one more after throwing down a wide there. He comes in and, oh, that's a full toss, that one. Very, very long in length, but umpire lets it go, which leaves Martin Powell on strike. Bowler at the car park end, I guess he's going to be Ford again. He's only had a couple. Although we're going back to someone else marking out there.
I think this is Dean Sykes coming back on, who opened the bowling from the top end. Dean plays for Suffolk, who are having a very good season in their division. Look, I'm sure they've qualified already. I'd have to double check my notes, but I'm pretty sure they've qualified for the cup competition. Okay, so 7 o'clock and 4 overs to go. And Martin Powell on 98 not out.
Jason obviously not giving up here. He doesn't want to give up a century on his watch, so he's... So
if this was you, Matt, 98 not out, what would you be thinking? What would you be trying to do next? Try and take a single, get to 99, or go for it and hopefully you get it through the field?
Big one over the clubhouse.
Because they've got the field in tight, so they're tempting him to go for try and hit it over the field.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of kind of slow-paced spinner deliveries, and this is a bit more pace on this from Sykes. So, and that one's zipped past with a lot more pace. He's just going to get his eye in here, Martin, and gauge it with a bit more pace. He's only get a little dab on it, I suppose, and it'll
that
get the boundary.
Could be. I was just thinking that they through sort of the slip area, and if it's wide, if it's fine enough, then they're going to get 2. If he can drive it and gets past the infield, then he's definitely going to get 2.
So Sykes at the top of his run, just shining that ball as you see on your cameras, starts charging in. Powell's got the bat up in his back lift and dubs it short. He's flicked it around the corner. It's only going to be a single because the fielder's on it quickly.
Ooh, nearly an overthrow.
Oh, yeah, just got it. Every inch of every centimetre of Simon Ruff just pulled that in, didn't it?
Yeah, I think Ian Robson in the covers was backing up, but yeah. So there we go, 99 not out. Now they're bringing the field right in for Anthony O'Sullivan, who's on 5 not out.
Yeah, he's obviously not got as much power as Powell, so everyone pretty much around the circle, if not closer. Going to try and go for a little court here. Oh, and he's just hit.
Oh, lovely shot! Lovely shot.
Just flicked that off the legs, and I think that's going to go for 4 runs there. Umpire.
Good a shot as we've seen all day. That.
Yeah, umpire Chris Lewis signals a 4.
Because there's three guys in on that, and he found the gap between them. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it was well placed, wasn't it? It was a good cricket shot.
Oh, now that's a leading edge, and
gone,
tried the same shot, just played a bit too soon. Leading edge, popped up to mid-off, comfortable catch for Nigel Moore. Right, so this looks like Paul Webb coming in now. Looks as though he's hobbling a little bit, but Right, so 2 balls left in this over.
Anthony, just tell him he's on 99. He's aware? He's on 99. 99.
He's been told.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he's aware it's going low. I want to be there at the other end.
Yeah, I know. It was unlucky. The shot before that was beautiful.
It was decent. I can repeat it, but push it straight back.
So Martin's on 99. The team are on 198. So it would be great for them to get past 200 and for Martin to get his 100. He's not going to be on strike.
Well, that's an interesting one for me, that psychology-wise, because would you want to be told you're on 99? I'm not sure I'd want to know, would you,
Well,
Trevor? You know?
I've been fortunate enough to score quite a lot of centuries, and I always count the runs. So I always knew that I was on 96 or 7 or 8 or 9, even if it wasn't on the scoreboard.
And I'm sure he's got a vague idea, but if he wasn't quite sure and you tell him you're on 99, that's just going to up the pressure, isn't it? I'd rather not be told by the incoming batsman you're on 99. You kind of don't mess it up now, pal. You're on 99.
And then if I got to the 100 and no one clapped, I'd go, hang on, you haven't counted right.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
So he should be all right because they've still got 4 wickets in hand. There's only 2 balls from this delivery anyway, so even given a hat-trick that Martin's still going to get to face some more. Oh, my word.
That was
really
a very good
did
ball.
Zip through, didn't it, from Sykes? Yeah, nice stop ball, that. Whizzing past the outside edge. Lucky not to get a little clip on it with Ralph behind the stumps. He's very good at taking those. So last ball of Sykes' 8th over, so he's got 1 more to bowl after this.
Yes, I think Martin will be more than happy to be at this end, not having to face Dean Sykes on 99. Yeah, and quite rightly, Paul Webb is just seen out the over. So, here we go. Martin Powell is on 99, and Sanjay Berry is probably going to be the bowler. Three to go.
They actually, I think, would have got quite close for the rain delay, wouldn't they? I think the rain delay that when Wales just had the momentum, just took the wind out their sails and also gave the England Lions the licence to come back and have a bit of a slog, which kind of took them from, we were thinking 280 max, got them up to 309. So I think that played into England Lions' hands. And you see they're on 200 now. I don't think they would have got 280, but so they're all in here trying to stop the 100. A bit harsh of Jason, really putting the pressure on and stopping the single. And I can imagine with the power he's shown so far that Martin's probably just going to look to go straight over the top here and get himself a boundary and get past that century mark. As Sanjay comes down, he swipes it and he just doesn't.
No shot offered.
No shot offered, yeah, taking his time.
Yeah.
Milking the glory, I think he's enjoying it. He's played very, very well.
I think I'd be looking to a little tip and run here.
Yeah, Sanjay, that's it.
Oh, and he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
A little punch of the
outside
air
edge. It's come right down into the scoreboard, and he's got it.
And he's lifted his bat and punching the air, and quite rightly so. That's an absolutely fantastic knock. If you see the replay here we go. There's a little Joshua uppercut to celebrate. It's lovely to see. And what a great thing to do, as Trevor says, and every single England player has gone in and shaken his hand, and that's fantastic sportsmanship to see. And a great accolade for Martin Powell to get 100 against the England Lions and this quality attack. And a good fair play to him. 112 minutes, strike rate 110, 13 fours and 4 sixes. So he really has smashed them around the park for that.
And they were big sixes as well, Matt, weren't they?
Oh, God.
Certainly on this side of the ground.
Yeah, and that also brings up the Wales 200. Takes them to 202 for 6. 42nd over and 2 balls. So we've got 2 overs, 4 balls to go, and all of a sudden now the century's gone. It's Fielder's back out to resume normal business. Martin's still looking around. He'd love to carry his bat here, wouldn't he? Just last this couple of overs and get a not out. Or is he going to swing? And oh, he's going to swing. Yeah, he has a little chuckle to himself.
It's a kitchen sink approach now, isn't it? And quite, yeah. He's got his 100. It doesn't matter what happens now.
Yeah, why not? He's had a little laugh at himself there with that big Sunday League swing and a miss. He takes his guard again as Sanjay comes in for his 4th delivery, and that's a long. Oh, my word!
That was a slower ball.
Yeah,
beat him all ends up. He played about 3 weeks too soon on that one.
well over pitch, but he took the pace off it. And again, like I say, mixed box of tricks from Sanjay, so it's good bowling. Keep the batsman guessing. And he's coming in to face the 5th one, just 4 off this over. He wants to get one of these away, Powley. I think he's going to zip this one through, Sanjay. Yeah, and he did, yeah. It's good bowling this, to be fair, especially in a batsman that's obviously got his eye in.
Well, he's got his 100 and now 3 dot balls. He can't lay a bat on it now.
Doesn't have to bother now, does he? That's a slow one, and that's going to go. That's got the treatment. I think fielder's diving now. He's had a dive, and I think he's missed it, and that's gone for 4 runs. So
yeah, there we go.
Powell continues to punish this England bowling attack. 8 off the over, 108 runs to win, 13 balls remaining.
Tight.
Well,
there we go. Well, it's been a great game of cricket there, Matt, hasn't it? And I'm sure everybody's thoroughly enjoyed it, and fantastic for the Welsh boys as well. I'm sure they've had a fantastic day here, and yeah, they haven't been annihilated, have they? By any stretch of the imagination, you know, which is given the gulf in the way they play their regular cricket, these guys. But so here we go. Last over from the car park end. One more then at the tree end. So I think the next target, Matt, will be to get to 210, and then you don't lose by more than 100. That's what I think I'd see as the next little minor milestone for the Wales boys. So 4 more runs minimum off these 2 overs. Ooh. Well, yeah, I think we might. I think we were expecting a shout there, weren't you?
Yeah. Very surprised that there was no appeal. Give it a good old rap on the pads.
Clearly, it was heading down the leg side much more than we realised.
Oh, that's popped up. That's one of those, isn't it? Just risen up off the surface. Paul Webb pulled his hand away because it just shot up at him, and it's just trickled away to gully area and fielded efficiently as always by the England Lions. And Sykes comes back to the top of his mark, shining that ball on his whites, as you can see in the pictures.
Bowling well, isn't he?
Yeah, bowling very well.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him today. Haven't seen him before. He's really putting his big effort in, isn't he?
Big grunt there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's really...
It's a bad economy, is it? He's 8 overs, 1 for 26. That's not bad economy at all. He's started his final over with 3 dot balls. And like Trevor was just saying, there's a big old grunt there when he released that delivery. So he really wants the finishing style here. Dean Sykes, as he charges in again from the car park end. 4th ball of his last over, and he's pitched that fuller, and that's a big old divot come out the ground there from Paul Webb, trying to keep the...
great bit of keeping from Simon Rath, because that was like a Yorker that the keeper still managed to take the bails off all in one swift movement. Very good keeping.
And very good bowling, 4 dot balls, and in all honesty, Paul Webb's got nowhere near one of them. That's a better line and length, and Webbo can just dab that away to a point. And as the tradition, they recycle the cricket ball around the fielding positions. Getting it back here to Sykes on your screens. Again, that shine on the ball. Still rubbing away. The last but 1 over. And let's hope he can produce a dot ball here. Just finish with a maiden would be absolutely fantastic. Obviously, a wicket maiden would be even better, and he probably deserves it with those first 5 deliveries. And that's superb bowling.
Great over. Yeah. Well bowled. Well, good spell. Good spell. Well bowled, Paul Sykes from Suffolk. Well bowled.
And Sykes has finished with 9 overs, 3 maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Run rate per over of 2.9, and you can't grumble at that.
No, that's a very good spell from him. So, those 4 runs to avoid losing by over 100 are now all down to Martin Powell at this end. So, 1 big blow will do it. So, I think Sanjay Berry is staying on. I always think at this stage of the game, Matt, with 1 over to go and no chance of the bowling side losing, this is the opportunity to give someone 1 over who never ever bowls. Mind you, I suppose, looking around the field, they probably all bowl a bit, don't they? So,
yeah, the skipper's been good today. He's kept himself off. He hasn't bowled out his overs, so he's once the game was kind of in the bag, he's given everyone else a chance.
Yeah, really good. Oh. Well bowled and well played.
Again, as you predicted, there's a right mixed bag coming here from
Sanjay
Berryman. It was right in the block hole.
If he bowled like that all the time, it'd be great.
Martin Powell just dropped his bat down at the last minute, stopped it hitting the stumps. And I do hope that Martin stays in here and doesn't.
Oh, now that's way up in the air.
He needs to get a move on. He wasn't running much. I don't think it has made the boundary.
It's gone for 4.
Yeah, 4 runs. So there's the 4 runs to get to 210 and make the winning margin less than 100, which is always better to lose by 2 digits than 3.
Absolutely. So that's another tick in the box for the Wales boys. Well done them. Well done Martin Powell, who's now... Oh, he's on Nelson now, Matt.
That's never good, is it?
He's got a thick outside edge.
He's trying to play into fate's hands with Nelson there. Big, thick outside edge, just kind of backward point. 1 spin and a bounce into the arms of the fielder. The ball's back with Sanjay Berryman. 4 off this over. That's a slow one again. And he spotted it this time and he's heaved it over there for 4 runs. Not going to get away with that twice, and that's another 4-4. Martin Powell gets him off the dreaded Nelson of 111, moves him on to 115, and I think that was a little bit telegraphed that time by Sanjay Berry. He saw it coming. He didn't call it the first time and got it a bit wrong, but that time he read it coming, and we've got the traditional comical ball under the covers, which no one can find. They always seem to find the covers in these games, don't they, where the ball can't be retrieved. He's got it.
Well, ball lost, match abandoned, draw.
Yeah, cool, yeah.
That was Martin's tactic. Oh, they found another ball. He's got to do it again now. Right, 2 balls to go.
They must be running low on balls after this Martin Powell innings. Oh, he's smashed that back past the ball and he's going to walk the single, and that's going to mean he carries his bat this innings. That moves him on to 116. There's 1 ball left. What a fantastic innings by Martin Powell. 116 runs off 102 balls.
Do man of the match awards get done at these games, Matt, do you know?
I know at the ODIs and the games with Australia they've had a man of the match. Obviously the opposite team pick it, and
okay. One per team, is it?
Yeah, so the Aussie boys would pick the England man of the match and the England boys would pick the Aussie man of the match and give them a little signed cricket bat. It's what we've seen all summer.
Okay.
I mean, certainly the Welsh man of the match has got to go to Martin Powell for that.
Definitely.
Fantastic
innings.
innings.
Man of the match overall, I think. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, it would be if there's 1 man of the match, wouldn't there? That's been the outstanding innings and contribution to the game.
Well, Sanjay wants to keep the game alive.
Yeah, he's not had enough yet.
And now Martin's on strike.
Oh, no. He's probably not going to thank him for that, is he, if he gets out here? Surely, just prod it with your bat, Martin. Nothing silly. Get your willow in the way and carry your bat off the pitch.
Right, so he's 100. What's he going to do? Is he? What? I reckon he's going to go for this. Last ball. Why not? He's not going to block it. He's not going to block it, surely. No, he's giving it the full. Great shot.
He's done all game.
Is there anybody out? There's somebody out there. Somebody out there.
And he's walked it in. 117, not out. What a fantastic knock by Martin Powell. It wasn't enough to get Wales over the line. They finish on 17 for 6. And they've lost by 92 runs. But it was, as Trevor said, a fantastic festival of cricket. Enjoyed a beautiful venue. And some fantastic cricket on show, Trevor.
Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here today, and a big bonus for me to work alongside you. I thought I might get 5 minutes at some point. I think I've been here most of the day. So.
That's fine. That's fantastic. You've been great to have you.
So it's been. I've had a brilliant day. So thank you so much for inviting me and your great welcome and hospitality. It's been terrific.
Okay, thanks, Trevor. I've got to dash out there for an interview now. So thanks for your time.
Well,
and,
it's been a pleasure.
We'll
thank
catch
you
up
very
with you
much.
later in the summer. Yeah,
indeed. However, that's. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Can you hear it out there? Can you? Oh, you can hear it, can you? Oh, I didn't realise that. Oh, I didn't realise that. Were you that loud? I was that loud, was I?
Tales you were telling was good, you know. Too like the one about the player turned umpire who took his hat to
well, thank you for that. That's very kind of you to say so. Thank you. Well, this is the first time I've done this, so So what brings you here today? Is this your local club or?
No.
Oh, Martin. Yeah. You come down with him then, have you?
Well, no, we live in Lichfield.
Oh, right.
So we have this if it's within an hour or so, it's down the course down here.
Right.
Stratford last week.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say, Martin, what a great evening. Well played. We were hoping you were going to get 100 and all that. So
When you were 99.
well done.
Nice to meet you all. Yes, it had. He stayed where he was. He would have been right in the middle.
I did say at the start there with Martin Bowles got back and then he got going, you might see some fireworks.
Well, fantastic. Yeah,
I'll see you in another 30 years.
Indeed, Nigel, yes.
Hopefully before then.
Yes.
Hopefully before then. You take care.
See you, Pete. Yeah, mate. Great stuff.
Hello, welcome. Apperley Cricket Club here. You join me with victorious captain Jason Corn. Another win under the belt.
Yeah, fantastic. I thought the lads stuck together. They didn't really go for the runs from what I saw. The big guy batted very, very well. But the bowlers that came on bowled pretty well, and I'm dead chuffed. And with a few extra catches, we could have got them all out. But overall, a good performance.
And I think that spell after the rain, which probably just came when the Welsh were getting on top a little bit, and then you came out and smashed another 30, 40 runs, really kind of took the pressure off for their innings.
Yeah, I think early doors we batted pretty well. We scored fairly freely. Then we went a bit quieter, but certainly yes, there was some impetus towards the end of our innings, which gave us a really good score to defend.
Brilliant, well done, congratulations, another victory under the belt there for Jason Conn, the England Lions captain, and we've got Anthony O'Sullivan here. Well done, good game.
Thank you.
Just talk us through your initial thoughts.
It was an excellent game. It was really played in a fantastic spirit. Some good players in the England Lions squad, we knew that, and they put up a really competitive total. Thought the rain break didn't really do us any favours, came at just the wrong time, and then after tea they got 30 runs pretty quickly that we could frankly have done without. However, I did say on commentary that if Martin Powell got started, he was our gun batsman, and sure enough, true to form, Martin played exceptionally well. Really spirited, undefeated 100 there, and with some super shots. He really is a proper player, you know.
Yeah, what a performance. I mean, at the commentary just there, we were saying that they're going to run out of cricket balls soon. He was smashing them over with his clubhouse, and what shots he played, eh?
Martin plays like that. I mean, he plays very, very orthodox fashion at the start of his innings. He plays straight, he takes time, he assesses the bowlers, and then he's got an array of shots, as I told you earlier on, which if they came into play, they would be damaging, and he was extremely destructive. But playing in an orthodox, pure manner, I mean, he's a top player, and he was delighted. And we were very pleased as well that we made the game competitive.
Yeah, and despite a defeat, you got set a massive total of 3-10 to win. You must be really proud of the guys because they put up a hell of a fight.
They really did put up a fight all the way through. Nobody gave up. They're proud to play for their country. It really was an excellent opportunity for some players who don't play in full-blooded internationals to have a chance to play against better players, and they did themselves credit. Hopefully this will become an annual fixture, part of the calendar, play England home and away, the Lions, and enjoy it thoroughly. And the game was played in the best cricketing spirit possible. Really good rapport between the players, and that's always good as well. And I must say that the umpires both officiated extremely well. Chris and Ian were exceptional actually, and they kept the game going, and they had a bit of banter with the players in between, and you want that as well.
Fantastic. Pete O'Sullivan, defeated Welsh captain, but proud, and they've really done their country proud and represented them as brilliant sportsmen for the Welsh nation, and a great sportsmanship as we've seen all summer here, all these cricket games. And thanks for joining us. It's been a fantastic game, and thank you, Anthony.
My pleasure. God bless.
Cheers. Thanks a lot. Yeah.